The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Lundin, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Scott,
Excused.
Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Scott. Mr. President, Mr. President.
Here.
Wow, thanks.
The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Loveland please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning. Please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal, Senator Zenzinger.
I move that the Senate Journal of Wednesday, May 4th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
Senate Services.
May 5th, 2022, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 43, 234, and 237, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 172, 179, 224, and 238, correctly revised House Bills 1007, 1010, 1014, 1042, 1042, 1053, 1056, 1159, 1215, 1217, 1220, 1235, 1251, 1267, 1269, 1278, 1289, 1290, 1304, 1318, 1325, 1349, 1350, 1352, 1354, 1359, 1364, 1365, 1369, 1372, 1375, 1399, 1402, and 1408, correctly re-revised House Bills 1052, 1091, 1120, 1146, 1218, 1260, 1284, 1310, 1320, 1382, 1398, and 1403.
Committee reports.
May 4th, 2022, Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1005 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1006 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1051 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1149 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1205 be referred favorably to the Committee on Recommendations. House Bill 1259 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1380 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1355 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a quick announcement before we do get started. There was a printing and delivery error in the print shop this morning that has delayed the filing of the newest edition of the bills that we passed yesterday. Those bills have been sorted and placed on your filing cabinet for you to use. They just haven't been filed yet. They haven't been put in their appropriate folders. So just a heads up, they are on your filing cabinet. They just haven't been placed in their appropriate folders. With that, Mr. President, I do move to lay over the two bills on the special orders calendar. Those will be made part of a special orders calendar for later today.
The motion is to lay over the special order second reading of bills calendar to follow the third reading of bills final passage calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles to all of the bills in the consent calendar?
House Bill 1372, Representative Carver, Senators Gardner and Fields, concerning an exemption from air emissions limits for the use of a stationary engine to support critical infrastructure and emergencies. Senate Bill 43, Senators Cook and Gonzalez, Representative Lynch, concerning enhancing restitution services for victims and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1350, Representatives McCluskey and Rich, Senators Bridges and Lundin, concerning the creation of a grant program to meet workforce needs throughout the state. House Bill 1369, Representatives Sirota and Pelton, Senators Story and Sonnenberg, concerning support for children's mental health programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1372, Senate Bill 43, House Bill 1350, and House Bill 1369.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills in the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Lundin.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1369. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1369. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1372 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 43 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Hansen, Zenzinger, Lee, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1350 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Henriksen, Winter, Pedersen, Priola, Woodward, Rodriguez, Hansen, Janal, Pedersen, Buckner, Lee, Gonzalez, Zenzinger, Fields, with a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1369 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kolker, Rodriguez, Hansen, Janal, Zenzinger, Winter, Buckner, Lee, Gonzalez, Simpson, Jaquez Lewis, Coram, Rankin, Priola, Smallwood, Donovan, Pedersen. Please have the president. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 234?
Senate Bill 234, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives Ortiz and Snyder, concerning unemployment compensation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 234 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 234. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Woodward, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 234 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Jaquez Lewis, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Henriksen, Zenzinger, Buckner, Gonzalez, Janal, Rodriguez, Donovan, Bridges, Pedersen, Priola, Lee, Story. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 237?
Senate Bill 237, Senators Fenberg and Holbert, Representatives Kennedy and Larson, concerning measures to promote increased transparency of funds used in ballot measure campaigns and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move on third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 237. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 237. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 237 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Bridges, Winter, Donovan, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Kolker, Pedersen, Danielson, Buckner, Lee, Zenzinger, Janal, Sonnenberg, Jaquez Lewis, Woodward, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Priola, Simpson, Story. Will the clerk please read Majority Leader Moreno?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the third reading calendar until later today.
Motion is to lay over the balance of the third reading of bill's calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the remainder of the third reading of bill's calendar will be laid over until later today. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in a brief recess while special orders calendars are distributed to the members.
Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Committee reports.
May 5th, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate Bill 205 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 232 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1013 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1063 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1077 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1233 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1256 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1287 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1327 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1366 be referred to the Committee of Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1374 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1378 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1386 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1389 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1390 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1353, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1013, House Bill 1256, House Bill 1374, and House Bill 1386 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 9:46 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bills 1353, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1013, 1256, 1374, and 1386 on special orders consent at the hour of 9:46 a.m. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up House Bill 1353, Senate Bill 205, House Bills 1013, 1256, 1374, and 1386 on special orders consent at the hour of 9:46 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1353, Representatives Burnett and Baisley, Senator Bridges, concerning the coordination of state public safety communications and in connection therewith transferring the powers, duties, and functions related to such coordination from the Office of Information Technology to the Department of Public Safety. Senate Bill 205, Senators Quorum and Fenberg, Representative Valdez A, concerning the regulation of cannabis-related products that may potentially cause a person to become intoxicated when used. House Bill 1013, Representatives Pelton and Snyder, Senators Heisey and Winter, concerning the creation of a grant program to build community resilience regarding electric grid disruptions through the development of microgrids in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1256, Representatives Amabile and McCluskey, Senators Moreno and Gardner, concerning modifications to civil involuntary commitment statutes for persons with mental health disorders and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1374, Representative Michelson Janae, Senator Moreno, concerning measures to improve the educational attainment of students in out-of-home placement and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1386, Representatives Amabile and Soper, Senators Hansen and Gardner, concerning measures related to competency to proceed and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair. There has been a request to remove House Bill 1353 and Senate Bill 205 from the consent calendar. Those will be added to the special orders calendar to follow House Bill 1390. So just they'll be essentially coming up second on the calendar. Just want to make sure folks are aware. And with that, Madam Chair, I move for the passage of the remaining bills on the special orders second reading consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1013 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, House Bill 1256 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, House Bill 1374, and House Bill 1386.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on special orders consent? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of all the bills on consent. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1013 is amended. House Bill 1256 is amended. House Bill 1374, House Bill 1386 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
At the end of... Okay, placed after 1390 on. House Bill 1353, Senate Bill 205, removed from the special order second reading of bills consent calendar and placed after 1390 on the special order second reading of bills calendar for 5/5/2022.
Senator Zenzinger.
Now I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1013 is amended. House Bill 1256 is amended. House Bill 1374, 1386 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1353 and Senate Bill 205 removed from the special order second reading of bills consent calendar and placed after House Bill 1390 on the special order second reading of bills calendar for May 5th, 2022. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1390, House Bill 1353, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1326, Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1383, House Bill 1063, House Bill 1077, House Bill 1233, House Bill 1287, House Bill 1327, House Bill 1366, House Bill 1378, House Bill 1389, House Bill 1314, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1387, House Bill 1400, and House Concurrent Resolution 1003 on special orders at the hour of 9:54 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up the bills listed on the special orders second reading of bills calendar on special orders at the hour of 9:54 a.m. This does require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up the bills listed on the special order second reading of bills calendar at the hour of 9:54 a.m. Special order second reading of bills. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of second reading of bills special orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order second reading of bills, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1390?
House Bill 1390, Representatives McCluskey and McLaughlin, Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1390 along with the Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Education Committee report, Senator Zinzinger.
We made a number of adjustments, including changing some dates. We made some special considerations for homeschool coding. We also made some adjustments on the transfer, and that is all.
Motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Zinzinger.
We adopted one amendment that fixed a coding issue, and there was an increase in the appropriation, and so we covered that increase.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Education in the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is our School Finance Act. As you all know, we actually fund our schools through the School Finance Act rather than the long bill, although we did set aside the appropriation in the long bill. In this particular School Finance Act, you're going to see an increase in per pupil funding by a minimum of $252, along with the increase that we set aside in the long bill, which was $338, for a total of $544 additional dollars per student, which represents a 6% increase. And I just want to thank my co-prime sponsor for all of his hard work in helping to put forward what we believe is a very solid School Finance Act, and I ask for your aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two constitutional requirements to achieve each General Assembly, and this is one of them, funding schools in Colorado. We all know that there is nothing more important in terms of what happens today and in terms of what happens in the future than this particular effort, taking care of our children who are our future, making sure that they have the capacity to become the individuals that they can as educated. So everyone in this chamber by now knows that I could talk for another 6 hours about education, education finance, strengths, relative merits, relative demerits, but I am just grateful to stand with my co-prime sponsor here, whom I would call the lead prime sponsor on this particular bill, and acknowledge the hard work of all the many people from the Education Committee in this body, the Education Committee in the other body, and all of you, because I think we all share in this understanding that probably job one for the legislature is funding the education of our children. So with that, I will not speak more specifically because that's where we get into the 6-hour speech. Thank you very much, colleagues. I urge your yes vote.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting yes on this, and would hope everyone does, but I do have a question that I suspect the sponsors can answer. I'm wondering if we are back to funding only the students who are attending school, or if we're still funding students that we lost during the COVID, so basically we've been funding some empty seats.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, and that is a great question. The reality is the challenge, the problem with that lies in the formula through which we arrive at the dollars in this particular bill. We've been working for years to get at the formula. It is my considered perspective that we are funding through this bill, quite frankly, institutions first and students subsidiary or secondary to that. One of the problems that comes up with that is exactly what the good senator from several counties south of Colorado Springs has just called out. The reality is, over the last several years, we have spent tens of millions, no, hundreds of millions, a couple $100 million funding a formula that allows for declining balances to go to districts in which the circumstance you've just defined arises, and that is we are funding empty seats, not necessarily students. That is an ongoing discussion. That is something that is a cause most close to my heart. Personally, that's the reason I'm in this chamber, is I believe we need to change the formula to make it about students instead of about systems and institutions. And that is one of the deficiencies in the way we do this. There are tens of thousands of students who have stepped away from public education. They're seeking their education in different ways, and we do not, in my opinion, adequately support those students. They will at some point potentially return to the system, and we therefore should be assisting them with tutoring support, other supports, until they come back into the system. So that is a challenge. It isn't something that we could naturally address in this bill. This bill is about getting the money out the door to the districts and therefore on to the students, but the formula through which we do it does have challenges, and you have identified one of those challenges.
There is a member at the desk. Will the clerk please read L33?
L033.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 33.
To the amendment, Senator Zinzinger.
I was so excited at the prospect of passing the School Finance Act, I forgot that we needed to make a small adjustment with regard to College Board, which is one of the vendors that provides assessment opportunities in our state. They have transitioned to a digital platform, and we needed to make sure within our statutes that they are allowed to seek the RFP under their new platform, and so therefore that's what this amendment does.
Motion is the adoption of L33. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L33 is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rise in support of House Bill 1390. I want to say thank you to the bill sponsors and the members of the Senate Education Committee. This, with the long bill, the budget this year, between the two, represents about a 6% increase in per pupil revenue. That's great. On the long bill, we had debate over paying off the negative factor, and it really is a separate discussion. They tie together because the 178 school districts in Colorado, they are responsible for their budget because they have control of instruction in their district, and there's 178 different districts. That's local control. But I want to say thanks to the bill sponsors for supporting school finance and working together to give those districts, again, when we look at per pupil revenue between the long bill and school finance, a 6% increase in per pupil revenue. That's great. Thank you. We have had protests, we have had bills, we have had long debates here about teacher pay. And in some states, the legislature decides what teachers are paid in that state. I think I've related before meeting the then House Majority Leader from West Virginia. And I went to her and asked, does the West Virginia state legislature somehow set base teacher salary for all teachers in that state? And she said, yes, we have to. And I thought, wow, another example of how states are different. Because it's been my position, based on the state constitution, that since 1876, we're not allowed to do that. No teachers in school districts in Colorado are paid by the state of Colorado. Their paychecks have the name of their school district on it. And the people who are elected who decide what amount a teacher is paid in this state are the 5 or 7 members of their local school board. I believe the majority leader has been one of those people in his school district. But we've certainly heard from parents, we've heard from teachers, we've heard from advocates on all sides of the K through 12 spectrum that teachers should be paid more. And a 6% increase in per pupil revenue between the long bill and school finance of what we put into each of those 178 districts, which could be almost all, or it could be, a quarter to a third of their total revenue. Because that's different in each of those 178 districts in this unique state. But that point being made, I won't be here next year or in the future. But for those of you who will, I ask you, use these bill sponsors, these 2 fine senators, as an example when it comes to school finance. Support each other. Don't fight over things that we don't have control over. Don't let that interfere with the conversation, because I think that's a disservice to the teachers and the parents and the students and the school board directors who are elected to represent each of those 178 unique communities here in Colorado. I will be a proud yes vote on this bill and ask you to join me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1390. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1390 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1326?
Oh, excuse me. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1353?
House Bill 1353, Representatives Burnett and Baisley, Senator Bridges, concerning the coordination of state public safety communications and in connection therewith transferring the powers, duties, and functions related to such coordination from the Office of Information Technology to the Department of Public Safety.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1353 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to approve House Bill 1353. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205, Senators Quorum and Fenberg, Representative Valdez, concerning the regulation of cannabis-related products that may potentially cause persons to become intoxicated when used.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 205 along with the the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the BLT report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, we did a strike below. It substantially changed the bill and created a task force, kind of confirmed the rulemaking authority of CDPHE, and that was pretty much it.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the BLT report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we made a small change to the appointing process for the members of the task force, and instead of having it be the director of, I believe, MED, instead it became CDPHE in consultation with the Department of Ag.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, just an hour or so ago, the committee adopted an amendment that appropriated cash funds from the marijuana tax cash fund, I believe, to the Department of Law.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk.
Amendment L013.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L013?
Amendment L013, Senator Quorum, amend the Finance Committee report dated May 4, 2022, page 1, strike lines through 16 and substitute. Amend the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report dated May 2, 2022, page 1, strike lines 23 through 28 and substitute. A1 representative appointed by the Commissioner of Agriculture will be the following representatives who are appointed by the Executive Director. One representative of the State Licensing Authority. 2, one attorney with expertise in the reallocation of marijuana, regulation of marijuana. 3 representatives, persons licensed under this Article 10 as a medical marijuana cultivation facility,
Senator
medical marijuana.
Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L013.
To the amendment.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to elaborate a little bit on why I am running this amendment.
Please do.
Thank you. It's not often that you find yourself in a situation where your principles are conflicted. That is happening to me today. And frankly, I'm disappointed that with so many chairs empty in the room. I think this is important, but that's just my opinion. When Amendment 64 passed, the voters passed Amendment 64, legalizing the growing of medical marijuana and hemp. The following year, Senator Gail Schwartz and I ran legislation on the hemp, providing the regulatory program for Department of Ag. Very few of you in the room that were here in 2013. Very few in the room are here now. But we were adamant, Senator Schwartz and I were adamant that there would be a separation between hemp and marijuana. And we have maintained that since 2013 until now. Last year, you will probably recall that I ran an amendment because I was very concerned with Delta 8, Delta 10, and not being regulated. We passed that out of this body. It went to the Senate or the House and said, we'll fix it. Yeah, they fixed it. How they fixed it, they killed it, sent it back for this year. So this year I was very pleased to get on a bill addressing Delta 8 and Delta 10, knowing that it would be done and done properly. I don't know how to describe it any other way than what I thought should be done was hijacked by marijuana. It is a total hijacking. You will be told that there is an agreement between hemp and marijuana. That's partially true. There is an agreement with the folks at Charlotte's Web. Charlotte's Web is nearly a $100 million a year operation, and I am very proud of them. They have done remarkable things. But there are others that are in the hemp industry. The small operator, maybe at 500,000 to 10 million. They have been totally locked out. Phone calls and emails have not been returned. I can tell you there is no consensus among the hemp industry other than the giant. So this program has become a program total controlled by marijuana without any or little of no representation of the little guy. Now we're all proud in this room that we talk about, we stand up for the little people. We're behind them. You are so behind them that they can't see you. And this is absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. To take the people that in 2014, the first crop, about 250 acres, to thousands of acres. And it has been a wild ride. And I will be first to admit there are people in this industry that are on the gray line and have done wrong. When you take science and technology to create a product that can be 10% THC and sold in a convenience store, that is wrong. You're damn right it's wrong. But when you force this down the throat of the little guy that may be in their garage, they produce products that are compliant. I have no problem with compliance doing this. I want to get Delta 8 and Delta 10 off the streets. But this is the wrong vehicle that we're doing because there is no representation by the little guy. With that, I'm going to read you what L13 does. Amend the Finance Committee report dated May 4th, 2022, strike lines 1 through 16. Amend the Business and Labor Report Technology Committee dated May 2nd, page 1, strike 23 to 28, and substitute one representative from the Commissioner of Agriculture. The following representatives who are appointed by the Executive Director. One representative of the State Licensing Authority. One attorney with expertise in the regulation of marijuana, and 3 representatives of persons licensed under this Article 10 as a medical marijuana cultivation facility, medical marijuana products manufacturer, retail manufacturer, cultivation, or retail marijuana products manufacturer. C, the following representatives are appointed by the Executive Director of the Department of Public Health and Environment in consideration with the Commissioner of Agriculture. One representative from the Department of Health and Environment. One representative from active or county or district public health. One representative of hemp refiners. One representative of full spectrum industrial hemp. One representative of persons who sell hemp at retail. One representative of consumer non-organization. 2 representatives under this article, marijuana as a retail marijuana. 2 scientists, and the following representatives who are appointed by the representatives who is an attorney, expertise with regulation industrial hemp. 1 industrial. Unfortunately, I just got this amendment. And this amendment is not correct. Therefore, I wish to withdraw. I also want the General Assembly, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate to be able to make appointments. So I will ask that L13 be withdrawn and this bill move down the calendar.
There is no amendment, and so now the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 205. Minority Leader Holbert.
Senatorial 5.
We will take a Senatorial 5.
This is not the amendment I asked for.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my mental situation, I overlooked that the situation with the President and the Speaker are in the amendment. So therefore, I will I will move once again L013.
So the motion is for the adoption of Amendment L013. All those and a division has been requested. Dígame.
We're doing margaritas here? Ready margaritas? Is that appropriate? I feel like it is.
So just real quick, when they're yelling for division, you're all going out there, you're yelling division too. You're letting them know there's a
Because
division.
I will tell you, not like
Yes. All right, all right.
if all alcohol on
Yeah, yes, you are. At least twice.
margaritas specifically, not just tequila, all I'm gonna have to feel it myself. All I could have for the rest of my life is margaritas. I'd be ashamed. Yeah, I'd be sad. Like, whatever, I'll have a margarita. Thank you. Yeah, actually, really?
I don't know. Where's Brendan?
I have to choke down a Bloody Mary or do you like salty drinks? Like a dirty martini?
Yeah, that's my drink.
You two are vodka. Yes, we're gonna go.
Tito's.
That's my wife too. Are you Tito's also? Hey, you guys aren't allowed to be my wife. You put her in AA.
I don't need to be yelling division.
A division has been requested to Amendment L13 on Senate Bill 205. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is all those in favor of Amendment L13, please stand. All of those not in favor, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The amendment is lost. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my views. I greatly appreciate it. Now let me tell you the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say. There are several amendments on this bill, and it is better. But I was never involved in the conversation. I was totally locked out. I talked to this gentleman, and I appreciate that. Mark Ferrandino came and talked to me at the final hour. But I never had any involvement in an amendment, was never asked my opinion, and if that's okay with you, it will be till it happens to you. My principles will not allow me to stand and say it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay for a billion-dollar industry to put their foot on the neck of the little farmer that's just trying to raise a crop. It's not okay. With that, I will be voting no and withdrawing as a sponsor.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of
No, we do that in the Senate. We do that as the Senate.
So the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 205. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1326?
House Bill 1326, Representatives Garnett and Lynch, Senators Pedersen and Cook, concerning measures to address synthetic opiates and in connection therewith changing the criminal penalties associated with synthetic opiates, using a substance abuse assessment to direct appropriate treatment at sentencing, providing opiate antagonists in the community, providing synthetic opiate detection tests in the community, creating immunity for furnishing synthetic opiate detection tests, providing treatment for persons in the criminal justice system, developing a fentanyl prevention and education campaign, providing funding for substance abuse and harm reduction, evaluating the substance abuse and harm reduction needs across the state, requiring a post-enactment review of the implementation of this act, and making an appropriation.
Before we get started here today, I just want to remind folks to direct your comments to the chair and not to one another. And with that, Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1326 in the Judiciary and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
We brought several amendments to increase access to treatment and harm reduction strategies, and I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on any of the reports in the Judiciary Committee? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had several cleanup amendments as well as changing some of the funding line items, and I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I am proud to stand before you as a sponsor for House Bill 1326 with my co-prime here. You all have heard me come down to this well many times, as well as the House, to bring bills to address the opioid epidemic. Unfortunately, no matter looking back at all the work and the enormous bills that we've been able to push and carry through here in the legislature, Colorado is still continuing to struggle with the third wave of the opioid epidemic. As you know, the opioid epidemic began with incentives from pharmaceutical companies to create pay structures to incentivize doctors to overprescribe opioids, saying that this was not addictive, it was not dangerous, and in fact, you're going to get paid more if you actually prescribe these medications. That has devastated the United States for decades now. That began in the 80s and it continues today. The third wave was heroin, that as we brought in all of these populations that became addicted to opioids, there was a need in the United States to fill this addiction, and we had a significant increase in access to heroin. Now, unfortunately, what we've seen starting in 2014 is fentanyl is the third wave of the opioid epidemic. It began hitting our coasts. The East Coast first in 2014 is when we started to see fentanyl showing up. It has completely taken over drug supplies on the coasts of the United States as it moved its way into Colorado. This is not a Colorado problem. This is a global problem, actually. This is not just in the United States. I had the opportunity to visit Canada to learn what they were doing to address their crisis. And they warned that fentanyl eventually took over everything, all of the drug supplies, that people no longer used heroin. Why this is so dangerous is not only because of how potent it is, but people who are addicted to fentanyl have to use it every 2 to 3 hours in order to avoid going through withdrawal. That is significantly at a much higher rate than what they would have to use for heroin. Unfortunately, my story, as you all know, my mom's story goes step by step in the failed policies here in the United States, and the opioid epidemic has unfortunately hit our family every step of the way for these failed policies. And this is something that has devastated communities and families. We heard from people in the Judiciary Committee who shared their tragic stories, the loss of their loved ones. It's not just people who are addicted to heroin, who ultimately became addicted to fentanyl and are trying to avoid withdrawal and don't have access to treatment. It's also people who are going on to Snapchat and using our social media platforms, our young ones, who are finding these pills that they think are, oxycodone, Xanax, buying them online and dying from a fentanyl poisoning. And so this is having devastating impacts here in Colorado and across the nation. When we look at overdose deaths increases over the last couple of years, Colorado is 19th. Now, while fentanyl has taken over our supply chain and came into Colorado delayed from some of the other West Coast and East Coast areas, it has taken over everything in the drug supply chain. You do not see a drug on the street that does not have fentanyl in it now. So, even though we are 19th in the nation for increase in overdose deaths, and I can attribute to why we have moved off such a high overdose rate list is because of our work together to try to build capacity here in this state, we are still woefully underfunded when it comes to access. When we heard story after story from families who came to testify, there was a common theme. Not all of them went along this way, but we had a common theme, which is somebody in their loved one was struggling from a mental health issue. It was undiagnosed. They didn't have access to care. They started self-medicating. And ultimately, some of that led to being physically addicted, and some of that led to reaching out because they had anxiety and finding online, a Xanax that they wanted to relax and dying from a fentanyl poisoning. And so when I think about this crisis and what is terrifying to me and difficult is what we're going to do in the future as we continue to see an increase in these deaths because of the prevalence of fentanyl and the inevitable supply that's going to come in from the East Coast. It's called ISO. It's actually even 3 to 5 times more deadly than fentanyl. That is hitting the East Coast right now. So based on the timeline from fentanyl, we can expect in 2 years that is going to be taking over the supply chain. This is the #1 priority for the drug cartels. It is cheap, it is easy to traffic. We are seeing the ingredients sent from China to Mexico, where they're using pill presses to put together pills that are easy to push and distribute, and unfortunately are poisoning our communities. And so I want to recognize the various perspectives on this issue and thank everybody for coming to the table on a comprehensive package that addresses an additional penalty for those who are poisoning our communities. For drug dealers, it goes after drug cartels, it updates our laws to reflect the potency of fentanyl so that when the dealers are caught with 50 grams versus 112 grams today, that they will have increased penalties. It's also doing an incredibly important thing, which is the #1 priority for me. It's educating the public about the crisis, how we got here, and the dangers of having just one pill. We need to make sure that we're bringing awareness. I appreciate the coverage of the families and their loved ones and their losses, because they are out fighting for this bill and fighting to bring awareness so that other families are not going through the tragedy that they've faced. It also begins to hold social media platforms accountable for the involvement in the fentanyl and illicit drug sales. It is very scary to me when I think about my son Davis and the world that he's going to grow up in, where obviously he's only 2, but if you can so easily go onto these social media platforms and buy from strangers, not knowing what is in the pill that could ultimately lead to death. It also creates new policies for medication-assisted treatment in jails. This is a critical piece to reducing the overdose deaths. This is when people are the most vulnerable to die, is when we come in contact with them in the law. We put them in jail without access to the treatment that they need, the medical support that they need. They're released without that support, and they go back to using what they were before, and they are at a very high risk of overdosing. We have some stats that suggest 900% more likely to die from an overdose because they came in contact with law enforcement, because they went to jail and we didn't get them the help that they need. So that is one of the most important things that we're doing. We also are bringing the fentanyl, the harm reduction support. So the naloxone bulk purchasing fund with $20 million for our life-saving drug that reverses overdose deaths for all of our first responders who are on the front lines, the people who work for our harm reduction organizations who are working with communities who are struggling with addiction to make sure that those who are at risk have access to this life-saving drug, and this will save lives. It also provides additional funding for the Office of Behavioral Health for various community-based harm reduction and addiction treatment programs. It's not surprising that it's not felony charges that actually dictate where people are on increases in overdose rates. It's lack of access to treatment and mental health services. You can go state by state and you can look at where Colorado is, and actually we're doing better than we should be. We're #2 in the nation for the least access for adults for substance use disorder care. So that is a critical piece. We also have an OD map so that we can actually track in real time where some of the fentanyl deaths are occurring, so we can alert communities as well as students. So we heard from in higher education institutions on when you see one death, that you can alert those communities so that students know that there are risks and we're avoiding increased deaths. So that's a quick overview. I look forward to the discussion, but we have a lot to be proud of in this bill. I want to thank everybody for coming to the table on it and ask for your support.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, and I'd like to thank my co-prime on this bill. There's been a lot of time and effort. It's been gone through a lot of stakeholding process, and it is very comprehensive, like she said, and that's why amendments are still being ran, because it is so comprehensive. It's a complicated bill, and there's a little bit in here for some people and a little bit for others, and some say it goes too far, others say it doesn't go far enough. But if you look at the bill, I bet you 85% of it is harm reduction. Very little of it is actually on the enforcement side. The last count, I think it was, my last count anyway, was $33 million for treatment, for getting addicts help. $33 million, that's quite a bit of money compared to what we're spending now. You know, today I think marks a turning point in this state with this bill. You know, we often debate the proper role of government, how much or how little government should be involved in certain aspects of life. But we all know that its first role is to protect the health and safety of its citizens. We haven't done that yet. We can do that with this bill, and hopefully with some amendments. We can address this fentanyl problem. It is so dangerous. We heard in testimony from families that said half a pill, literally a half a pill, killed their child within minutes. And I have an article here that talks about fentanyl kills so fast that aid groups are rethinking how to fight overdoses because it kills within minutes. A half a pill, think about that. The size, not even the size of your pinky fingernail, can kill somebody. In 2019, the General Assembly passed 1963, which lowered almost every drug down to misdemeanors. Cocaine, meth, heroin, whatever. And it lowered it down to misdemeanors. And in that was fentanyl. I said that was a bad bill back then, and I say it's still a bad bill. But we got to get this right. We have to get this bill right so we can stop future fentanyl deaths. And so we're not back here in another year or two doing this exact same thing. We need to get it right so we can stop the deaths from keep occurring or slow them down. Because of that bill from 2019 to 2021 alone showed a 382% increase in fentanyl deaths, with 147 deaths recorded in 2019 and 709 deaths recorded in 2021. And that's why I was a no back then, and I was in committee and on the floor. We know we can't change the past, but we can work towards the future. Like I said, I believe about 80% of this bill or more is on the harm reduction side. And my co-prime did a great job on talking about some of what the bill does. But if you look at, there's 42 sections, and I'd like to kind of just cover them real quickly. There's the legislative declaration, classifies possession. Section 3, classifies different level of drug felonies, criminalizes possession of fentanyl paraphernalia, pill presses. This bill contains pill presses. So if you're making drugs, fentanyl, in a pill press, that's a felony, as it should be. It provides immunity for those that stay on an overdose and calls 911, cooperates with law enforcement, and works with law enforcement. So it provides immunity, the Good Sam rule. Behavioral Health Administration requires substance abuse assessments and, if necessary, treatment for anyone charged with possession of felonies. Again, a harm reduction. So we're working law enforcement with treatment. Requires substance abuse assessment and, if necessary, treatment for anyone who's charged with misdemeanors. Allows prescription of opioid antagonists to certain agencies like libraries and higher educations and giving them immunity. Provides medication and education. There's a part in here about education to the public about fentanyl. Because I bet you, before we started debate on this, 90% of the people in this chamber and across the hall probably didn't understand what fentanyl is, what it does. and how it operates. So if we don't understand, and it took law enforcement a while to understand, how is the general public going to know about the dangers of fentanyl? So it provides education to the public. Requires community corrections to develop detox protocols. Immunity for entities mentioned above who administer faulty or defective antagonists. The correctional treatment cash fund may be used for drug overdose prevention. School districts may adopt policies to maintain a supply of non-laboratory synthetic opioid test detection kits. It appropriates $20 million to opioid antagonist bulk purchase, $300,000 to CDPHE for purchasing non-laboratory synthetic opiate tests, $6 million to harm reduction grant programs, appropriates $3 million to BHA for county jails, to assist county jails. It has a continuity of care. That's what we call it in law enforcement in the jails, continuity of care. Our policy at Weld County was to return the person back to the community from jail no worse than when they came in, and even better, hopefully. So we started one of the first in the state of continuity of care working with the North Range Behavioral Health. So when somebody leaves the jail, we worked with North Range to get them back on the road so they can have the continuity of care that they had in the jail, and then when they get out into the public, so that they don't die of an overdose 2 weeks later, hopefully. Requires BHA to develop fentanyl education programs, like I mentioned. It appropriates $10 million to BHA to give to managed service organizations to provide short-term residential care, create synthetic opioid poisoning investigation and distribution for law enforcement. There's going to be some money in there for law enforcement to start looking into investigating fentanyl deaths, because before it was always like, okay, this is somebody that used some drugs and they overdose and case closed. Well, now we know that's not the case. So it provides money for law enforcement to not only investigate these deaths, but also to look at networks. And I'm going to mention this in just a little bit, but there's a network of fentanyl distribution coming in from China and Mexico. And it allows coordinated efforts for law enforcement to apply for grants to break up these networks. Creates a synthetic opioid poisoning investigation. Like I mentioned, legislative services shall review and implement the act, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very comprehensive bill. And again, most of it is on harm reduction. Now, like I said, most people don't know about fentanyl, where it comes from, what it does, or why it's so toxic. But Mexico and China are the primary sources for fentanyl coming into this country. And India is emerging as one of the main leaders as well. But China still remains the primary source. Mexican transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, are producing increased quantities of fentanyl and illicit fentanyl containing tablets, with some TCOs using increasingly sophisticated clandestine laboratories and producing methods. And that's why that fund for law enforcement is so critical, so that we can start investigating these TCOs to have the resources to break up these networks. According to the Drug Enforcement Administration, fentanyl is being mixed with other illicit drugs to increase the potency of the drug, sold as powders and nasal sprays, and increasingly pressed into pills made to look like legitimate prescription pills. We heard from the families, and as a co-prime said, the people thought they were buying Xanax. And the person that gave it to them didn't mention anything about the fentanyl, and they used half a pill and died from a half a pill. There is significant risk that illegal drugs have been intentionally contaminated with fentanyl because of its potency and low costs. Drug dealers have been mixing fentanyl with other drugs, including heroin, meth, and et cetera. And according to the CDC, synthetic opioids like fentanyl are the primary driver of overdose deaths in the United States. You know, we heard from the families, many families, and there was a consistent theme in most of them. Again, it was like my son or daughter took a pill and they died. And most of the family said, you know, I'd rather have my son or daughter charged with a felony than have them dead. We heard from the division chief in Commerce City, the deputy chief, I'm sorry, from Commerce City, who had a family. 5 people, I believe, died. One family. And at the crime scene, they're not able to say much because it's still under investigation. But at the crime scene, they only found 1.8 grams of drugs with a quarter gram left over. So they figure 1.8 grams killed 5 people. Think about that, 1.8 grams, 5 people dead. And they still had a quarter of a gram left over that they found. You know, back in 19, when we passed that other bill, we left some drugs off as misdemeanors, like date rape, because there was secondary victimization. Well, I submit to you that fentanyl is the same. There's secondary victimization. Davidson family lost 20-year-old son and 21-year-old girlfriend. Other families lost young children. This drug is dangerous, it's poisonous, and we need to do everything we can to stop it. And that includes the harm reduction, but it also includes increasing penalties. So we're going to have a lot of debate on that, and I look forward to the debate, and in the end, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Should we go to the amendments?
Oh, do we want to do that?
Yeah.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have some amendments that we would like to go through before we have some cleanup amendments that we were unable to run in appropriations that we would like to get through. So
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L242?
Amendment L242.
Senator Pedersen.
thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 242.
To the amendment.
This strikes pharmacies for the qualifying entities for the naloxone bulk purchasing fund. This was a recommendation just because the need is so great for the organizations that are already, that desperately need naloxone. So we would have to actually increase the funding if we wanted to open it up to pharmacies as well. I hope we can do that in the future, but with the limited funds that we have, I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the adoption of Amendment 242. All those in favor say aye.
Should be. I handed them all this.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 253?
Amendment 253.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 253.
To the amendment.
This is an amendment that was very important to my colleague and friend from Aurora to make sure that we are not just investing in the naloxone, that is the life-saving drug when people are overdosing, but that we're also increasing access to the fentanyl testing strips to prevent it in the first place. This would take $300,000 from that fund. It is not an additional appropriation, and I ask for your support.
Is there any discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair and bill sponsors. I consider this a favorable, friendly amendment because basically what it does, it works upstream. As you know, an antagonist is designed to prevent overdose, and this is after someone has already OD'd. And what we need to be mindful of when we talk about harm prevention is this testing strip for fentanyl allows you to test the substance that you're using before you consume it. Because fentanyl is a type of drug that you can't smell the contents, you don't know what's in it, but if you're gonna be a drug user, and we know that people are using drugs, why not give them the access to test the contents of what they're consuming? And when they find out that fentanyl is in there, it will maybe change your purchasing habits. If you know someone's giving you a drug that you have no idea that fentanyl is in there, this will allow you to test that product. I think it's the right thing to do at a reasonable expense. We're spending a lot on prevention and harm reduction, and this is just one way that the actual user can take a little bit control over the substance that they are consuming. So I urge an aye vote on that amendment. Thank you. Oh, that's just...
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment 253. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 254?
Amendment L254, Senator Pedersen, amend the Judiciary Report dated April 28, 2020.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 254.
To the amendment.
This is at the request of CDPHE on updating our review committee. I want to make sure that we have a process in place, that we're actually getting the data that we need on the overdose deaths here in Colorado, actually updating the legislature on what trends we're seeing so that we are constantly updating our laws and responding, and that we can take this out of being politicized, and that we're really listening to the experts from not just folks who are providers and experts on addiction, also on the law enforcement side, so that we can look into these deaths over time and make sure that the legislature is updating the laws accordingly. This is a really important piece of the bill for me, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had a lot of discussion around this bill, and we will have a lot of debate here on the floor today. The first question that I have in regards to 254 is whether this Overdose Trends Review Committee will track deaths other than fentanyl, or whether it is exclusively tracking deaths that are due to fentanyl, and how that's the first question. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would track overdose deaths. It would be subsets, so you're trying to look at, it's too costly, unfortunately, to do every overdose death, so you're looking at subsets throughout Colorado, and this is trying to, I guess this is trying to be in alignment with the some of the other mortality review boards that have existed in Colorado that have brought to light some of the systemic issues that we face in Colorado, that by reviewing the deaths, by having the experts dive into what happened with that individual, you were able to come up with policy recommendations. So, but this would be overdose deaths in general.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the intent behind this amendment. I also want to better understand how CDPHE would gather the data to track such deaths. Is this from pulling information from the coroners? Help me better understand this. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're asking them to figure out what that process would look like, and working with local regions and the coroners to figure out what the scope should be to actually address this issue, to come back with recommendations so that it is inclusive of those community experts. And I want to point out, while we're on this subject, that something that we should all be aware of is, in Colorado, our local municipalities, our coroner's offices are so underfunded that unfortunately, we haven't been getting real data on some of the overdose deaths until the last few years, because of a federal grant that actually funded and backfilled our coroner's offices so that they could do the toxicology reports. Right now, that grant is coming to an end. That's also why you're seeing more specifics in terms of overdose deaths, because we were funding those toxicology reports. You're going to hear from family members who have been waiting months in order to get a toxicology report back, and if you're unable to, a lot of these coroner's offices are not able to fund it, and families are having to pay $5,000 just to get that test. And so I wanted to address that, but I know we are limited on funding, but this is an ongoing issue, and also only the last few years were we actually being able to test that. Most people say that after you're 6 months into the fiscal year, if you have a loved one that dies after that 6 months, you're not going to get the accurate information. So we were actually finally testing this to give us the information that we needed here in Colorado, and that is something that we need to address in the long term.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Lakewood. We've heard legislation in other, we have considered other policies that seek to update similar review boards. Concurrent, for example, the maternal mortality, right? There was a prior iteration of this amendment that actually so clearly mirrored this amendment that we actually had to redraft it. There was certainly domestic violence fatality review boards. I understand the intent behind this amendment. What I'm asking is clarification onto how CDPHE actually goes about obtaining the data, because this amendment, as you look to subsection E, lines 29 through 32 of this amendment, establishing a process for data sharing between state departments, counties, and other relevant entities in order to access necessary data concerning non-fatal and fatal drug-related overdoses in Colorado. Is that police departments? Is that hospitals? Is that coroners? Help me better understand how the information is going to be gathered to then capture what is being utilized and then reported to us from CDPHE.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. This is, so the reason why we had to direct them to come up with this process is because those groups were researching and diving into each one of those deaths, which were very expensive and time-consuming to evaluate. We aren't going to be able to do that for the 17,000 people who are overdosing in Colorado, for example. So it is just to come up with a process of how they can create meaningful data that's going to update our state on systemic failures, and also sounding the alarm as we start to see additional synthetic opioids like ISO come into Colorado, so that we are looking at subsets and figuring out what that process looks like, and ensuring that we have the stakeholders locally that are going to come to the table to help us, because this is a volunteer effort. All of those other ones, those were volunteers doing this work, but it is time intensive for the department to oversee and implement. So we want to make sure that the process is inclusive. They could have just, come up with recommendations next year. I, as you know, will not be here. This is a really important piece for me to make sure that we're actually getting this in place so that by 2024, we are going to have policy recommendations with a committee that's looking at this over the year.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this amendment is incredibly important. I've spent a lot of time working with the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board and making sure that they were getting the right information that they had, including non-fatal incidents of domestic violence and causes, also geographic distribution, and how we better support survivors. And so on something as important as this issue, making sure that we have everyone at the table and have an inclusive process that I think this amendment reflects is important. And from the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board, we've taken that information to create new policies and help reduce the amount of domestic violence in the state. And I have faith and confidence that this process will help with the fentanyl issue, and I encourage yes vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question for the bill sponsors are the cost. What's the cost for doing this work as it relates to a committee that's responsible for developing recommendations for the establishment of overdose trends? and it goes on in reference to mapping and other kinds of things. I just want to know the cost for that, because I believe when I work with my police department, they know where the overdoses are taking place. They know where the drug activity is taking place. They can show you a map that has these hot points on it in reference to where they should do their, whatever they do, investigate. They know where crime is happening, and they know where the overdose are. What I like about this amendment, though, is that it does talk about sharing information from county to city, those kinds of things. I think that's helpful because I know what's going on in the area that I represent, but I just wish that we didn't have to focus on overdose. That's almost too late. And so I know there's probably other amendments that is going to be offered, but my whole thing is that we're waiting after someone has died to identify a trend, and we're taking 2 years to do that. When we know now, we know right now. And so I would just compel all of the law enforcement people that are out there that's listening, if you have the data now, don't wait for 2 years, but if you have the data now, where the overdose trends are taking, do something about it. And don't wait for this commission to come up to tell you where the activity is when you and law enforcement already knows it. So don't wait till people die to review recommendations.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I completely agree. We have an additional study in this bill to evaluate this. We also have ongoing task forces that are looking at this, working with the AG's office. This is really trying to dive in with the experts to identify the gaps in our system to better understand why people are dying, or those who have overdosed and were able to be saved, also what that process looked like, that we can make sure that we're implementing to save lives. And so the costs, to your question, are not going to be known until they come back with recommendations. So that's making sure they're going to come with recommendations. You all are going to decide whether or not you believe it's important to implement it.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on L254. You know, data collection is extremely important to identify the gaps, as my co-prime said. And I have an amendment coming up a little bit later that talks about OD mapping, so it's real-time mapping. So what's critical is that we get that information right away. And I'm going to talk a little bit more when I run the amendment on OD mapping, but what this does, it allows state and has state and local, county, municipal talking together, because what happens in Weld County, people down here in Denver don't know. What happens in Denver, people in Pueblo don't know. And so what this does is collects all the data so that we can better understand where the hot spots are, where it's occurring. And if we can find out where that's happening, maybe we can find where the dealers are, where the people that are dealing these drugs. You know, it establishes a process for data sharing between the state, departments, counties, and other relevant entities. And we can't wait for 2 more years, and that's why this bill is so critical. And so I would ask for an aye vote on this task force so that we can better understand how the drugs are getting here, where the overdoses are, and how best to stop it.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Cook, I'm not disagreeing. I think it's important for us to understand completely what is happening and how we as a legislature and how we as a state respond in order to save people's lives. My questions are not... My questions are trying to better understand to ensure that CDPHE is able to capture all of the information necessary in order for us to all have an accurate picture when it comes to being able to make policy recommendations. As I understand it, there are 3 different studies that would, if this amendment were to be adopted, that would live within House Bill 1326. And so I just want to make sure, and it's why I'm asking these questions, how and when and who will be involved in this data sharing process. Part of my question in regards to specifically L254, lines 29 through 32, this establishes the process for data sharing between the state departments, the counties, and other relevant entities. I want to understand more closely, are the other relevant entities folks like coroners, folks like hospitals, because not everyone who experiences an overdose is going to have contact with for instance, the justice system. It's why I'm trying to better understand who is involved in this process. Thank you very much for helping me better understand this aspect.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment 254. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 256?
Amendment L256, Senator Pedersen, amend re-engross bill, page 55, line 27. After services, insert the managed service organization is encouraged to contact with crisis service providers that have existing contracts with administrative services or
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 256.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a request from OBH around changes in the language for crisis stabilization. Because the BHA is going through and we're referring to different entities, so the MSOs are going to be becoming the ASOs, making sure that we're updating our statute to reflect that. It's just a technical fix, and I ask for your support.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment 256. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 247?
Amendment L247,
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L247.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This comes at the request of the sheriffs, and basically it amends the judiciary report. When it was introduced that night in Judiciary, there were a couple of problems, and one, I draw your attention to page 14, line 10, where it says the facility shall make available daily qualified medication administrative personnel. Well, that would be great in counties like Weld or Denver or Douglas or some of the really large ones. But when you go out to rural Colorado, they don't have medical personnel on staff. And I talked to one sheriff who said they only have medical personnel come in 2 days a week. So we were setting them up to failure. They couldn't follow that. So the amendment takes that out. It removes those two lines. The other one, on page 14 and line 20, it talks about the facility may contract with community-based health providers, local providers, or mobile unit providers. Well, back when we were doing 72-hour hold and treats back several years ago, the state put out, they have mobile units now, mobile mental health units for rural Colorado. And so this adds a state mobile health unit for that. The other change is that there's $3 million for the state to give to technical assistance to the jails. Well, the way it read was it was just technical assistance. And again, these rural counties can't really afford a lot of this treatment or medication. So what the amendment does, it says that they can use some of that money for services provided. So I would ask for an aye vote on 247.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This language was negotiated with to address concerns that we were hearing from jails and the sheriffs, and also making sure that we are going to be creating a pathway for everybody. If you're entering in jail with a substance use disorder, that you're getting the absolute critical medical care that you need. And I ask for your support.
Is there any other discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you. I appreciate that this amendment is going to provide appropriate funding for jails as they deal with this matter. But I'm wondering, Are we expecting more incarcerations due to the passing of this bill, and we're trying to get jails prepared to handle the potential increase of incarceration because of this issue that we're trying to solve?
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Specifically to this amendment, it gives county jails more of the resources they need for the people that are already there, and I imagine there could be additional people in jail. I can't predict, but if there are, this will give them the resources to help treat them while they are in jail.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 247. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 248?
Amendment L248, Senator Pedersen, amend the Judiciary Committee report dated April 28, 2022, page 15, strike lines 26 through 35, and substitute program honor before January 1st, 2023, emergency medical service providers, emergency
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L248 and ask for an aye vote.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what we did is we struck on page 15, lines 24 through 35, and this is the OD map that I talked about earlier. And what we did is we removed emergency personnel, like EMS people, because their job isn't to determine whether this is an overdose or not. Their job is to stabilize the person and get them to the hospital. And so we removed them, but basically what it does is law enforcement will enter 4 quick questions into a free app. And let me just describe it to you. OD Map is free. It's a mobile device. It's available in all 50 states and allows law enforcement and emergency responders or personnel to enter overdose data in less than a minute and gives health professionals better data to deploy harm reduction strategies. The near real-time data allows EMS, but we're taking them out, but it allows emergency, like hospitals and the department, to know when there are spike alerts and where they're happening. It allows public notifications and deployment of harm reduction strategies in certain areas, and the data can be used to target public education announcements as well. And this goes back to the data sharing. So we have this information, goes to CDPHE, and they now have this data to see where it's spiking. The thing is, it does not allow law enforcement to do certain things. And I need the cheat sheet on that. Do you have that?
I can just...
Yes.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was negotiated just to make sure that this wasn't going to be used to target communities for those who are struggling with addiction, and that it's going to be used to address our public health concerns. And so really appreciate everyone coming together to work on this this piece of the bill and this amendment, and I ask for your support.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I want to commend the sponsors, and I rise in support of Amendment L248. I'm sure that the mapping is needed and it will provide a lot of good work, and also it will be great relief to our good EMS people that their job is to provide the transportation. They're not there to do the detailed analysis. So I rise in support and thank the sponsors for bringing L248. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 248. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your attention, members, as we worked through some of the necessary changes. This bill has gone through a long process with lots of additions. I think we're on amendment, 240 or 250 something. So really appreciate you all bearing with us through this process. Just want to read a letter that we received from one of the families about this bill and the importance. We are forever in your debt for your leadership and compassion in sponsoring House Bill 1326. Please accept the following statement regarding this historic bill from the Blue Rising statewide coalition of parents who have tragically suffered the death of a child or a loved one from fentanyl poisoning. There is no higher priority for us than passing House Bill 1326. The bill will make a true difference for families across our state. It will help get drug dealers off our streets and give harsh penalties for those dealers who distribute fentanyl that results in death, something that Colorado desperately needs. The bill will educate the public on the dangers and deadly consequences of fentanyl. It will start the process of holding social media companies like Snapchat accountable for their role in distributing illegal and counterfeit drugs, and it will give the state better data on fentanyl overdose and poisoning deaths, and it will provide important harm reduction services and funding for jails and impacted communities. All of these things will save lives. Another critical aspect of this bill that we have fought for is the creation and meaningful funding for the Fentanyl Poisoning Investigation and Supply Disruption Fund. This fund will give local law enforcement and district attorneys the tools and resources they badly need to investigate fentanyl poisoning cases that continue to devastate families like ours, and it will help target and prosecute drug dealers and their networks. During testimony on this bill, many of us talked about the problems and shortfalls of law enforcement surrounding our investigations and the need for comprehensive change. By speaking up, we have already witnessed a desire from law enforcement to understand our issues and work with us on establishing new best practices to ensure our loved ones get the justice they deserve. We believe that the investigation fund will be a vital aspect of the effort, and we respectfully ask the Senate to support this fund and pass this historic bill. This has many life-saving pieces here in this bill, as well as the rest of the bills that are going through the process this year to address the huge deficits that we continue to have with our behavioral health system, and I ask for your support.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. People are dying in this state from fentanyl. And I understand how in the aftermath of tragedy, you look for answers, you look for accountability. In the Senate Judiciary Committee, we heard from all sorts of stakeholders who have been impacted by the crisis of fentanyl in our communities and our state. And we come from wildly different perspectives. Law enforcement, prosecutors, doctors, substance abuse counselors, families. As we move through this debate here as a body, I hope you all listen closely. Because in the Senate Judiciary Committee, you had bipartisan yes votes, you had bipartisan no votes. But I hope that as we begin this debate, that we all understand that every single one of us in this chamber, is trying to save more lives. And how we go about doing that is going to be of critical importance to the health and safety and well-being of too many Coloradans across this state who are at risk of death due to this drug in our community. And so, for me, listening to grieving parents, grieving family members who are begging for answers and accountability, something that really stuck out for me was the fact that some family members testified to the fact that they literally had video evidence that they wanted to turn over to law enforcement, and they couldn't get a call back. I'm sure that we will have a lot of debate and testimony on second reading about that issue. We've heard loud and clear from doctors in both the House committee and here in the Senate committee that criminalizing the substance use disorder that too many Coloradans are struggling with will lead to more people dying. We heard from a doctor who pleaded with us that the oath that she took as a doctor was to first do no harm. She asked us to do the same. We have generations of data to affirm that the war on drugs has failed. So let's treat this crisis like the public health crisis that it is. We're going to get into a debate here on the floor around how best we work to try to save lives. So let's keep that as our North Star. Thank you.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure we'll talk more about what we heard in Judiciary Committee regarding law enforcement, which is fine. I welcome that debate. But I just want to say this is not a war on drugs. It's not a war on the people that are using them that it's trying to be portrayed as, Madam Chair. This is a war on a killer. Half a pill will kill somebody. It's a war on one particular drug that is a scourge on our country. So don't follow that rhetoric that this is a war on drugs or it's the new war on drugs, because it's not. I'll say again, 80-85% of this bill is about harm reduction. That's hardly a war on drugs. Folks, don't buy into the rhetoric that you're hearing from the outside. Again, this is not a war on the people that are using it. This is a bill to help them get off of it and hopefully save their lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just want to add a few comments as well before we get into talking about amendments. And first I want to say I sat in on the committee, Judiciary Committee, for this bill, and the good senator from Denver made this comment about our goal. Our goal, and I think we can all agree, is saving lives. That's the goal. And I thought that was excellent. I agreed 100%. That is what our goal needs to be, is saving lives. So I just want to go back a little bit, and it's comparable to what the senator from Greeley stated about where the discussion really needs to go. I want to kind of reframe the discussion for the remainder of this. I want to go back to where I began 10 weeks ago, when I got up to the microphone and came to the well and spoke about the comments from the Denver police chief, where he called us out. He said that legislators bear responsibility and that we are complicit in the process, and we made it difficult to hold killers responsible. The discussion was not about, did not start about, the portion about a war on drugs, about putting drug users in jail. That was not the discussion. It was about how do we give law enforcement the tools they need to hold killers responsible and get drug dealers off the streets. That's what his comments were about. In fact, the sheriffs, other police chiefs, the district attorneys were asking then, and are still asking, for increase and harsher criminal penalties and to stop giving a free pass to drug dealers. The Attorney General, the governor, in a State of the State address, called on lawmakers to take immediate action to tackle the fentanyl issue as overdose deaths continue to soar. What happened in 2019 with the passage of 1263, it changed it for enforcement. It changed enforcement from drug felonies to misdemeanors, and it impacted law enforcement's ability to put drug dealers in jail. This bill in its current form, as already spoken about, 80 to 85% of the bill deals with harm reduction. $33 million for treatment. I've not heard anyone say that they're opposed to that. It's $33 million that we didn't have 10 weeks ago to deal with treatment, to deal with reduction, harm reduction, to help break up the networks, to give law enforcement some funds to help them break up the networks. Law enforcement, when they were testifying, said time and time again, enforcement and treatment are complementary. The district attorneys, when they all spoke, they talked about how they're not putting people in jail. They're not putting the drug users in jail. In fact, they wanted to say 95 to 99% of the time, but they weren't exactly sure. But they said at least 1 out of every 10, so 9 out of 10, when they get a drug user, they're not sending them to jail. That is not the purpose. That's not where we're trying to get to. That's not what we need to clean up and fix. They're not trying to send people to jail. And I can tell you, in the counties, there are several committees and groups that come together between the judges, the district attorneys, the sheriffs, other law enforcement members, behavioral health providers, and even, yes, the Board of County Commissioners would have members on these committees so that we could talk about diversion and how we were going to pay for it. So we could talk about, the district attorney talked about deferred sentencing and how to make sure that worked with what the judge was thinking needed to be taken in place. And treatment. We had everybody at the table. So the goal has never been, let's put drug users in jail. That's not the goal. When I came to the microphone 10 weeks ago, it was about how do we change this to give the tools that's necessary for our law enforcement folks to get the low-level, the medium-level drug dealers off the streets. That's how we're going to save lives. And the way the law is presented right now, and even still in this current legislation, we are not, law enforcement officials are telling us, they are not able to get the drug dealers off the streets. That's the goal. That's how we save lives. We had Sheriff Brown from Arapahoe County who spoke in committee, saying that any possession needs to be a felony so that they can, one, leverage people to get help, the drug users, but then also get the information they need to go after the drug dealers. The deputy chief from Commerce City speaking on behalf of police chiefs. The deputy chief from Westminster speaking on behalf of police chiefs. Both basically said, no safe amount. There is no safe amount to possess. And if we leave this bill as is, it'll be impossible for officers to enforce. And that they came to the committee and they have said time and time again and pleaded with us, they need help to keep communities safe. This bill is just working around the edges. It's not addressing the problem that law enforcement brought to us, that Denver police chief said to us, we're complicit in keeping killers on the street. We're responsible too. You know, this morning we had an article put on our desks out of the Denver Post about doctors know harsher criminal penalties won't decrease drug abuse. That's the headline. And as you read through this article, it talks about politicians, law enforcement, and the media alike have done their part to emphasize all the ways that fentanyl is uniquely dangerous, often implying that it must be responded to with draconian measures. No, that's not what everyone's been asking for. That is not what law enforcement, that is not what the district attorneys asked for. They're not asking for draconian measures. They're asking for help. They're asking us to get to a point where they can get to the drug dealers. This doctor goes on to comment that we can't tackle the decades-long opioid crisis and this latest iteration, the fentanyl crisis, without prioritizing funding for evidence-based practices such as harm reduction and treatment. And if we aim to elevate a public health crisis, we must always start and end with public health solutions backed by scientific research. We agree. We're not disagreeing with this doctor. That's why 80 to 85% is about harm reduction, and it's about treatment, and it's about $33 million. Nobody's disagreeing with that. But we know from our law enforcement officials, and from the district attorney, and from the attorney general, they don't have the tools they need in this bill to get the drug dealers off the street. We have got to be able to allow them, give them the tools they need to get drug dealers off the street. There's comments, and it's kind of been alluded to this morning, that, you know, incarceration and felonizing people who use drugs is not the answer. That apparently we're sending everyone to jail. No, we're not. That's not happening. That's not true. That's not accurate. That's not happening. That's not what law enforcement officials are saying. That is not what the district attorneys are saying. They will tell you. And they said it time and time again. We are not putting drug users in jail. It's not our goal. The goal is to get to the drug dealers. That's where we still need help. The district attorney from El Paso County, his comments were in committee were that fentanyl is too deadly to classify any other way than any possession should be a felony. He talked about what they do in El Paso County, what he does as a district attorney in that judicial district. The standard offer is really to get them to a deferred sentence or diversion. It's to get them to complete treatment. That's how they work with drug users. The district attorney from the Arapahoe Judicial District, I don't know what number that is. 18th. Thank you. 18th. Thank you. Basically made the comment that we simply cannot go on treating fentanyl, this deadly poison, the same as, frankly, a shoplifting ticket. District attorney from the 17th. Because the drug is so lethal, we must use every tool at our disposal to get it off the streets. That's what they're asking from us. That's what these next amendments that are coming forward, that's the discussion we need to be having, is how do we work to get the drug dealers off the street? We have addressed the first issue, harm reduction and treatment. We've addressed that. Haven't heard anyone disagree with it. Now let's take care of the other 15 to 20% of this bill, and let's get law enforcement the tools that they need to get to the drug dealers, to get to our goal of saving lives. Thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, people of Colorado, I address the people of Colorado because they can watch and because there may be more of them listening than there are on the floor this morning. I know we have a great deal to do in the final days of our session, and yet this is among the most critical. Let me recap how critical our elected officials think it is. Back in, I want to say September, I was told when making the inquiry of law enforcement and others, what else might I do, Carrie? What do we need to be done? The top of the list is we have got to deal with fentanyl. And so I started to work on that. And then, out of the blue, sort of for me, the Attorney General had a press conference, I think in early December. I won't swear to the date. I just pick up the Denver Post like all of you. Pick it up on my tablet. I don't get the print. And I saw that there was a press conference. And the Attorney General and some colleagues were there and said, we must deal with fentanyl because of this bill that some members of this chamber and the other chamber that are still here voted on, House Bill 1263. Now, let me be clear. This bill is not a repeal in any shape, form, or fashion to 1263. It's a very thoughtful approach to deal with the problems that 1263 exacerbated. Look it up. Exacerbated. The timing of that bill could not have been worse. And so I arrived here on January 10th, I believe it was. Well, I actually arrived a few days before, but we opened our session, and a day or so after, we went over to hear the State of the State speech. And the governor said, we have to do something about fentanyl. It is an epidemic. Well, I'm just a backbench minority senator from outside the metro Denver area. I'm kind of a rube here in this place. And so I kind of naively thought that since all those people said it was so important, we'd probably be doing something within the first 2-3 weeks or month of the session. And time passed. Time passed. And it passed. Turns out that doing something about fentanyl is a more difficult thing than, in my view, it ought be. So here we are on the last Thursday of the session in the Senate on not third, but second reading to deal with fentanyl. And in so many ways, this is not one bill but two. It all fits under the title. That's not my point. My point is that there are two distinct pieces of this bill. On the other hand, I guess I would say those two pieces critically interlock and are important. And there are two distinct ways to deal with this problem. I don't want to say that there are two distinct schools of thought about what to do about the problem, because I do not think that to be the case. At least it is not the case for the minority backbench senator from Colorado Springs, because I think both pieces of this bill are important. There is a harm reduction piece of the bill and a prevention and rehabilitation and, again, saving lives portion of this bill. And there is a criminal justice portion of this bill to get these drugs off the street. And I want you to know, members, as to the first of those, the harm reduction piece, this senator has been totally supportive. We are spending millions and millions. So much money, in fact, that it makes me wince a bit that we do and we must, not in opposition, but just at the magnitude of the social problem with which we're dealing. And it is not just in Colorado, it is nationwide. That's why I say that House Bill 1263 didn't create the problem, it exacerbated the problem. It took the tools away from law enforcement to deal with the problem at exactly the time that the problem was growing. Now, it has been a frustration to me, though, that for those of us who oppose 1263 and believe that we were taking vital tools from law enforcement to get drugs off the street, to ensure dealers are punished, to ensure that even those who possess large quantities and use as well would be deterred, called to account, and be put in a position of they either get into rehab or they go to jail. And people say, well, you can't get people to be rehabilitated that don't want to be rehabilitated. Well, in my observation in many years is that for the most part, people don't get into rehabilitation to change their lives until they hit the bottom. The bottom's different things for different people, but it's the bottom. And staring time in the county jail followed by a stint in the Department of Corrections it's pretty much the bottom. And the judges I know, the prosecutors I know, in fact, some defense attorneys I know acknowledge that the existence of stiff criminal penalties, even for so-called simple possession, if simple possession is even the right term, it seems an oxymoron, that those penalties, coupled with an opportunity for rehabilitation and to turn things around, is an important tool for them. I sometimes shake my head and think it's grossly unfair when my friends in law enforcement and the prosecutor community are characterized as people who just want to throw them in jail and lock them up and throw away the key. I know that that's not the case for the former sheriff of Weld County and never was. Nor for his colleagues who are people of compassion, people who want desperately to see those who are racked by drug abuse to have an opportunity to turn their lives around. Let's be practical. If you're a sheriff, you don't need a full jail. You'd like fewer people there. It's not a business where more customers is regarded as a good thing. So for those who say, well, it's just the prosecutors and the law enforcement, they just want to do this and they just want a felony for low-level possession. And for those, and I respect those in the business of rehabilitation. I've received a lot of emails from physicians who say, criminalization is not the answer. Well, true, but I come back to the fact that they themselves say you can't rehabilitate someone who won't be rehabilitated. And I think most of them would say, it's been my experience, and again, I have spoken to many of the people in mental health, social services, and law enforcement. I have had, even as a simple country lawyer, I have had these people as clients. I've had their families as clients. And the reality is, unless they become convinced because they hit the bottom, again, whatever the bottom is, whether it's the loss of their family, nearly dying, looking at a substantial prison sentence, it's probably all of those things together. Unless all of those things happen, they will not seek rehabilitation. And so, on the law enforcement criminal justice side of this bill, there has been this debate. Should we have a felony for the lowest level possession of fentanyl? Now, interestingly enough, if we were talking about cocaine, the answer might be no. If we're talking about methamphetamine, OxyContin, other opioids, the answer might be no. Because quarter gram, half gram, gram, depending on the substance and the concentration and all, not a lot. I hesitate to say it this way, but not very dangerous, that substance by itself in that small quantity. Not phenomenally at risk of an overdose in small quantities. But fentanyl is different. And I suppose in some sense, the reason that it takes 100 and, I don't know, I didn't look at the calendar, whatever the day, I guess it's 113, 14 days. After all of that hoopla, all of that, we got to do something about it, state of the state and everything else. The reason it takes so long is because fentanyl is different. It is different because in the smallest of quantities, quantity that would stand on the top of the ball of your ballpoint pen kind of a quantity will kill you. And it is different because, unlike, as I've heard, in the use of naloxone and other things, there are articles out there just in the past week and in our state newspapers. A heroin overdose, you know, you got maybe an hour. You got maybe an hour to get an antidote to someone. They'll keep breathing. Fentanyl, you'll be lucky if you have 20 minutes. While people are running around going, he passed out, I don't know, maybe it's an overdose. And probably surrounded by people who may not be in the best frame of mind themselves, as to calling 911 and hoping that the ambulance gets there and they find the right door in the apartment building and all of those things, because it is that critical. To call fentanyl dangerous or very dangerous or deadly dangerous, all of those descriptions are understatements. So, this senator supports the harm reduction side of this bill without reservation, and even when asked in discussions about this bill, would you support more, said yes. And then this senator looked across the table, literally, in the discussions and said, and will you support more tools for law enforcement to take this off the street? And the answer was no. No. No, because we don't want to strap someone with a felony who bought a blue pill. I'm not even in this world, by the way. I mean, I don't use drugs, and I'm not around it, and I used to know a good deal more about it when I was both a prosecutor and a defense counsel, because you learn a lot of those things, but I don't do that work any longer just because of my service here. But even I know that if you buy a blue pill and you pop it in your mouth, you're risking your life. And if you hand it to someone else, you may be handing them a death sentence. Even people who are not in that world, who read the newspapers, know that today in Colorado, and I hope across the country. So, do we make it a felony when someone has one of those little blue pills that everyone knows is dangerous, or some other substance that got mixed in a cone blender? Well, do they need help? Yes. Should they get help? Yes. But has the very possession risked the lives, risked their own life? And you know, these things get handed around at the party. Should that be a potential felony? You know, it's interesting to me. If a 16-year-old had a handgun and they waved it around the party and said, let's have some fun with this, and pointed it at someone and cocked it and did all sorts of dangerous things with it and set it in the middle of, threw it down in the middle of the table while it was cocked, there'd be a lot of people here saying, that's a serious thing. That ought to be a felony. But if you throw 5 or 10 little blue pills down in the middle of the table and say, let's have some fun, well, that shouldn't be criminally punished. Or, well, I mean, there are people who are literally arguing that should not be criminally punished. Well, here's the thing. It shouldn't be a certain felony. And so we have offered and offered and offered and will continue to offer a provision that says that the possession of any amount of fentanyl is chargeable as a felony. But it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be, young person. All you need to do is realize you're at the bottom and save yourself and save your friends and save your family. Get into rehabilitation, stay away from drugs, get on the program, because we know that you're at risk. I used to use the word casual user, and I don't anymore. There are, when it comes to the presence of fentanyl out there in the drug culture, there are no more casual users. Young person, you need rehabilitation. You need to stay clean. You need to cooperate with law enforcement. You say, well, that's a heavy burden. You know what? If we had a young person out there dealing in illicit firearms, and they were being sold and handed out, and they were used to kill others, we'd felonize that in a heartbeat, and we'd say they need to tell people who their gun dealer is, because it's dangerous. So it's not unreasonable to say to that young person, we got to know, we've got to go up the chain. We have to know where this is coming from, and it's coming into the country, and there are cartels, but you don't get to them if you don't go up the chain. And I'll let the former sheriff of Weld County, who has far more experience with that, address it perhaps later if he wishes. So, there are good reasons to require that any amount of this drug and the possession of it be a felony. And again, it doesn't have to result in that young person having a felony, because our proposal has been possession of any amount is a felony with a so-called wobbler. And I think so few people, that term gets thrown around and used by law enforcement and prosecutors, and it's You know, there are a lot of terms of art, if you will, in any business. We go around and talk about cows. I spent the first week here trying to decide if they were having a cow or if the one was going to come running through the well, or whether it was something rural legislators did, or what. You have to explain. A wobbler means it can be a felony, but it wobbles. It wobbles, waiting to find out what that offender, that young person who's made a serious mistake and put themselves and others, most likely others, just the presence of this drug. You know, let me tell you, you say, well, maybe they just took it themselves. I read an account, and it was heartbreaking to me. It was heartbreaking to me as a Service Academy graduate, of some West Point graduates, or West Point cadets, in Florida on spring break, and they got some pills, and that's heartbreaking in and of itself. And it was fentanyl. And some of them died. But what was even worse about it was, if it can be worse, some of the cadets that were with them overdosed or were poisoned because their friend was suddenly unconscious, and they are well trained. They immediately started doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and came in contact with enough fentanyl that they themselves fell unconscious. Fentanyl is different. The possession of any amount of this drug is dangerous not only to the person who has it in their hand, but to everybody else in proximity. So, this bill says that the possession of any amount up to 1 gram, well, that's a misdemeanor. Fentanyl is different. 1 gram of fentanyl is enough to kill, I don't know, Sheriff, how many? 100 people. 1 gram. 1 gram. I mean, my goodness. We don't have up to a 1/4 gram. Now, it is 1 gram of substance, but even 1 gram of compound with fentanyl in it, probably 10 pills or so. It's a lot. It's a lot. We didn't make it 1/8 of a gram. It doesn't say 1/8 of a gram or a 1/4 gram, or it doesn't say such a small amount that it's 1 pill. When I asked the prosecutors and defense counsel across the table about, well, how much is 1 gram, trying to, what is that in compound with fentanyl in it? Oh, 10 or 20 pills. It's a misdemeanor to have 10 or 20 pills. It's a lot of pills. A lot of death doses. A lot of doses of death. You can possess 10 or 20 doses of death under this bill, and you've only committed a misdemeanor. Now, the folks who are trying, I will tell you, they're desperately trying to preserve the things that were done in 1263, because 1263 wasn't a harm reduction bill, it was a criminal justice bill. And it's the one that the Attorney General said we had to do something about. It's the one the governor said we had to do something about. The folks on the other side of the table from me did a very clever thing over in the House. And I have to say, I give them grudging admiration. Grudging admiration. They went in and they changed the elements of the offense of possession of fentanyl from a general intent, a general knowing intent, to a very specific intent. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, under controlled substance law, you can be charged with the possession of heroin if you have possession of drugs, stuff, to get high, and you don't know specifically that it's heroin, you just know you got drugs. You just bought some stuff from the dealer to get high. And by the way, haven't been there, but that's the way this works. I mean, people say they want something, maybe, and they use a lot of slang terms, or they maybe don't say anything. I don't know if you ever watched The Wire on HBO. Go watch it. 20 years old now, but it gives you a pretty good idea of how this all works. People don't go and say, I would like to purchase a 1/4 ounce of, not like the chocolate factory. They get a little bag or they get some tin foil, and somebody else takes the money someplace else, out of sight, and it all goes. And so, because of this, we say whoever knowingly possesses a controlled substance consisting of, and they don't have to know exactly what the substance was. So, what does that mean for dealing with the criminals? And I'm not just talking about the end, I'll call them the end user, because end may be the right term. But the one step up, the person with 4 grams of the stuff, which would be about 100 pills, right? 80, 75, 50, a lot of pills, a lot of doses of death. That person, they probably don't know exactly what's in those pills because they didn't do the pills. They just know they're one more in the distribution chain, and they're making a little money on the side, and they may be using themselves. You know, kind of like a pyramid sales scheme. Use a few, sell a few doses of death. Russian roulette by blue pills. Well, I said that the folks on the other side of the table were clever. What did they do? They added the words knew or had reasonable cause to believe that the material or compound in his or her possession had fentanyl in it. That's not in our current possession laws in Colorado. It is not in the current federal possession laws. This is a new specific intent you have to have. So, the person with 50 doses of death, the guy who brought them to the party to either pass around because he's the good guy or more likely to sell because that's a good place. I mean, if you're in marketing, you want to go where your customers are to sell your doses of death. That person arrested, maybe that party gets busted, or turns out that there was an undercover person at that party. He's a smart guy. He knows he's not supposed to say anything to the police, so he doesn't. Other than, that's not mine and those weren't my pants. Well, they were, and he knew. But when he sits down with his defense counsel, and they do what they do, I've been that person. The defense attorney says, you know, you can't go down for fentanyl if you didn't know it was fentanyl. Now, I don't want you to tell me anything. I don't want you to tell me anything because I don't want you to, I don't want to suborn perjury. So let me just explain the law to you here. The law, if this bill passes, the law is if you didn't know or have reasonable cause to believe that it was fentanyl, then you can't go down on the fentanyl things. So what does this young person say? Now, everything that's happened so far is, interestingly enough, highly ethical. And that young person says, well, I didn't know it was fentanyl. Because his lawyer says, you didn't know it was, did somebody tell you it was fentanyl? No, they didn't tell me it was fentanyl. Now, I guess, and in fact, this dealer in doses of death says, I didn't want to be handing out fentanyl. That's bad stuff. I mean, they don't use the word stuff. I told the guy one step up in the pyramid sales scheme, I said, I don't want any fentanyl in there. Fentanyl's dangerous. And I was assured by this responsible business person, the wholesaler in doses of death, the wholesaler assured me that there was no fentanyl. So I didn't know there was any fentanyl. And we play that out in front of a jury, and juries listen intently, but they don't. They say, well, I guess, boy, I got to follow the jury instructions, and the jury instructions say, unless I find beyond a reasonable doubt that that person with a gram, which is 50 doses of death, really knew or had reason to believe, beyond a reasonable doubt, that there was fentanyl there, not suspected, not thought it was possible. Now, for me, I don't get to sit on juries because, it's theoretically possible, but they see lawyer after your name and ask me a couple of questions and they say, strike. But for me, I guess I would say, you deal in this business, you probably have reasonable cause to believe there's fentanyl. I mean, we're really we're really splitting the hairs here. My hat's off to the people who over in the other chamber who put this on because they knew exactly what they were doing. It is so, so clever. Do not be confused. What they have done, if this remains in the bill, what they have done is made this a bill to decriminalize fentanyl. Let me say that again for my friends in the Fourth Estate. If this bill remains as it is with this higher level of knowledge required, this bill will be a bill to decriminalize fentanyl. I see some of you saying, really? Yes, because it will become practical. The burden of proof for a prosecutor will be much higher. People of Colorado, if this bill is not changed, if the burden of the higher burden of proof that was put in this bill in the House remains in this bill, this will be a bill to decriminalize fentanyl. And legislators may be confused. You do not be confused at what's going on here. And colleagues, for those of you who are going to have a post-session town hall meeting and into the fall with all the things that might be going on in November, you might want to be out there talking. You might want to be able to answer for your vote if this stays in the bill. Because someone might say, you know, Senator Gardner said, or I heard, I read that this is really effectively a bill to decriminalize fentanyl. And that is true. Some of you may see that on a mail piece or something and say, well, that's not true. That's a distortion. It's not a distortion. It is a fact. It is a fact. And if anybody asks me, I will say it is a fact. And it's a fact because, now, let me tell you, if this higher standard, this higher level of knowledge as an element of the crime remains, it will be almost impossible to prove unless at the time of the arrest the defendant says, oh, yeah, I knew there might be some fentanyl. And of course, it's not like once you put the handcuffs on them, once they're detained, that's custody. And you got to read them their Miranda rights, and okay, fine, that's the system we live in, but believe me, they're not going to start saying, yeah, I knew there was fentanyl. They're going to say, I didn't know there was fentanyl, and maybe they'll be sincere. People, even honest and good people, kind of enter stages of denial when someone's dead on the floor that they handed a blue pill to. You know, this provision is in the Ohio law. Ohio's legislature put it in the law in October, and already their prosecutors have said that without an admission from the defendant that, yes, I knew there was fentanyl there. I knew it was fentanyl. I didn't know it was fentanyl. I just knew it was some stuff. Without that admission, you don't really have an effective chance of proving this offense at trial. And so what we do here is we make it not a crime. The federal statute does not have this requirement. For possession offenses under federal law, all that has to be proven is that the person knowingly possessed a controlled substance. And it doesn't matter what they were buying. They're responsible for whatever it is once they know it's controlled. If you deal in drugs, you're responsible for whatever drug you're dealing in. Is that such a bizarre notion to say if you deal in drugs, you're responsible for whatever you're dealing in? You know, what's fascinating to me is that in the consumer context of regular trade, we hold merchants we hold them to criminal responsibility at times for things that they truly thought they had something different. We have strict liability for civil liability, and sometimes if they have sold a product that brings harm to someone because they didn't do all the right things to ensure that it was pure, we will criminally prosecute them. But when it comes to drugs, we say, well, you had to know before we're going to criminally prosecute you, before we're going to hold you liable for a felony, you have to know that the blue pill that you handed someone that everybody knows had fentanyl, is a dangerous pill. You gotta actually have to know. Now, where did this language come from? Well, I think the proponents lifted it from a federal statute that says a person commits an offense if they possess a listed chemical. And by the way, let me tell you what this context is. You know, there are a lot of chemicals out there that you can buy at the chemical store that have very legitimate purposes. You know, I'll give you an example. And if I get this wrong, it's because I'm not in the drug business, that drug business. I sometimes take Sudafed, legal substance. Turns out if you buy it at whatever your favorite chain store is, you have to go to a particular register and you have to show them your ID. Because Sudafed contains ephedrine, and that is used to make meth, and you can take it all out. Now, and so there's lots of these chemical compounds that are very legitimate. And you can buy them at the chemical store, and you can even buy large quantities of them at the chemical wholesaler because they, again, have very legitimate purposes. But the federal law says, of course, if you buy that with the specific intent of using it to make drugs, well, then it's a felony. Well, that's right and appropriate because, after all, a lot of people who buy those drugs and use them in their factory, use them at their farm, they use them, they don't have an intent to use them for making illegal drugs. If you said, do you know that can be used to process and make methamphetamine like Walter White, watch Breaking Bad, then you shouldn't be a crime because you never had a specific intent. Well, that's different. That's different. But that's what the proponents want to do, is use the standard of proof that a court would apply to the innocent person buying a drug or buying a chemical substance for a legitimate purpose would do it. You know, the way the bill's written right now, it's got a current provision that above 1 gram and under 4 grams can only be a crime if the person knew or had reasonable cause to believe that they were in possession of fentanyl, specifically fentanyl. That's a remarkably high bar. It makes a felony charge for 1 to 4 grams, meaningless. Clever. Don't be fooled. Do not be fooled. They said, we're lowering it, so it's at 4 grams. They said over there, well, we're lowering it to 1 gram, and we're changing the burden of proof. Ha! Great. I admire it. As a lawyer, the lawyer me, the simple country lawyer me, says that was brilliant. But the simple country lawyer me says, I ain't that stupid. If you possess or deal in death, you should be held responsible for that. There's another piece of this bill. This bill automatically repeals itself in 2025. So all of this work, all of the things that we have done to deal with fentanyl, which ain't going away, is just going to repeal, going to wipe off the books. People of Colorado, let me say that one more time, and my hope is that my friends in the Fourth Estate will write specifically about this as well. This bill contains a provision that says everything here of a criminal nature repeals in 2025. So, we're going to wipe out 1263 in essence, but that's not going to spring back to life. And in 2025, we're going to repeal all the good work that we do have here. We're going to repeal it. So, if you vote for this bill with that repeal in it, you will be voting for the repeal of criminal laws to deal with fentanyl. Think about that. I hope to pick up my paper tomorrow morning on my tablet and read that it was pointed out, don't need to use my name, whoever, it was pointed out that if you vote for this bill, you're voting to repeal, in 2 years, to repeal all of this law that will deal with fentanyl. You're voting to repeal the criminal penalties on fentanyl. You just don't want to do it now because if you want to pick up your gavel, Madam Chair, you can do it. You just don't want to do it now because there's an election in November. And people, our constituents, are insisting that we deal with this. Insisting. And we should. But we shouldn't. We shouldn't, by sleight of hand, do something and then take it away. Now, some people have said, well, in 2025, we'll just come back and do it. Come on. Don't be glib. It is very, very difficult to pass a bill of far-reaching consequence in the General Assembly and to have it signed on the first floor. Difficult. Rightfully so. And we're going to get this done. We're going to get it done in some form. I may not be the one who thinks it's the right form, but everybody says it's the right thing to do. And if it passes, it'll be because 18 of you believe that it was. But if you vote for it, you're also voting to repeal the laws and penalties for fentanyl and to open the floodgates again. And that means in 2024, maybe 2025, because it's mid-year that it repeals, I think, we'll have to do this again. Now, one of two things will happen between now and 2025. And it'll be more complex than that, so I don't want to oversimplify, but it seems to me either fentanyl will be eclipsed by something else that is equally dangerous and equally bad, in which case all of the penalties for fentanyl are going to be they'll be there because it won't disappear entirely. Or more likely, the epidemic of fentanyl will continue because it is cheap, it is deadly effective, and it is coming across the borders from China and Central and South America and Mexico in quantities to kill the entire population of the United States. We must remove the repeal provision. So I'm going to conclude to let someone else talk, and I'm going to summarize here for you part one. This bill needs three things. Maybe some more, but it needs three things. We need to remove what is referred to as the mens rea language, that is, this higher level of knowledge. That must be removed from this bill for it to be effective, for it not to be decriminalizing fentanyl. Two, we need to strike the repeal language, because if we believe in what we're doing, then we ought to do it. Now, can the General Assembly in the second session of the 74th General Assembly in 2024, can they change what we did? Yes. And might they? Very well could. And if they do, they need to get 1833 and 1 to do that. That's okay. That is fine. But to repeal it and force this again will wipe out and repeal all of the criminal penalties that we have adopted for fentanyl, and it will throw the floodgates open once again, and all it needs is one or the other chambers to lock it. Three, we need to make the possession of any quantity of fentanyl, the possession of any dose of death, a felony. We also, while we're doing it, and this is an important thing in this ask, we need to ensure that the person who is in that situation, who is a person who's made a terrible mistake, maybe a young person who was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but headed in a wrong direction, has an opportunity for rehabilitation, cooperation, and to turn around. And if they will, it will be a misdemeanor. That is tough love. That is compassion and accountability, all in one bill. Those are the three asks I have. There are other things on this bill. I ask that when those amendments are brought, and I have those amendments, that you vote aye on those amendments. And now I'm going to clock out for a few minutes while others speak to this bill. It is important. Don't mistake my good humor. Well, now there are people questioning my good humor. Don't mistake my levity at times on a very serious subject for the fact that this is a critical bill. I ask for your careful attention on the amendments that we need so that we can all, in good conscience, vote yes on the bill ultimately. Thank you.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the senators from Pueblo and Denver for allowing me to have some comments to follow my good friend from El Paso County. I very much want this bill to pass, and I very much want this bill to pass in a form that is truly getting tough on fentanyl. I think that A.G. Weiser got it right when he said there was a mistake made in 2019. I didn't hear the Attorney General call for repeal of the 2019 bill. I think there was a mistake made. I think it makes no sense at all that the federal government lists fentanyl as a Schedule II drug. It's poison in the hands of the people outside of the hands of medical professionals. It's a killer. It doesn't make sense to me that the federal government lists fentanyl as a Schedule II drug and cannabis, marijuana, as a Schedule I. That doesn't make sense to me. But the 2019 bill did not cause this problem in Colorado. This is a 50-state problem. Our nation is effectively under attack from people who manufacture fentanyl and bring it into our country and put it on our streets. It's killing people. For my friend from Denver, I know she cares about the people, especially people here in Denver and people who live in her district. This is everywhere. I'm told that fentanyl is now presumed to be in any illicit drug that might be obtained off the street. We need to get tough on fentanyl. I want to say thank you to my friend from El Paso County. We served together in the House. Now we serve together in the Senate. I refer to him as my law professor. He jokingly refers to himself as the simple country lawyer, had to go to law school twice. That means he has 2 law degrees. He's right. The knowingly language in this bill allows a person who was out shopping for fentanyl on the street, if arrested, to say, I didn't know. And does anyone out there think that people out on the street who consume illicit drugs and maybe purposefully seek out fentanyl, you think they don't talk to each other? You think they don't know each other? You think that the word wouldn't get out, or maybe already is, hey, if this bill passes in its current form, just say, I didn't know. What other crime do we allow people to determine their own outcome on what they're charged with or prosecuted for simply by saying, I didn't know? I've learned growing up in this country, this society, that ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance is not an escape from the law. But my friend from El Paso County right now, he's right. Having this knowingly language in this bill, that's not getting tough on fentanyl. That would be a bill, words and numbers on pages, that might be represented by some as getting tough on fentanyl. But in reality, it would allow anyone out there, and I'll just use the most extreme example, someone who is knowingly purchasing fentanyl and using it, if arrested, to say, I didn't know. And then this law loses its teeth. That has to change. I also agree with my friend on the repeal language. Maybe a better alternative would be something like a sunset. Now that could still repeal, but to have the legislature come in and review, how is this working? Should it get tougher? But an automatic repeal? That can't be in the bill. That's not getting tough on fentanyl. Again, that's representing that supporting the bill is getting tough on fentanyl, but that's not getting tough on fentanyl. This is an important topic for me. Important enough for me to stand here in the well and acknowledge that a Democrat Attorney General said it right. There was a mistake made in 2019. Not that the 2019 bill passed, but in my opinion, I can't speak for the Attorney General, but I think there was a mistake made. It was that it didn't separate fentanyl out from other Schedule II drugs. I don't understand why the federal government classifies it is Schedule 2, and then marijuana is Schedule 1. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. I want to thank my friend from Weld County, one of the prime sponsors of this bill. He tried to make that point in 2019. He understood. I wish I'd listened more carefully to him. There was a mistake made in 2019. It wasn't the passage of the bill. It was how it didn't address fentanyl. And that's what we're here to do. So I want to say thank you to my friend from El Paso County. But for those watching and listening online, our Senate rules don't allow us to use our names. They do that over in the House, but sometimes people say, why don't you just tell us who you're talking about? Well, we're not allowed to do that. That's against the rules. But my friend, my law professor from El Paso County, the ranking member of Senate Judiciary, he's right. Having the knowingly condition in this bill would be disastrous, keeping it there. We have to take that out. And also the repeal language. It's got to come out. It's got to come out. If you want to be able to look your constituents in the eye and tell them the truth with those two things out of the bill, I think you'd be able to do that. We would all be able to do that. So I want to say thank you again to the good senator from El Paso County now that he is actually back in the chamber. Well said, sir. Let's make those two changes. And as a chamber, let's, in a bipartisan way, get as tough as possible on fentanyl as we can. I said this was personal. I've mentioned it before. I don't particularly enjoy talking about this, but my friend from Jefferson County, the other prime sponsor, and I have something in common. We had a parent who struggled with addiction. My father died last year, not of an overdose, but an accumulation of effects of relying on alcohol and prescription drugs. Valium, Vicodin, I don't know how many thousands of pills. My father died at the end of the year, old age, the accumulation of abuse. But my sister, my only sibling, died last fall of a drug overdose. She was a user. I don't know that fentanyl caused her death, but I suspect that it did. She was a regular user. She had that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde syndrome where she could be the sweetest person in the world one moment and completely erratic and confrontational the next. But one morning, she was found dead. Just another morning, just another night of what she was accustomed to doing. But one morning, she was dead. So is that fentanyl? I don't know for sure. But it sure matches the many stories that we're hearing, too many stories here in our community. That was in a different state. This isn't a Denver problem. This isn't a Colorado problem. This is a national problem. And we owe it to the people we represent to get as tough on fentanyl as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to my friend from Pueblo and my friend from Denver for allowing me to step in after the good senator from El Paso County. And Senator, thank you for your wisdom, your sage advice to this chamber. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a lot of complex issues that we're discussing, we'll continue to discuss. I am confident lots of amendments that we will be voting on. And that's because this is a complex issue. And what I'm hearing where there seems to be some degree of agreement is that fentanyl and the fentanyl crisis that we're seeing is unlike any other drug that we have ever seen. I want to speak to one of the elements that was brought up. There are elements of this debate, discussion, amendments that I will agree with or disagree on, but there's one that I want to speak to in particular, and that is the knowing standard that has been brought up a couple of times now. And I want to preface it again by reiterating that where I think we agree is that fentanyl is unlike any other drug we've ever seen, and we should treat it unlike any other drug we've ever seen accordingly. I want to preface my thoughts on the knowing standard by sharing with you someone who was near and dear to me, my Uncle Craig. Grew up very close to my aunt and uncle. Every year, my parents and my aunt and uncle went on fishing trips, very close to me growing up. And the summer that I turned 16 and got my driver's license, I worked all summer, saved up, and bought a beat-up old Grand Am that probably should not have been on the road. And having a first sense of some semblance of adult freedom, I wanted to go on a road trip, so I drove down to Cincinnati, which is where my uncle lived, and spent the weekend with him fishing, going to a Reds game. And I'll always remember that trip because it was that first semblance of freedom. It was an important part of my life. Craig loved Formula One racing, dogs, cycling, and working as a robotics technician. But before you knew any of that about him, what you'd find out about Craig Hendrickson is that he loved Teresa. And a week after I did that trip down to Cincinnati, Teresa became pretty sick. And after a little while, they went to the doctor's office, and eventually they found out that Teresa had cancer. And for the next 13 years, my aunt battled cancer. Craig always by her side, always being the rock of the family. And in 2017, she lost that battle, and Craig entered depression. And in his depression, Craig turned to drugs. And we got a call in November of 2019 that Craig had passed away. And the autopsy revealed that while Craig had taken cocaine, there was fentanyl in the cocaine, and it was the fentanyl that was the cause of death. Fentanyl is unlike any other drug we've ever seen before. I've said that before, I'll say that again. And we should accordingly treat it unlike any other drug that we have ever seen before. I absolutely agree with that. One of the ways in which fentanyl is unlike any other drug that we've ever seen before is that it is in every other drug now. It's in cocaine, it's in meth, it's in heroin. It is used as an additive because it is cheaper to produce and because it amplifies the effects of other drugs. And when we talk about the knowing standard, let's be real clear about what we're actually talking about, because the knowing standard beyond 4 grams goes away. If you have a controlled substance, and fentanyl is a part of that controlled substance, and there's more than 4 grams, the knowing standard does not apply to you anymore. If you are caught with a pill press that's considered known or should have known, and you'll be prosecuted with the felony, regardless, well, beyond 1 gram as it's currently written. In other drugs, there hasn't been a broad combination of other drugs mixed with other drugs like we're seeing with fentanyl. When you go back to previous drug epidemics, you did not often see cocaine mixed with marijuana or meth mixed with cocaine the way that we see fentanyl so oftentimes without the knowledge of the user mixed with other drugs, drugs that the user believed they were using. And that to me is frankly the scariest part of this drug, because it isn't just those who use fentanyl who are dying. It's people who had no reason to expect that they had fentanyl. People like my uncle who are dying. My uncle needed help, and I wish he would have gotten it. I wish he would have gotten treatment, and I wish he could have stopped using drugs before he passed away. But with that, Craig needed help specific to the drugs that he was using. And the drug in particular that he was using was cocaine, not fentanyl. For so many other people in our communities, there is a drug that they are using, a drug of choice that is not fentanyl, that they need help with. Methamphetamines, heroin, prescription drug abuse, and to prosecute them for a drug that they did not know that they had, to force them into rehabilitation for a drug that is not their drug of choice and not the drug they use, will not help them. So, my concern is that while fentanyl is unlike any other drug we've ever seen, and we should treat it unlike any other drug we've ever seen, removing the knowing standard below the 4-gram threshold does the opposite effect. Rather than creating a new standard by which we seek to tackle the fentanyl crisis and address fentanyl, unlike any other drug we've ever seen, we create a new standard to address fentanyl and treat it unlike any other drug we've ever seen, but then we also take all the other drugs we've ever seen and treat it just like fentanyl. And that is not what we want to accomplish here today. And that's why when it was said earlier that to keep this element of the bill intact amounts to decriminalization, that's not true. It is disingenuous and dishonest. It's insulting to the way too many families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl that they did not know that they had. and it will not help anybody. It was brought up that, be prepared to speak at town halls and talk about how you're decriminalizing fentanyl. Dishonest. Hyperbolic. So I'm asking you to consider, as we talk about this mens rea standard, the knowing standard of possession, how it will practically affect the people in our community. It is not a matter of being clever. It is an effort to treat this drug and this crisis unlike any other we've ever seen, in a manner unlike any we've ever seen, so that we can appropriately address this crisis with the specifics that apply to it. Because, colleagues, I would pray that you never have the experience that I have had, that my family's had. And I would pray that we treat the use of other drugs in a manner where we assist people in getting help for the drugs that they're using. Because I believe that will be more effective at saving their lives. And saving just one life, if I could go back and save my uncle, I guarantee you that would be more important than any election I could ever have or would have. That's what we're trying to do here today, and I'd ask for your support on that specific issue.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Huge bill, lots of discussions. We're at what, Amendment 249 or something of that nature, 250 amendments, obviously, that denotes policy well under discussion, modification, and consideration. There's a few fundamental points. We've been having a lot of conversations around, well, let me back up even a step further. I think there's an inherent conflict within society where we have, as a society, moved into a place where casual drug use is something that is accepted in many ways, managed in many ways, including law enforcement's interaction with that casual drug use when it gets to be too much or too big. It becomes a crime at that point. And if you go back to the 19 law, that law was something that decriminalized a number of different drugs in an effort to try and find the sweet spot based on society's acceptance of casual drug use at a specific set of levels. Now, at the time, some of us said, wait, this fentanyl thing, watch out. And those chickens have now come home to roost, to use a bad barnyard metaphor. But the reality is the decriminalization, I believe, has caused an acceleration. There are other things, I think, that have caused the acceleration of the use of fentanyl in the drugs and in what I'm describing here as casual drug use. A prior speaker spoke a fair amount about any number of other casually used drugs, cocaine, pot, and how fentanyl is sometimes laced in with that. And therefore you can't manage it. You just can't deal with it. You can't acknowledge it. Now, that is not the perspective I have. So I'm going to begin my framing comments with a basic understanding. My understanding, as I've researched, read, mostly consumer press. I haven't read a lot of medical journals or anything of that nature. I haven't read any pharmacological studies. But I've read enough to have an understanding of what's going on with fentanyl. How lethal is it? 50 to 100 times more lethal than morphine or heroin. and in different ways. A pound to a pound and a half of fentanyl distributed across America in the minimal lethal dose, which is a couple milligrams. A pound and a half, maybe 2 pounds, would kill as many Americans as COVID has killed since it hit our shores. 2 pounds! That's how deadly this stuff is. This right here, this little packet of sugar, this is a packet of sugar. I know that because I'm the one who emptied the little sugar packet into the baggie, to be clear. This teaspoon of sugar, roughly 3,450 milligrams, this amount is enough to kill 1,700 people. Think about that as a visual image. 1,700 dead people from this teeny tiny little baggie. That is phenomenal. And part of the death process is, it's not like where you choke and you gasp and you struggle as many people do with other opioid overdose circumstances. Boom! This is 1 and done, or 2 and done, quite frankly, 2 milligrams, and done. The heart stops promptly. That's what we're dealing with. This drug provides an incredible shock to the human system, hence its lethality. And the challenge before us is, how do we begin to manage that on behalf of society that, as a part of its structure, allows for casual drug use that may be laced with 1,700 dead people? You don't have to put much, but it creates an accelerant for those who would profit from the production and sale of drugs into the casual drug use culture. The question is, how do we manage it? Well, my perspective is that we need to respond in kind. The drug shocks the system into death with a couple milligrams. We need a policy response that is a shock to the system to get a handle on this. And the only way that happens, in my opinion, is at a wholesale level. And that's part of our challenge. We're trying to write policy at the individual or retail level. We're trying to think, well, an individual, a person. We don't want to criminalize an individual, a person who engages with this, thinking that it's part of a casual drug use culture, casual drug use life. So we're trying to manage that, but the reality is the harm is principally coming from the wholesale level. It's coming from the fact that these drugs are used as an accelerant in other drugs that are used in casual drug culture to make those drugs more effective, more addictive, to kind of extend the value of the product being sold. And as it gets in, if it's not perfectly well managed, and there is a medical purpose for this drug, but it's perfectly well managed, I would say. And there are, even in that circumstance, even in the medical circumstance, they call it practice for a reason. Occasionally, I'm sure something goes not quite right with fentanyl as it's used in its actual appropriate medical circumstance. But when you've got folks who are doing it in a garage or in a warehouse or wherever, and the tolerances are so incredibly narrow, 1,700 dead people, the tolerances are minuscule. At the wholesale level, where this is being used as part of an extender and accelerant within the casual drug use culture, it begs us to do something that disrupts and breaks down that distribution element. We've got to do something about that. And the only way, and here's my 3 policy points now, The only way to get at that is to say zero tolerance. Because 2 milligrams kills you, 0 milligrams ought to be the threshold. If it's more than that, it's a risk to someone's life, and it is therefore, if we're going to you can't manage to perfection. I realize there are scenarios people can argue where a friend wants to share a Quaalude with a friend, and it's been laced with fentanyl, and that person who shares breaks that Quaalude in half and chooses to share it with a friend, that person shouldn't be held out as a drug dealer. But the reality is somebody produced that Quaalude, and there is an honest need to break into and disrupt the supply chain, and that's the only way we're going to get a handle on this scourge, which is dramatically, it's not just incrementally increasing deaths in our state, it's dramatically increasing. We've gone from tens of deaths to hundreds, almost 1,000 deaths in just a matter of a few years. So the first policy point is 0 grams must be the threshold, because we have to shock the policy system the way this drug shocks the human body. The second policy issue is this mens rea question. You know what that means in Latin? Guilty mind. Guilty mind. It's the knowing, understanding, it's the knowledge that if I do this, it's a crime. Or if I don't do this, it's a crime. Well, I'm not going to make a hyperbolic statement about not doing the important policy work we need to do would be a crime. That would be a bridge too far, so I'm not going to say that. He says in air quotes. But this knowingly participating, this knowing, this mens rea, this guilty mind standard, we've got to pull that out in order to get at that policy prescription, which is to get at the disruption of the supply chain, which is to get at the number of deaths that are running away from us. And the third policy piece is this idea of setting a standard, doing this work. I mean, hundreds of hours into this policy conversation in the various chambers already, hundreds of amendments. We're at 240, 250, and I'm sure we'll be at 270 or 290 before we finish today. All of that work, whoosh, flush it in 2025. Not the right way to approach it. That sunset, that repeal of all of this must go away. I see people gathering in the well that would like to have their say. I've got several pages that just speaks to the incredible harm, the incredible challenges. But colleagues, the point I'm hoping you'll take away from what I've got to say, and maybe it'll root and reside in your heart as you think about how you're going to respond, is this drug that is such an incredible shock to the system, so deadly at 2 milligrams, 1,700 dead people right there. We must be willing to shock the policy system in order to get at this thing. I appreciate your attention. I'm confident I will be back to speak to some of the amendments, because in those amendments, I believe, is our best hope of actually doing something about this on behalf of all the people. And you're going to hear, I mean, we heard it in committee. I sat in, had the opportunity to sit into a little bit of committee. I don't serve on the committee, Judiciary Committee, but I sat in for a little bit of the hearing and heard some personal stories. You're going to hear some personal stories about loss and tragedy. And you've heard a couple already, just in the 2 hours that I've been listening to this debate, from members who have lost family members. But it's, in my opinion, the only way to get at this is to disrupt the business, the nefarious, I would argue, illegal business that feeds into the casual drug use element of our culture, which is an accepted part of our culture. We try to manage it, but this is too binary. When something's as binary as 1,700 dead people in that teeny amount, it's impossible to try and manage it to perfection, to detail. You've got to be black or white. You've got to say no, and hence, I think 0 is the only possible policy prescription that helps us get at this scourge that is killing people in our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, we have a couple of people that are lined up. Senator Lee is next, followed by Senator Coram, and then Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, it occurs to me as we discuss this bill, it really is symbolic of the way we address issues in the Assembly. We oftentimes agree on issues. We pass bills 90% of the time with bipartisan support, but on 10% of the bills, we have significant, palpable disagreements and differences of opinion. I think we all agree that the harm reduction components of this bill are critical and necessary, and they have brought some of our members to full but reluctant support of the bill. But $30 million is the biggest investment that we have made in harm reduction, I think, in my time here and maybe in the history of the state to deal with this public health crisis. It will save lives. But the bill also has provisions which significantly increase the penalties for distribution and distribution resulting in death and for manufacturing. And that is just and right and appropriate that we do that. But the bill also takes the direction of felonizing the possession of 1 gram, and advocates in here are suggesting that we should move to possession of any amount. As my colleague from Monument said, zero tolerance, absolute draconian penalties for possession of any amount. I think the dichotomy that we're looking at is that this is both a public health issue and a criminal justice issue. So the solutions have to be a mix of public health, education, prevention, harm reduction, and law enforcement. But if we move into draconian zero tolerance, I don't think we get the results that we want. Zero tolerance doesn't work. Just say no didn't work when it was proposed as an alternative years ago. Just say no to drugs is not an effective policy. If anyone believes that this bill is going to clean up the streets, if anyone believes that this bill is going to stop drug use, if anyone believes that this bill is going to get people to quit using illegal drugs, they're operating in an illusion. We have had drugs in our culture and in our society since the millennium. People have drunk alcohol, people have indulged opiates forever. Read the book, Chasing the Scream. Chasing the Scream. It describes the history, the culture of drug and addiction in our society going back thousands of years. If anyone believes that we're going to clean the streets and take all illegal drugs off the street, they are operating in a utopian world. Retaining the mens rea standard has been the subject of a great deal of discussion here. The mens rea standard in the bill, which is a change, basically says that a person knew or had reasonable cause to believe. DAs are telling us it would make it difficult to convict. I submit to you, it should be difficult to convict people of criminal penalties. District attorneys have the responsibility to prove every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. That is their burden. If the district attorney walks into the courtroom and the defendant walks into the courtroom and neither says anything, the defendant walks away because the DA has not carried the burden of proving it. This standard of reasonable cause to believe is not unique or an outlier or an unknown standard in law. In fact, it's in the federal statutes for unlawful importing, manufacturing of firearms. Any firearm or ammunition sold to a person who the licensee knows or, quote, has reasonable cause to believe is less than 18 years of age is a felony. So we use reasonable cause to believe. Offenses involving listed chemicals under 21 U.S. Code 841, any person who knowingly or intentionally possesses or distributes a chemical knowing or have reasonable cause to believe that the listed chemical will be used to manufacture controlled substances. Similarly, under Colorado law, sale of alcohol to minors. The sale of alcohol to minors uses the same standard we're proposing in this bill, a reasonable cause to believe that a person is under 18 or under 21 years of age. The same standard that we're proposing to use here. Also, in a bill recently enacted on the reporting of a stolen firearm, a person who owns a firearm and has reasonable cause to believe that it has been stolen shall report it to law enforcement. As my colleague from El Paso County mentioned, Ohio has a reasonable cause to believe standard on receiving stolen property, and North Carolina has adopted the standard. So this is not an outlier standard. It is a standard that is used in the law. The district attorneys can prove it. They prove things all the time under standards. They shouldn't be able to convict people under a less than onerous standard. When we were in the Judiciary Committee hearing, we heard tragic, heart-rending stories from families who suffered grief from the loss and death of their children. But we also heard from doctors, one of whom stood before us and said, the first rule in medicine, and should be the first rule for legislators, is do no harm. We should both adhere to that principle, and we should follow the science. We cannot arrest, prosecute, and jail ourselves out of this crisis. It will not work. We have tried to deal with drug usage in this country for 50 years. We also tried to abolish liquor 100 years ago with the Volstead Act. Does anyone remember how effective the Volstead Act with the prohibition of manufacturing, distribution, and sale of liquor? That was an attempt at prohibition, zero tolerance. It resulted in the largest network of criminal organizations that we'd ever seen in this country, known as the mafia. We turned citizens into criminals by doing that. Have we not learned? Prohibition didn't work 100 years ago. The war on drugs did not work 50 years ago. It's not going to work today with fentanyl. There's been suggestions that the passage of House Bill 1263 caused the rise in drug overdoses and drug deaths. It has also been suggested that it merely exacerbated it. I would suggest that the rise in fentanyl was a trend that was going on across the country, and it occurred in Colorado. The fact of correlation does not mean causation. We lowered those penalties at the same time that the pandemic took place, with all of the isolation that occurred. That could cause a rise in the utilization of drugs. We're also facing an extraordinary crisis in housing affordability. We also closed shops, businesses, schools, religious organizations, so people who would generally have an opportunity to address their mental health needs would no longer have a place to go because of closures. Some turned to drugs. Fentanyl was available because it was the third wave of the drug crisis. Felonization and creating felony penalties for possession of drugs has been tried. Colorado, I believe, is 19th in the list of overdose drug deaths. But a good number of the states with higher numbers of drug deaths, 11 or 13 of those 19, have felony drug possession laws. Kentucky, Ohio, Louisiana, there's 9, 11 other states that have felony drug laws and more deaths. So raising the level of a penalty of a felonization is not going to reduce the drug deaths, but it will cause drug deaths because people will be arrested who are addicts. We have been talking in here about the necessity of going after drug dealers and drug distributors. People with 1 gram or less are not drug dealers, they're not distributors, they are typically going to be addicts. And we're going to be arresting them, and we're going to be putting them in jail and prison under this bill. If not the first time, maybe the second time or the third time. But an addict is going to continue to use drugs, and they will use drugs regardless of what the penalties are. We heard a gentleman in the Judiciary Committee who had been to prison 3 times. When he was released from prison, he got out of prison, his girlfriend picked him up, they went out and they got drugs. He had absolutely sworn to himself he was going to change his ways on this 3rd prison sentence. I'm not going to do it. Girlfriend picked him up, they acquired drugs, they pulled into an alley he described, and they parked the car. He turned around, a police car pulled into the alley right behind him, and he thought, well, they won't catch me. I will have time to do my drugs before that officer turns around. And it didn't work, and he got caught. People who are addicts are not going to be altered from their addiction because they are addicts. Their brains have changed. They're not thinking like you and I. You can tell them you are going to go to prison. You can tell them you're going to lose your family. You can tell them you're going to lose your money. You can tell them all of the disastrous consequences that occur from using drugs. It is not going to deter them. Addicts are addicts. They don't think like you and I. Their brains have been changed by those drugs. Raising the penalty to a felony for possession of small amounts will cause them to be arrested. They will go to jail. They will detox in jail under unspeakable agony from people we heard about in the Judiciary Committee. When they get out of jail, 3-4 days later, if they get out, they will have altered their tolerance, and they will go out and they will find drugs and they will die. So we will have people dying in the jails, if not going through agonizing withdrawal in the jails. They will get out of jail and then they will overdose when they get out. Analysts and researchers tell us that there are complex issues and multiple causations which go into causing drug addiction. It's going to take a nuanced program to address this crisis in Colorado. We have a lot of things in this bill that are going to help to do that, but incarceration or jailing of people for small amounts is not going to do it. It's going to have significant adverse consequences. I urge us to be thoughtful, to be nuanced, and to understand that there is not a simple, clear answer for this problem with black and white, zero tolerance solutions. We need to have compassion for people who are going to be swept up in our mania to address fentanyl. I do not diminish the horror, the scourge of this drug. I do demonize the solutions that we're proposing in some cases. Thank you.
Before I call on the next speaker, I just want to let everyone know that the coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the room. So I have quorum next, followed by Senator Fields, followed by Senator Gardner. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This probably subject is the farthest thing from my wheelhouse that I can think of. I've never used drugs. If you want to talk drugs for healthcare and livestock, I'll debate with any of you in the room. But I basically do not know anything about drugs. What scares me here today in listening to this conversation, from all that I've heard, is perhaps there is no solution. That is the thing that is the most scary. I had the opportunity yesterday to sit down with my good friend, the former sheriff from Greeley, going over the 2019 legislation, where we reduced it to 4 grams, micrograms. So read on, and 2,000 micrograms is a fatal dose. So if you are on trying another drug of some type, and it is laced with a little bit of fentanyl, and let's use a gram, and I don't know what a dose is, but there's 998,000 micrograms in the other solution. 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl will kill you. So where do we set the limit? Do you set it at that, or do you set it at 2001, which is just above a fatal dose? I don't see the solution to what we're trying to do here without using the old story of the stick and the carrot. The answer is education and rehabilitation. But as we've said, heard said here today, a lot of them don't want to go. There is not the carrot to make them go to rehab. The fact is, if and I can't understand the psyche of someone on drugs to begin with, so take that as just a simple country boys thing. If the possibility of jail or rehabilitation is the answer, why would you not take treatment and rehabilitation? And it's rehabilitation is not one and done. It is a lifetime. Simply, I don't care what drug you're on. You go through the rehab, and the good speaker Senator from Colorado Springs just talked about the gentleman got out of prison, been there 3 years or whatever, and instantly gets caught. It's a life school. He was probably not hooked on the drug when he got the day before he got out. But the mind, the psychic said, it makes me feel better. My girlfriend wants this. I'm going to do it. But somehow we need to put that in there that, yes, if you get caught, you are going to go before the court. But you should be given the choice of saying, rather than incarceration, to be put in a program where treatment is there. We have a situation in Grand Junction, housing for people on drugs. And I'm not from Grand Junction. I'm 60 miles south of there in Montrose. But I think this is a great program because it's got people off the street that were on drugs. But the stick here is no drugs, no alcohol. And if you break the rule, you pay the price. You're back on the street. We need to give them. We need to give them the treatment. I don't know. The senator from Greeley was showing me about $45 million. $45 million is a lot of money. But what it is costing us as a society and a state for not providing this treatment. Let's give them the help they need. I simply think that we need to move forward with this and be compassionate, but somebody's got to be dad in this situation. Somebody has to take charge. And if the choice is son, the choice is treatment or incarceration, I hope that you will choose treatment. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And over the course of the discussion that we have had, I've been focusing some time on Section 2 of the bill on page 6. And what piqued my interest was the senator from El Paso County who tells us he went to law school twice, and he's the country lawyer. And he talked about this interpretation about knowing and not knowing. And then I started to think about it when I look at lines 13 through 20, specifically on line 16, it says that a person who knew or who had reasonable cause to believe. You have just telegraphed to every user and every dealer out there, all you got to do is say, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. Newsflash, that's what they're going to say. We've just told the state of Colorado, all you have to do is say, I don't know, and then how does a district attorney prosecute people who say, I didn't know? I was just casually doing some drugs. We had cocaine, whatever you were doing, a half of a pill, whatever it was. I didn't know. But at the end of that type of casual user or whatever was going on in that circumstance, someone dies of an overdose. And we're telling a user, all you got to do is say, I don't know. How does a district attorney defend those words, I don't know? How do you prove someone's mental state when they say, I don't know? That what I had in my possession was fentanyl. Then they might know, but you've just given them the defense. Newsflash, I don't know. So I just don't, this is in the Denver Post. This is in the Denver's Post today. It happened in Aurora. And I know we haven't gotten to the amendment, but I'm intrigued by this, I don't know, which is going to be a defense that's going to be used. I don't know. This happened in Aurora. An Aurora man gave fentanyl, but he didn't know it, to a 16-year-old girl during a party at his apartment. The girl died of an overdose. Now, this law is not in practice, but what happened in that scenario, he was found guilty of manslaughter rather than the original offense of first-degree murder. So my question to the bill sponsor is, how do you prove a knowing state of mind when somebody's dead and their defense is, I didn't know? Can I get someone to respond to that? How do you defend, I don't know? That's a legitimate question. We have a young girl at 16 that's dead. Now, he didn't get a chance, he didn't know about this because it's not law yet. But what if he would have went in to told, I didn't know that we were doing fentanyl. I thought we was just doing cocaine. You're not the bill sponsor, but I guess the chair can acknowledge you, but I would like to have a response.
We have a couple people in the queue, but I'll go ahead and let Senator Pedersen take a crack at responding to that query. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would apply only to possession, not for distribution. So that example, you wouldn't have to prove that they, in fact, should have known or that they knew.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer the good senator from Aurora's question, and no, I'm not the bill sponsor, but here's what District Attorney's Council said and also what Attorney General Phil Weiser said. So District Attorney Councils urged legislators to strike the caveat that a person knew or should have known fentanyl is a drug, is in a drug. That requirement, this is what they said. This is what the District Attorney Council person said. That requirement that the good senator from Aurora is asking about makes this provision almost useless, and very few prosecutions would be successful under this standard, as it is essentially requires a person to admit they were trying to buy fentanyl. Highly unlikely. That's from the District Attorney's Council. Attorney General Phil Weiser said the bill's approach to possession needs further improvement, expressed the same wariness as the District Attorney's Council, and at the House's decisions to add a second mental state for also knowing the fentanyl purity level or mixture of drugs. Here's what his quote in the paper was. Adding this new element makes it much more difficult to prove that an individual possessing the drugs has committed a crime. As a result, this change makes it far less likely that a district attorney may hold those with the non-user level amounts of fentanyl accountable. So that's what the attorneys are saying. Just not listening.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to address a couple things I heard earlier from the good senator from El Paso County. Heard him say that if you don't think, or if you think we can get people to change their lives based on the criminal portion of this bill, it was an illusion. I dispute that. I would say that if you don't think we can get people to change their lives based on the criminal portion of this bill, people are burying their heads in the sand. Said we can't arrest, convict, or jail our way out of this problem. Well, that's not exactly right or true. I don't know if anybody saw the article today in Colorado Politics. There was a man down here yesterday, and as a matter of fact, he was testifying in judiciary on a separate bill, a couple bills before we had fentanyl bill. Basically what he said was, thank God for a felony arrest. Thank God. that I had a felony arrest because that's changed my life. It turned my life around. I am clean and sober because I had a felony arrest. And he was down here yesterday trying to convince senators to go down to 0. He was down here yesterday talking to people saying we need to go to 0 and we need to have felony convictions on above 0. And I'm going to read part of it. His name is Michael Weaver. Spent 27 years addicted to heroin and meth. Some of the worst of it during the last 3 years. And I'm not going to read all of it. He said, I've seen a lot of my friends overdose from just 1 pill of fentanyl, and definitely less than 1 gram. Again, he was at the Capitol to plead with Senate lawmakers to amend House Bill 1326 to lower the felony threshold to simple possession of fentanyl to 0, a position that Colorado law enforcement community is pursuing. His parents died, and I believe it was Michigan. Both of them committed suicide, and he came to Colorado to try and start a new life, but he quickly started using drugs. Heroin and meth were his drugs of choice, to selling them. He said, adding that he also included the use of sale of fentanyl. When he was asked why he supports a zero-tolerance approach to simple possession, he said when he was selling heroin and meth in 2019, the General Assembly passed the law that made possession of less than 4 grams a misdemeanor. We all remember that bill. We talked about it a couple of times today. We made fentanyl less than 4 grams a misdemeanor, as did other drugs. He knew it. He knew that law was out there. But this is what he said. That's easy to go around. I mean, to bypass the law. He goes, I just had to carry 3.5 grams, he said, indicating drug dealers know how to get around those possession numbers. He said his whole drug network knew when that law was passed in 2019. Every one of my associates, fellow drug dealers, at the time knew the lesson was to carry less than 4. If we need to take more than 4, there's 4 people in a car, everyone carries 4 grams, he said. He added that if stopped, it's a misdemeanor, a slap on the wrist, and we're going home. Going as low as 1 gram is not a deterrent, according to this former drug dealer and user. He argued the same rules would apply. Everyone carries 1 gram. You go to a house and you sell someone 4 grams. He went on to say he escaped his old life. He's been to prison 5 times and a halfway house 5 times and on probation for misdemeanor possessions of heroin, most recently in 2019. And he said while out on probation, he continued to pick up possession charges, all misdemeanors, which he described as a slap on the wrist. It wasn't until the felonies that he picked up that helped him turn his life around. So if you don't think getting charged with a felony on anything above 0 gram is illusional, then you're wrong. Again, if you don't think that, then your head's in the sand. If you get arrested and charged with a felony, you're going to go to diversion and you have to complete treatment. You are sentenced to treatment. This guy got arrested 17 times. He wasn't thrown in prison, but because of the felonies, he turned his life around. I heard from the good senator from El Paso, Madam Chair, that prohibition didn't work. Okay, maybe it didn't. But what is he saying? We shouldn't have any limits? Because that's what the original bill in 2019 was. You could have driven a semi-load full of fentanyl down Colfax in the original version, and it would have been a misdemeanor. So I don't know, again, what the good senator from Montrose was saying. What's the answer? Is it then, if we can't have limits, are there no limits on drugs? Should we just do away with it? I didn't realize the good senator was a libertarian. Let's just legalize all drugs. We have to have some limits. So maybe prohibition didn't work when it came to alcohol, but having a felony conviction, according to someone who was convicted, turned his life around. And that person, in committee And down here is asking for 0 grams. Above 0 grams is a felony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe Senator Gardner was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Where to begin? My fellow senator from El Paso County, from across the aisle, I regret I don't see him in the chamber. I had a lot of responses. I think they were to my earlier remarks, judging by what was responded to. And as the good senator from Weld County noted, it seems that it proves a bit too much. The thing that caused me to come back to the well was the statement that we can't, like some people are suggesting, we can't prosecute our way out of this. I don't want to be misunderstood. I started to say that was a misconstruction of what I said, and I don't think, I will give the benefit of the doubt, I don't think it was intended. I don't believe we can prosecute our way out of this. I do think we can get drugs off the street. I think we can get drugs off the street and we can discourage the use of illegal drugs. But as the senator from across the aisle and across the other side of El Paso County says, prohibition didn't work, but it seems to me that he proves a bit too much. Because what it really sounded to me like was prohibition didn't work, the war on drugs didn't work, we need to legalize drugs. That was the next sentence that I didn't hear, but you know, I'm a simple country lawyer, but I sort of piece these things together and I go, well, I think the logical conclusion of that in the next sentence is, so we need to legalize drugs and then we'll deal with it as a social problem and let that be that. That's one view of the world. It's not one I share. Not one my constituents overwhelmingly do not share. To the contrary, my constituents overwhelmingly are calling for something to be done and for me and you to be responsible about it. Now, I understand that, you know, there's a saying when you go to law school you learn that reasonable minds can differ, and my retort to that is, if reasonable minds can differ, just imagine unreasonable minds. But I believe you, colleagues, are all reasonable people, and there are a range of views here. I respect that. But let's look at what this bill does and doesn't do, and look it straight in the eye and square in the eye and say what it is, and then you may not agree with what I say it is. You know, some suggest that that there are those of us in the well that may have said something today that was disingenuous. Now, I was taught, I use that term when I want to say somebody's lying, but we don't want to use that term in the well. But it doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It just means that let me call things what they are, and then if you want to call them disingenuous, go ahead. This bill, in its current form on the criminal justice side, which is Section 2.5 of the bill, will be Section 2.5 of the law. This bill makes some, in my view, marginal improvement on the criminal law and penalties for fentanyl in Colorado. And it does so and kind of wipes out what was done before, but it also contains some language. Let me find it here. Bear with me. Take out your, as I used to say in church, take out your songbook here. Turn to page 6. This subsection 2.5 is repealed effective June 30th, 2025. So, when you vote for this, yes, you're voting for penalties for fentanyl, for more stringent criminal penalties for fentanyl. We'll say your communication to your constituents of the things I did. These are things I did in the second session of the 73rd General Assembly. Well, when I talk about the things you did, I'm going to say you voted to repeal the more stringent criminal penalties for fentanyl, because you did. Now, is there more to the story? Yeah, ask me about it. I'll be happy to tell you. Not disingenuous, it's the truth. And I'll tell you why it is even more the truth. Again, our colleagues across the way are very clever. To give with that hand, going to give you more stringent criminal penalties because our constituents are insisting that we do so. Read it every day in the newspapers. Heard it in committee. I heard it from people who suffered unimaginable losses of loved ones, of children, who said, I would rather my child have been charged with a felony and an opportunity for rehabilitation than to have them dead. And yes, would they say we need the harm reduction side of this bill? I agreed with them, I agree with them, I continue to agree with them. It was suggested by the other senator from El Paso County that we don't need to put those people in jail, those small possessors. Well, we're not going to put them in jail. Even if we go to 0 and charge a felony, we're not going to put them in jail. If they accept responsibility. Force them into rehabilitation? You know, would that they get in a program of rehabilitation. Oh, they were just the one-time user? Well, God bless them. They'll go through the rehabilitation and they'll be incredibly successful. But I don't think that you're going to get a lot of, that's the first pill I ever took people here. Sure, is it possible? Yes. Are they people that are playing with a loaded revolver, Russian roulette? Yes. And do we need to give them every opportunity? Yes. The other senator from El Paso County suggested they're in jail 3 times or so, and then they get out and they use it again. And it's like, yeah, we heard that. I heard it from people that the only thing that forced them into rehabilitation was the criminal consequences. If one follows the arguments that have been made from others here, some others in the aisle, I think where you end up is, well, legalize it and do nothing. I don't choose that road. Or maybe it's legalize it and do all of the harm reduction that we possibly can while the cartel operates. I don't subscribe to that either. Or maybe it's legalize it and there won't be a cartel. Well, we legalize marijuana and there's still a cartel. So we need responsible, effective harm reduction and responsible, effective criminal justice to try and get as many drugs as we can off the street. You know, it's against the law to murder, and we still have murders, and it's against the law to have drugs, and we still have drugs, and we still will. Now, as to this mens rea, state of mind, no, and reason to know. There were many, many examples of this is not unknown in the law. Well, it's not unknown in the law. It's pretty well unknown in the possession of controlled substances, except in Ohio, where the other senator from El Paso County cited. I don't know if everyone was in the room when I cited Ohio as a place where the prosecutors are unable to prosecute these offenses. And they're essentially low-level drug users are using a walk. You know, what happened was we got movement on the question of lowering the amount of possession that was criminally punishable by a felony over in the House, and then they vary. Again, I admire the ingenuity of this. Then they raised the elements. They made the elements of the crime more difficult. And prosecutors do have to prove those. But I can give enough elements to any crime to make it impossible to prove them. And I don't think that's what the criminal law is about. Yes, the prosecution has to carry its burden of proof, but I think making it impossible to ever prove a crime when a crime has been committed is not what criminal justice is about. When you give a burden that for the circumstances of what it is too high. Of course we have knew or should have known for receiving or passing stolen property, because property is a legitimate thing, you know, just regular property, and it's bought and sold all the time. So we don't punish people unless they knew or should have known that some property was stolen before they received it or passed it. But you know, controlled substances are illegal all the time if you're not licensed to possess them and licensed to prescribe them. They're illegal for all of us to possess if we don't have the proper license. That's why, you know, I don't want to give you first year criminal law, second year criminal law of law school, but that's why there's a difference. It's not, you know, it's not rocket science, although I learned rocket science, but not at law school. people may have very different views of this legislation and what it does and what the effect of it is. But let me assure you, I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm not trying to be disingenuous with you. I just want you to understand very clearly what this bill does and what you will be doing so that you will know or have reason to know what you're doing. I don't want you to be just generally knowing that you're passing a bill about fentanyl. I want to inform you so that you know or have reason to know what this bill does. I've had a lot of people say to me, well, I don't really understand the bill this morning. And I understand how that can be. But this is on the 116th, 15th, I need to go look at the calendar, day. This was job one. It's kind of where I started my discussion earlier. I've been told that the Attorney General is of the view that a felony for possession of any amount of fentanyl is the right solution. Now, I believe that to be, and I understand it to be with a wobbler, because I think that's a reasonable and rehabilitative position. I understand the governor takes a similar view, although he says he'll sign whatever gets to his desk. I wish he felt that way about some of my bills, but there must be a reason why those statewide elected officials of the party different than mine hold that view. I don't think they're disingenuous people. I don't think they're people who believe that we can legislate or prosecute our way out of this. Because if that's what you think when of people who hold this, that they're people who believe we can prosecute our way out of it, then I guess you find me in a place with the governor and the Attorney General of Colorado, which is a rare thing as it is. Now, members, recall that I said at the beginning and at the end of my, part one of my remarks, there are three things that need to be fixed with this bill. One of them is to change the state of mind, to remove the language that says knew or should have known, and change it to knowingly. The second is we need to remove the repeal language so that we're not ourselves being disingenuous with the people of Colorado by saying, oh, I passed this law. Vote for me. I passed this law to deal with fentanyl. Oh, by the way, I voted to repeal it in the next breath. Let's do what we said we're going to do and not, if another legislature wants to change it, then let them get 1833 and 1. Two things. Let's not put them through this to get to a bill to deal with fentanyl, which will not be any less controversial 2 years from now, 3 years from now. And let's have confidence enough in what we're doing to leave it there and say, we believe this is what will work. And if you don't believe future legislature, then you get your 1833 and 1 and change it. And they might. And I suspect it's almost inevitable that there will be changes. And let us recognize what seems to be acknowledged by everyone here, that fentanyl is different and it is dangerous. If you have a pill with fentanyl in it, you have a dose of death. And you can say, oh, you know, a one-time casual user. You're a person walking around with a dose of death. And you probably didn't buy one. And if your friend walks up to you and says, can I have one? Then I don't think there's this, thoughtful calculus from that person at that time. No, I don't want to hand that over because I would be a distributor. No, I'm going to hand a pill to my friend, is what they say to themselves. Oh, my friend wants one too. We'll all be happy. Or dead. There are some other amendments, but let's deal with those three first.
Oh my lord, there's an amendment on the desk.
You've been waiting all day for that.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L211?
Amendment L2.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L211 is the moment you've all been waiting for, one way or the other. Oh, I move L211. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. L211 removes the mens rea language. I'll show you how it does that. If I can find the copy of my bill. The meat of it is page 6, strike lines 16 through 20. Line 16 through 20, you see, say, the person knew or had reasonable cause to believe that the material, compound, mixture, preparation, et cetera, is fentanyl, carfentanil, or an analog thereof, so fentanyl, essentially. And then page 8, strike lines 24 through 27, which is the same thing, and page 9, strike lines 1 through 3. That is this amendment. It is nothing more than that, and it is all of that. I ask for an aye vote on L211.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in support, I rise in support of L211 as well. And I'm just going to, for those of you who weren't here, I'm just going to repeat what the Colorado District Attorney's Council has said with regard to this new mental state, this knowing standard, and what the Attorney General Phil Weiser stated about this. So the Colorado District Attorney's Council urged legislators to strike the caveat that a person knew or should have known fentanyl is in a drug. This is what they stated. The requirement makes this provision almost useless, and very few prosecutions would be successful under this standard, as it essentially requires a person to admit they were trying to buy fentanyl. Highly unlikely that that will happen. Attorney General Phil Weiser said the bill's approach to possession needs further improvement, expressed the same wariness at the House's decision to add a second mental state for also knowing the fentanyl purity level or mixture of drugs. And I quote, adding this new element makes it much more difficult to prove that the individual possessing the drugs has committed a crime. As a result, this change, because it was a change in the House, makes it far less likely that a district attorney may hold those with non-user level amounts of fentanyl accountable. To avoid this result, the mental state assigned to this possession crime should be the same as that assigned to all other drug possession laws. We just heard, and I would agree with the good senator from Aurora. We are basically telling folks, here's your defense. You get caught with any amount, you just say, I didn't know. I don't know. And you're done. That's all you have to say. Because the district attorneys were very clear. They were very clear, and they're the experts that, you know, how do you prove a knowingly standard? How do you prove that? You can't. All they have to do is just say, I didn't know. And for those of you who think that the drug dealers are stupid people, you should probably think again. We had a discussion yesterday, or I had a discussion yesterday with an individual, the same one that the senator from Greeley had with Michael, and I'm sure some of you also had. And he was a former drug dealer and a former drug user. And he said they know exactly what to say and what to do the minute the bill makes law. They've got a whole drug network that knows what is in the law. They're probably more in tune with it than anybody else, and they get it out through their network. And so if you change the law that says under 1 gram is a misdemeanor, they will simply change from carrying around 30 pills to just carrying around 9 pills. And they will schedule their meetings appropriately and in a place where they can just go back to a home base and pick up whatever drugs they need to do and then go back and sell another 9 pills. So they know how to get around it. They'll also know that should they get caught, all they have to say to the law enforcement person is, hey, we didn't know. We didn't know there was fentanyl in there. Whether they did or not. All they have to say, they're off the hook, we're done, we've just made this bill basically useless. So I rise in support of the amendment L211.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of the amendment. We heard from the DAs, as the good senator from Weld County just said, that this, if we don't remove it, this whole bill is going to be a problem. And because it'll fairly much say 4 grams is the limit. Even though it was dropped to 1 gram by the House, knowing and should have known will make it, oh, it's okay for people to carry 4 grams. And they say this is impossible to prove unless at the time of the arrest the defendant admits in some fashion to the police officer, oh yeah, I was trying to buy some fentanyl. There has been some affirmative statements as the defendant's knowledge. So, you know, unless they make that statement at the time of the arrest, they can carry 4 grams. And so it really guts the bill. And I think that was the intent over in the House. And as I mentioned earlier, we talked to somebody. He said, these laws are easy to get around. A former drug dealer that was down here yesterday, like I mentioned earlier, trying to talk to legislators, whoever talked to him. I hope you all did. But he was a former drug dealer, drug user. He started as a drug user, then became a drug dealer. And he said these laws are easy to get around. So if I know or should have known, I'll just carry less than 4 grams. I'll carry 3.5, 3 3/4, whatever. So we need to take that mental state out so that we can give some strength to law enforcement, to the DAs, and to the users, to the addicts, to help them get off. So I would ask, strongly support, and I vote on taking the known and should have known out of the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Donovan.
Is that okay?
No, I just need to get this stuff out of your way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think I'm really glad we've arrived to the discussion on this part of this bill that, you know, not a surprise that it was coming, of course. And so I think it's given many of us a chance to be thoughtful. I think what is acknowledgeably one of the more challenging parts of the bill, and give us all time to kind of sit and think through it. And that concept of mens rea, that guilty mind, like how should that fall within us struggling to deal with the health crisis? And how should we make sure that we're trying to get the bad guys, right? Because our laws should go after the bad guys, and our laws should not try to catch people who are struggling with addiction. And so, of course, this concept of the guilty mind, of mens rea, really gets to the heart of that difficult challenge to walk the appropriate line. I don't think that this amendment walks the appropriate line. In fact, I think it will grab more of people who are struggling with addiction or mental health issues, or, as we've told the story numerous times, unknowingly get fentanyl in another drug use, instead of trying to get the truly bad guys, the dealers. There has been the argument for this amendment is that the drug dealer community, the bad guy community, the bad girl community, don't just want to make the guys be bad guys, the bad people community will be able to say, well, I didn't know, and then get up and walk out of the jailhouse. No, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. If you had a bag of cocaine and it tested for fentanyl, and you say, well, I didn't know it had fentanyl in it, you're still going to get booked for having cocaine. You're still going to get a ping on your record. You're still going to create a criminal record of your behavior. And then when you get hit the next time, a month, 2 weeks, 8 months, a year, that record is going to follow you. And if you have a record of being associated with the drug dealing community, the prosecutors and cops and beat cops, whoever grabs you off the street, they're also going to know that. This doesn't protect the bad guys. It does not protect the bad guys. Of course the bad guys are going to try to say, I didn't know it was fentanyl. And our very capable prosecutors and cops are going to say, I know your reputation, I can read your record. Who it might help not become a felon, is perhaps someone on a bachelor party on a weekend who made a poor decision to make their party a little bit more of a party, and unknowingly got a hold of some drugs, which was not the right decision, but they made a bad decision. If we pass an amendment, that bad decision turns them into a felon. Instead of a bad decision turning them into someone who maybe has a good long look in the mirror while they're going through court proceedings because they're still going to get charged, or someone who maybe re-examines their occasional pattern of drug use and says, it's time I really start reconsidering my life habits. So I appreciate and have been listening closely to this conversation. It is absolutely one of the tougher pieces of the bill. But if we are truly trying to capture the bad guys, make the dealers the ones we put behind bars, make the dealers who are unscrupulously giving out drugs that can result in not a high but in death, if those are the folks we're going after, and not the folks who get trapped in a dangerous game of fentanyl use, of not knowing that that was in the drug they used, then we have to keep the concept of the guilty mind in this bill. If you are a drug user, you are not guilty of knowingly distributing fentanyl. So I ask for a no on this amendment and make sure that we protect this important but challenging concept of mens rea. It will not protect the bad guy. It will continue to rely on our judicial system and our prosecutors to do the hard work of proving guilt while not capturing people who unintentionally got associated with fentanyl. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the district attorneys, some of them are listening into our conversation today. So, I want to just give you the comments that I just received from the district attorney of the 17th Judicial District, Brian Mason. And he testified in committee as well. But he sent me this note. Important to note, we're not, so district attorneys are not saying there shouldn't be a knowing element at all. We want this law to be consistent with every other drug possession statute in Colorado. In other words, we should have to prove, district attorneys should have to prove that a suspect knowingly possessed a controlled substance. No one is suggesting, none of the district attorneys were suggesting we shouldn't have to prove that. By specifying that district attorneys should have to prove specific knowledge of possessing fentanyl, which they do not do for any other drug. Let me just repeat that, because we were told earlier that, we should be consistent. So this is what the district attorney from the 17th Judicial District is saying. By specifying that district attorneys should have to prove specific knowledge of possessing fentanyl, which they don't do for any other drug, district attorneys essentially eviscerate our ability, this will essentially eviscerate our ability to use this statute to help get this poison off the streets. That's a district attorney telling you it. We shouldn't expect that a suspect will admit to having a specific drug or knowing they had a specific drug. But that's what the bill's current language would essentially require in order to use this provision. That's a district attorney telling you. So, urge your support of 211.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the good senator from Vail say that this...
I made a boo-boo on possession distribution.
Maybe you should correct it. Well, anyway. Okay. About protecting the bad guy. Well, if we don't get rid of this know or should have known, we are protecting the bad guy. And how do I know? Again, I keep going back to the gentleman that was here yesterday, who was a bad guy at one point. And he said, we go around the law all the time. We know what's going on in this building. We follow what's going on. And so we go around the law because it's so easy to do. That's what he told me out there. So it does protect the bad guys. And I keep hearing this, well, what about this one poor kid that he didn't know it was in there and he went to a party and he got charged with it. Well, that's highly unlikely, but if it does happen, there's this thing called diversion. And we heard in committee, the Boulder DA, the other Democrat DAs, other Republican DAs, about their program, diversion. Boulder DA has a very active diversion program. They can't even think of a time when they charged and convicted somebody of mere possession of a drug. They put them in diversion. And so we're not going to have this felony conviction that everybody's so afraid of by this one-time use, or with this one person that got arrested and was at a party and didn't know that there was fentanyl in there. Even if that did happen, they would go through a diversion program and they won't have a felony conviction on their record. Most likely, the conviction will be wiped out. At worst, they might have a misdemeanor conviction. So let's get the facts straight about what this amendment does and what it doesn't do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment for a couple reasons, one of which wasn't mentioned, we've been talking about the first 3 lines of it, but the last sections 4 and 5 delete page 8 and page 9, line 24 through 27, which is the fentanyl strip provision. Basically, the law says that you cannot use possession of test strips as evidence of drug possession or drug use, and that's designed to try to encourage, as the senator from Aurora wants, the use of test strips. So if we remove this provision, we're going to be discouraging the use of test strips. And I don't think that's really what we want to do. We want to encourage the use of test strips. Part of the solution that the former sheriff suggests is just trust the district attorneys, that they can have this felony possession if we change the standard. Let's make it easier for them to charge possession, and then let's just trust that they will either wobble it down to a misdemeanor or they will put them on a diversion program. The thing is, if you're arrested for felony possession, you have a record for felony possession. Conviction's even worse, but the possession arrest is something that's on your record. That's going to stay with you. And it can serve as an impediment to getting jobs, to getting housing, to getting loans, just by having the arrest. So making it clear and helping my colleague from Eagle, who misstated it a little bit, she said distribution, mens rea for distribution. The mens rea standard that we're talking about changing is only for possession. The standard knew or reasonably should have known, the objective standards that the proponents of the amendment are proposing, is just for possession. That's what we're talking about. So, and again, I think the example is not inappropriate because we heard them from parents of kids in committee where their kids went to a recreational event and one went out to get some recreational drugs. They wanted to get Xanax. They wanted to get some pill just to get high on, which is a misdemeanor. They did not know they had fentanyl, but they test it with the test strips, which are now going to be illegal if we adopt this amendment. They test it, and if they find fentanyl in it, they're guilty or subject to arrest and conviction for a felony. They did not intend it. The criminal law should not convict people for things they didn't know they were doing wrong. That's the essence of that pesky First Amendment and the pesky Fourth Amendment. We have a presumption of innocence. We are not guilty just because we have something if we don't know what we have. So that's what this amendment does. It sort of mucks around with the amendment that presumes we are innocent. I strongly urge a no vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Colleagues, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Should we criminalize the act of holding a test strip? Should we criminalize the act of carrying naloxone? That's reasonable cause to believe that the substance you're ingesting might contain fentanyl. Colleagues, mens rea is your state of mind. What did you know? What should you have had reasonable cause to believe? There has been a legalistic response to this, but I also want to provide the human element to it. Because we heard the testimony from family members who lost their loved ones, who said she thought she was taking Percocet. She thought that she was getting Xanax. You pass this amendment, and even if you're trying to make the best choices for yourself in carrying test strips or carrying naloxone, this is dangerous. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is one that I've spent some time trying to better understand. I am not a simple country lawyer, but I appreciate that most cases, when I've spoken to DAs right now with possession charges, before we passed anything here that brought it, we didn't decriminalize, we brought possession from a felony to a misdemeanor. Even when it was a felony charge, these are rarely ever prosecuted in court. These are consistently, they use a plea down to a misdemeanor charge throughout the process. That's going to continue to happen, and that's why holding at 1 is so important, that you leave that space for additional, for a felony charge, simple possession that would be pled down to a misdemeanor. But what this does do for the very few people who are innocent, who had no idea, who bought cocaine, for example, they had no idea that there was fentanyl in them, and they came in contact with law enforcement, that they would actually have the opportunity to prove in court that they were in fact innocent. They would have to use circumstantial evidence like they do in other criminal cases to prove ultimately that they did in fact know that there was fentanyl. So what that means is then their misdemeanor charge would be able to be pled down. The plea would be an M2, which is significantly different. When we read about the penalties, a misdemeanor is absolutely still an enormous mark. That is a mark on your record that includes potentially 80 to 160 days in jail. If you go through and you have more than 2 misdemeanors, that can lead up to double the time in jail. And then a 4th is an automatic felony charge. And so what this does is it provides, in those rare circumstances, the people that want to take this to court to say, to put the burden of proof on the prosecutors that they did in fact know that they had fentanyl, that they have the opportunity to prove in court that they are in fact innocent of that. We have heard time and time again that fentanyl is in everything now. It is unfortunately, it has infected the drugs in every aspect, including the fake pills that are where they use fillers, and it is just fentanyl and fillers. That's where we mostly see it. But for the people who are not actively pursuing fentanyl, this is about simple possession for those other drugs that are not as potent. So giving the opportunity to advocate for themselves in court that they did not in fact know is a very important standard to protect those that we continually hear about in the news and in this building. So with that, another piece of this amendment is also, it has the fentanyl test strips as making sure that those can't be used against someone. So if they are trying to be safe, if they do have test strips on them, that we're not creating a disincentive for people actually carrying those potentially life-saving strips. So I ask for your no vote.
Seeing no further, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I want to be clear about, it's when we get complicated bills, amendments start floating around. People say, well, that amendment doesn't do that, it does this, and it's also got this. Someone came running up to me and said, you can't vote for this because it's got a repeal of the Good Samaritan provision, which we haven't even talked about yet. This bill, or this amendment, does only And effectively, one thing, it removes the new or should have known standard of proof. The other senator from Weld County read a communication from her district attorney, which I think was significant. Understand, if this amendment passes, there's still a state of mind required to be proved. It's not like all you got to do is prove that somebody had fentanyl in their hand. They have to have knowingly possessed a controlled substance, some controlled substance. This only relieves the DA of having to prove that that controlled substance, which they have to show was fentanyl, it relieves them of having to prove that the individual knew specifically that it was fentanyl and not just a controlled substance. All other controlled substances crimes only require that proof. Because long ago, in the Controlled Substances Act, in the federal law, and in our state counterpart, we realized, everyone realized, what is contained in these illicit pills consisting of controlled substances often is something different than what the person thought. But they bought drugs, and they knew they were buying drugs, and they did so to get high, and they knew it was against the law. You don't have to prove that, but it is, as a practical matter, as we stand here, something that we need to be clear about. Members, this is core and key to the bill. If this bill passes with a higher state of knowledge requirement, we will be decriminalizing. We will be decriminalizing fentanyl. We will be making it harder to prosecute fentanyl than any other controlled substance. We are going to say, fentanyl, we're all going to stand down here and say, we know fentanyl is different and it's deadly and dangerous, and so we're going to make it much, much harder to prove that, even though when people go out there and do that, we know that they are buying drugs. They are buying a controlled substance. I ask for an aye vote on L211.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10 weeks ago, I was standing here talking to you all after 5 people in Commerce City died from fentanyl overdose. The Judicial District Attorney, 17th Judicial District Attorney, is Brian Mason, and he's listening into our conversation. He's come down and testified in every committee that he could with regard to this bill. And while the District Attorney in the 17th Judicial District is a Democrat, and I'm a Republican, we are on the same page, especially when it comes to this amendment. And I'm just going to remind you what he said. He says that if this knowingly mental state stays in this bill, it will eviscerate his ability to use the statute to help get this poison off the streets. He is in a fight in his district. Commerce City is in the 17th Judicial District. He goes on further to remind everyone, because of some of the comments that we heard here, district attorneys are elected by their constituents to do a job. We have the specific skills and experience to do the job. He would like to think, and so would I, he would like to think that people should indeed trust district attorneys to do their jobs. So we're all down here discussing this amendment, And I would say we don't know more about this than a district attorney does. So maybe we should start relying on the experts. 10 weeks ago, we were told that we were complicit in the process in keeping drug dealers on the street, in keeping killers on the street. That came from the Denver police chief. It wasn't about drug use, but in the last 10 weeks, we figured out how to put a bill together that's not $34 million, it is $46 million. $46 million on top of everything else we've done. $46 million. In Judicial District 17, just so we all understand, because we had discussion here about when district attorneys are going to plea and when they're not going to plea, and oh, we can't really trust them to do the right thing. That's baloney. In District 17, Judicial District 17, the criminal justice system relies on resolution of cases between the parties. They have nearly over 30,000 cases a year in that office. 30,000 cases. So if you don't think they're trying to look to plea and get the really bad guys put in jail, and the people who are users and need treatment not in jail, deferred from jail, deferred sentences, everything they can do to not put them into jail, then you guys are crazy. Because this is just in District 17, Judicial District 17, which is Adams County, Broomfield County, it's those areas. In 30 cases a year, he states, in each of those cases, if each of those cases went to trial, the whole system would break down. They use plea bargains as an important tool for doing the right thing and reaching a just outcome for everyone in the case. That includes the person who has the misdemeanor or the felony, but it also includes working to ensure that our communities are kept safe, because that's their job. That's what we trust and elect them to do. And the district attorneys are telling you, we need this out of the statute, or they can't do their job and they can't protect the communities and the people that they were elected to do. I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment 211.
Seeing no further, excuse me, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the really frustrating things about a bill this complex going, ironically, this quickly at the end of the session after many things. And by the way, I have 2 copies of the re-engrossed bill, so if somebody's missing a copy, let me make sure I have the one. I have mine. This is someone else's re-engrossed copy. I'll just leave it right here. The other senator from El Paso County suggested that we not pass this amendment because it removed the protection associated with Narcan or with test strips or Narcan. And I don't think it was intentional by any means, but it's a red herring. And let me explain to you why. You have to go through the amendment to know. So L211, there's some copies up here if you'd like to grab one. It does very specific things. First of all, it amends the re-engrossed law bill, page 6, line 7. It strikes the phrase "and 7." Why does it do that? Because 7's going away. Then, page 6, strike lines 16 through 20. 16 through 20 reads, "Thereof as described in section 18.18.2042G, and the person knew." Okay, so you need to go back up above that and realize that what this says is it's an unlawful possession of controlled substance. Any material, compound, mixture, preparation that weighs more than 1 gram and not more than 4 grams and contains any quantity of fentanyl, carfentanil, or any analog thereof, fentanyl when the thing's related to fentanyl chemically, as described in 18.204.2G, where fentanyl is described, and the person knew or had reasonable cause to believe that the material, compound, mixture, or preparation contain any quantity of fentanyl, carfentanil, or analog thereof, as described in Section 18.204G, commits a Level 4 drug felony. So, that takes out the knew or should have known language. The requirement that the DA prove that you knew there was fentanyl in the controlled substance, that you knew was a controlled substance. You just didn't know it's fentanyl, specifically. Takes that out. And it substitutes thereof as described in Section 18.204, comma, and it drops down and commits a Level 4 drug felony. So it takes out this higher state of knowledge that has to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Makes it impossible, say the people in Ohio that deal with this statute. Now, on page 8, lines 24 through 27, page 9, lines 1 through 3, you've got this provision. And this came into the bill because of the higher state of knowledge. So, we didn't want, and I shouldn't say we, because I didn't have anything to do with this, but those who wanted the higher burden of proof recognize that district attorneys will do their job as defense counsel do their job, and they will say, okay, how can I prove that they knew or should have known that there was fentanyl? Well, I would use the fact that they had a test strip in their possession so that they were afraid that maybe there was fentanyl, or that they had the antagonist. Well, I don't want to discourage that. Well, the reason we strike that is because it becomes moot. It becomes irrelevant because we're no longer having to prove knew or should have known. And what that provision says is you can't use that stuff to prove knew or should have known it had fentanyl. Wipes that out. So we're not trying to pull a fast one on you. We're not doing something that, and I don't think that anybody was making that accusation, but I think there's always confusion when you look at the strike line this and add this, strike these lines, substitute that. I just wanted to go through and assure you that this does away with the higher state of knowledge and the things associated with the higher state of knowledge and proving the higher state of knowledge, because if the amendment's successful, you don't need to do that. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 211.
Senator Fields was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what I want to be clear about is I have not taken a position on Amendment 211? 211. What I've done is ask some questions as relates to the merits of this bill, because I'm still trying to determine where I'm going to fall. I have not made a decision, but what I have done is to listen to the arguments. I have read the bill, and I have questions. And that is my role as a lawmaker, is to have questions. And so the question I have right now is, because I have never prosecuted a case, and I have never really defended a case, but I've been in a courtroom on more too many of occasions. And I know what it's like to litigate the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's not easy. And the cases I'm referencing to is the murder of my son. They came back with a guilty verdict because they were able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these guys were guilty. So let's go back to this whole issue as it relates to knowingly, which I kind of relate to the highest standard that we have in law that I know of, is proving something beyond a reasonable doubt. Which is different than knowing, and so I'm still kind of perplexed about this whole deal of knowing. And then if you don't know, there's a series of things that take place as it relates to knowing. Because on page 6, line 8, it says unlawful possession of a controlled substance. And you read on, and it says, you know, what we've already heard, material, compound, mixture, all that kind of stuff. And the person knew or had reasonable cause to believe. And I don't know how you prove that when I don't know, I think later I heard that CBI or the DAs have to prove the contents. Oh yeah, here it is, it's on page 8. That the Colorado Bureau of Investigation has the resources to determine the quantity of the fentanyl. So if they can prove the quantity of what is in their possession, how does that relate then to someone that doesn't know they have it, but then the Bureau of Investigation can prove that they have it? I'm just still trying to understand how you can relate the mental state of knowing and then having CBI tell you it's in there, and how that goes to the burden. The burden that is on the DAs to have to prove these charges in these cases. When someone says, I didn't know. Did you know that most people in jail are found not guilty? They believe that they were innocent. Most people in jail, or maybe I can say some people in jail, will tell you they're innocent. And if you know drug users, they know what they're selling. They know what they're peddling. But a lot of times the consumer or who's consuming that drug may not know. Or maybe they do know. But this knowing state is just, it's a hard burden to prove if you're a district attorney. But it's easy if you're a user or you're a dealer. You just say, I didn't know. I didn't know. Even though you had 40 pills. I didn't know. I didn't know what they were. I just thought they were my mom's prescription or whatever. I don't know. Help me out here. Help me understand that.
Senator Gonzalez.
I want to appreciate the good senator from Arapahoe County in asking questions, because I had a lot of questions in committee too. I asked a lot of questions of district attorneys, of police chiefs, of even the family members who lost their babies, who lost their children, who lost their sisters and brothers to fentanyl overdose. There were a number of people who testified to the fact that they didn't know. They thought that they were taking a different drug. They thought they were taking a painkiller. and they died. But had they lived, if we adopt 211, that would have made them guilty of a 4th-degree felony. Now, part of this question is also the fact that, well, actually, we're going to have that conversation probably a little bit later, so I won't go there. But I just want to name a few of the stories that I heard. A woman named Courtney, whose brother Tyler died. A woman, Corey, whose son Tyler died. I'm actually trying to scroll through because I tried to take so many notes from the family members. Melania Rodriguez, whose sister and sister's friend died. Feliz Garcia. They didn't know. They lost their loved ones who paid that ultimate price. But what 211 would do is say, if you're lucky enough to live and survive an overdose, we're going to charge you with a felony. And I can't support that. I'd ask for a no vote on Amendment 211.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I too heard the stories of these people. Alan Susan Globe, Anita Gallegos, Mariah Rodriguez, Christina Kaufman, on and on, heard many family members. A gal by the name of Corey Morales called her son's death murder. She called it murder because somebody gave her fentanyl, her child fentanyl. And to a T almost, we heard after family that said, you know, we would rather have our child be charged with a felony and be alive today. That's what's at stake here. I can't imagine any parent saying, oh no, I'd rather have him dead than be charged with a level class 4 drug felony. So I would say vote yes for this amendment in the names and for the sakes of the family that lost their children. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we don't get to 11, we will eviscerate any ability that the district attorneys have to use the statute to get this poison off the street. That's not from me. That is from the district attorneys. And I have it here from the District Attorney's Council Executive Director. All district attorneys, 11 Rs, 10 Ds, and 1 independent, all agree 100% that they are in support of this amendment. In support of Amendment 211, for all the same reasons that I quoted from the District Attorney of the 17th Judicial District. The current language makes the 1 to 4 gram offense pointless and unusable in a huge majority of cases. And I heard this from the District Attorney in the 17th Judicial District, who had to deal with those 5 people in Commerce City and their overdose. And I heard directly, after I made my comments in the well 10 weeks ago, I heard directly from the mom of one of the young women who died in Commerce City. And she just wants justice for her daughter. She wants to get these drug dealers off the street just as much as her district attorney does. And she spoke with her district attorney. And she wants to get them off the street just as much as he does, so that no other mother has to go through what she's gone through. And she realizes, when I spoke with her, she realizes this isn't going to get all the drug dealers off the street. But it at least gives them a shot. Gives them a shot at trying to get rid of drug dealers and get them off the street. So again, every single district attorney, whether that's the judicial district that covers the city and county of Denver, or the ones in the southwest corner, the southeast corner, the northwest, northeast, up in mine, the 17th judicial district, which is Adams, all of them agree 100%. They are in support of Amendment 211. Let's listen to the experts. Let's do our job. Let's work to make our community safer, and let's work to give the tools to district attorneys and to law enforcement the ability to get drug dealers and killers who are responsible off the streets. I urge an aye vote on 211.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my predecessor speaker that we need to get the drug dealers and distributors off the streets. I think everyone is in favor of that. What this provision deals with are not those, but it deals with low-level possessors of very small amounts of drugs. And to the argument that we need to make it easier for the district attorneys, I'd say, why don't we amend the bill to get rid of the Fifth and Sixth Amendments to the U.S. Constitution, which require that you be made aware of the charges against you, that you can confront your witnesses, that you have evidence against you which you can refute. I mean, look in the Fifth and Sixth Amendment. It's pretty fundamental stuff. In order to prove that a person violates this, the district attorney would have to prove 2 or 3 elements. They would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they knowingly possessed any material compound weighing more than 1 gram, but not more than 4, containing fentanyl, and that they knew or had reasonable cause to believe it. They would have to prove that they had knowledge or reasonable cause for knowledge that it contained fentanyl. Otherwise, we're convicting people who don't know what they have. This is a criminal conviction. How can we convict people for something they didn't know they were doing wrong? That, to me, is the essence of injustice. They should know. If they didn't know, then so be it. And they don't have to prove it. It's up to the DA to prove it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the system of justice that we have, that it has to be proven by the DA beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant, look it up, has the right to remain silent and say nothing. He doesn't have to disprove a thing. So let's make the DAs do their job and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this person knew or had reasonable cause to believe that the material had fentanyl. If they didn't know it, they shouldn't be convicted, and the DA shouldn't be anxious to convict them. We're talking about low-level people with 1 to 4 grams who are not the dealers. These are the users, the possessors. I urge a no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to repeat what the district attorney said, and it is not what the senator from El Paso County stated. Very clearly, he said this. He didn't say that they don't have to do their job. In fact, they're good at doing their job. He said district attorneys shouldn't have to expect that a suspect will admit to having a specific drug or knowing they had a specific drug. That's what he's stating. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
18-405, subsection 2C, commits a level 3 drug felony if the violation involves any material, compound, mixture, or preparation that weighs not more than 14 grams. DAs have lots of tools today in statute that they are not using. Subsection D, commits a DF4 if the violation involved any material that weighs not more than 4 grams. The DAs want more tools in their toolbox and yet haven't used the tools that exist in statute today. I ask for a no vote on 211.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I rise in support of this. Right now, this would be the only drug law that has that standard. The only one. So if it's bad for this, then let's put it on for all other drugs. And we heard a lot about the families. You know, the opposition talked about the families, Madam Chair. And the families who testified in that committee on this bill have met with the DAs, including Mason, DA Mason and Doherty, and they support this amendment. The families that lost loved ones that came to this committee are in support of this amendment.
Senator Gonzalez. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body, a division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is in favor of adopting Amendment L211. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing. You may be seated. All of those who are opposed to Amendment 211, please stand. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1326? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Members recall that we had other issues and concerns with the bill. The next one is that it contains an automatic repeal. So this bill represents a huge amount of work. Represents a huge amount of work on the harm reduction side. It represents a huge amount of work on the criminal justice side. But there is a provision in it that says for that criminal justice work that it will all repeal on June 30th, 2025, 3 years from now. 2 elections from now. It will repeal, not get a sunset review, not get a report about how well is it working to the General Assembly to decide should we make refinements and revisions to our criminal penalties for fentanyl. Rather, it will require a future General Assembly, either by things being what they are, either the second session of the 74th General Assembly or the first session of the 75th General Assembly, to wrestle with it, because DAs and prosecutors and all sorts of people, law enforcement, will be saying, if we don't do something about the fentanyl bill to reauthorize it, to repass it, to change it, to do it, it'll essentially become legal. Because we have cut fentanyl out right now, and I haven't sort of studied everything that the repeal will do, but it seems to me that what the repeal will do is it'll spring into legality. And I don't know what that chamber looks like, and I don't know what this chamber looks like after the next election or the election after that. And I don't know who will be sitting in the governor's office. Maybe Governor Polis will run for president. I don't know. I'm not encouraging that. I got shocked looks over here to my left and your right. My point is, we do not know what the world will look like on June 30th, 2025, or more likely July 1st, 2025. We do know what faces us today, and we do know that if this bill passes 33-18 and one of us will have elected and adopted this bill. And that provision, those 2 sentences, a sentence and a half, a line and a half, will wipe out everything. Everything. Have there been deadlocks in this place? Have important things been left to the last week of the session? Have people been running around saying, what will we do? Members, we need to remove the repeal provision. We need to have confidence in the work that we do. By the way, whether I will ultimately agree with it or not, we need to have confidence and what this General Assembly has done. Don't vote to repeal the law on fentanyl. That's what you will be doing if you do not pass this amendment. I ask for an aye vote on L212, and it probably would help if I would hand it across the desk and move it.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L212?
Amendment L212.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, I move and Madam Chair, I move L212. This removes the repeal. It will make the passage of this law the law of Colorado and will stay that way until another General Assembly, almost inevitably at some time, will refine, change, and do what they think is best and better by the time and the conditions of their time, but it will not wipe out the entire prohibition on possession and distribution of fentanyl in the state of Colorado in the meantime. I ask for an aye vote on L212.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was an important piece for advocates who are working with and providers who are working with those who are struggling with a substance use disorder every day. Unfortunately, we know that when we increase penalties, it can actually worsen their disease because they're not getting the care that they need, and they have a criminal record, which unfortunately makes it more likely that they are going to have a difficulty getting a job, finding housing, which will only make their disease spiral even worse. And so what they proposed was to have a study that we can look at to have us repeal. I won't be here in 3 years, so some of you will be contemplating this unless we pass this amendment. But to come with data on how this law has worked, how it has affected individuals, has it reduced overdose deaths, and do we, as the legislature, believe that we should repass this piece, just the felony possession piece in the future? The rest of this is going to stay. This obviously is the one that where we're really trying to walk the line, because you don't want to criminalize people who are struggling with addiction, and that is the line that we're trying to walk and figure out. It is definitely not perfect, but this is something that was very important in the negotiations for advocates on making sure that this is going to be repealed, come up again for discussion to see if we want to pass it, if it is worthy of passing again. So I ask for your no vote on this amendment.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, members, there's arguments for doing this because we, quote, have to look at it again. It will be looked at again no matter what we do. But I really urge you to remove the automatic repeal. It will just cause this debate to start from scratch, not from where we are. I ask for an aye vote on L212.
Recognize yourself. Go up in the chair.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition of Amendment 212, and let me tell you why. I've sat on Behavioral Health and the Opioid and Other Substances Interim Committee for the prior years, and this issue is ever evolving. The science is ever evolving, and the substances that are hitting the streets are ever evolving. With a repeal in 3 years, you force the legislature to act. You force them to get up and educate themselves on the current events, on the current science, on the current substances that are on the streets, the current methodology of the use of those substances. And 3 years doesn't sound like a long time, But as fast as the pace of change is technologically in our modern world, as well as in this area, I think it's just about right. And I'm glad that the legislature will be forced to look at this subject again, because I'm not completely comfortable where this bill is right now, but I realize we're doing the best we can with the limited knowledge we have right now to address the concerns of the public, to address the concerns of law enforcement. But we should not assume that this prescription, this bill right now, the words on this page, is perfect and infallible and should last the test of time for the coming decades. We should assume there are flaws in it, much like there were flaws in the piece of legislation 3 years ago that ended up leading to this bill. And we should also look at the bright side in this bill, because this bill and the mistakes that were made in the bill a few years ago have forced the legislature to put more resources into recovery for the citizens of the state of Colorado. So I look at the current repealer not as the glass half empty or a problem. I look at it as a blessing, a call to action for some of us who may still be here, but for those that will be, they will be handed the torch to make the decisions and pray about it and deliberate about it and study about it and talk about it and think about it. I ask for a no vote on Amendment 212.
Minority Leader Hurlburt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for an aye vote on L212. If you need a call to action here in this chamber, then if you're midterm, you'll be here next January and you'll have the 3rd and 4th years of your term. You came down here and took an oath of office. That's your call to action. Someone will come and sit in a seat occupied by Senate District 30. That person hasn't been to this well yet to take that oath and receive that call to action. This repeal, I have to admit, earlier I referenced sunset instead of repeal. And in talking with drafter, I realized I'm not an expert in Title 18. You know what Title 18 is? Criminal law. I consider myself pretty good when we get to Title 12. Sunrise, sunset, business regulation, licensing, education. Know that space pretty well. But I have admitted during my 12 years in the legislature, when it gets to Title 18, that's criminal law. I call it law about law. That's when the two attorneys in the room probably know a lot more about it, or the members who serve on the Judiciary Committee who aren't attorneys. They learn a lot more about Title 18 than I do. We're not talking about reviewing some business regulation. We're not talking about registering fentanyl addicts. We're not going to license distributors, dealers, drug dealers, the cartel. No, this is a law like murder, like manslaughter, like drunk driving, like other crimes. So I apologize, members. Earlier when I came to the mic and spoke about House Bill 1326, I referenced sunset. That won't work. Drafter pointed that out to me. I'm like, oh, yep. See, that's my expertise. That's my familiarity. And if you're like me and maybe you're not an expert in Title 18 criminal law, then I would ask you to please listen to the good senator from El Paso County. Or maybe either one. I like the one that's sitting over here on this topic. We're not talking about repealing a licensing or registration program over at DORA. We're talking about repealing a law. And members, if you're going to be sitting here next January 9th, or to those out running for the state senate, if you're lucky enough to win and come here in this well and raise your right hand and take that oath, that's your call to action. And you know what you can do? You can run a bill to change this law, if and when it becomes law, or any other, anytime you want to. You get at least 5 opportunities, your 5 bill titles here in this state. That's your call to action, and there's nothing that we can do to prohibit you, to limit your ability to run a bill to change this law next year or the year after. But what this amendment is trying to prevent is this entire body of law, should the bill become law, and I hope it does, that it all gets erased. And then some of you who will still be here will get to do this again. Now, as my friend from Adams County just noted, what if some aspects of this bill get it wrong? What if there's changes in drugs that are on the street or how they're distributed or something? Do you need a repeal in law to do a reset button for you to attend to those changes? No. No, you wouldn't need that. Why? Because you've already received a call to action from the people who sent you here to do your job. That's why you're here. That's why I'll be here for 6 more days. And repealing a crime, that makes no sense. I don't know why our colleagues over in the other chamber thought that was a good idea, but please, please realize, understand what we're doing here. Make this the law of the land, and for those of you who will be here, if it doesn't work, then change it next year or the year after or 3 years from now. But don't support the idea that the crime is just going to be wiped off the books and then you'll decide whether or not you're going to continue it. I ask for an aye vote on 212.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I was going to say a lot of what the good Senator, not from Parker, said. You know, I just have a little trouble with it because we don't do this really on any other bill that I can think of. We pass a law and say within a couple of years we're going to repeal it automatically. We do sunsets, but those deal with regulations. And we set sunsets out for, I don't know, 5, 8, sometimes 14 years or longer. So we have a sunset review on regulations, but I really can't think of any other time that we passed a law and then we say in 3 years, you know what, we're going to repeal it. And so based on those grounds, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, we're going to take a senatorial 5. Motion is for the adoption of Amendment 212. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated.
What's that? Yeah, super hot. You're super strong. I've seen you lift weights. What are we on, Senator?
We're on striking.
Sounds like something you would be in favor of.
I would be.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment 212. All those in favor, please stand.
Join us.
Definitely standing.
I didn't see the number.
She loves this. She loves this amendment.
All those, you may be seated. All those who are opposed to adopting Amendment 212, please stand. The amendment is lost. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, to refresh your memory, we talked about the issue of the possession of fentanyl of less than 1 gram, 1 gram or less, being a misdemeanor as opposed to a felony. I don't want to misstate anyone's position. I only know what I read in the newspaper, but I have read that the Attorney General believes that possession of any amount of fentanyl should be a felony with a wobbler. I think everybody now understands that the wobbler means that one who accepts responsibility, gets on rehabilitation, is cooperating, and completes that term will receive a reduction from a felony to a misdemeanor. I understand that the governor is in favor of this idea as well. Contrary to what may have been implied, I do not believe we can prosecute our way out of this, but I do believe that the criminal justice system has a role to play in getting drugs off the street and deterring the use of drugs. And as the former sheriff from Weld County, the good senator, noted, the reality is district attorneys do not take the first-time user and holder of one pill and turn them into felons. They are, contrary to what has been somewhat implicit in all of these arguments, they are not without compassion, they are not without concern, they are not without a strong desire to see people turn their lives around and avoid contributing to the problem. For reasons of humanity as well as public policy, they do not themselves want to try to prosecute their way out of this problem. So, members, I have an amendment that offers to make anything over the any amount of fentanyl a felony with a wobbler, with the ability to enter rehabilitation, be on probation, turn your life around, and walk away with a misdemeanor or maybe even less.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 226?
Amendment L.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I move L226. L226 does as I have described. It is an important amendment. It is what will make this law effective. It will ensure that we do not have an ongoing problem where people with 10 doses of death, 15 doses of death, escape true criminal responsibility, and someone with that much needs to be in a rehabilitation program. I ask for an aye vote on L226.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all know that struggling with addiction is a medical condition. It physically changes your brain. You go through, my mom used to say that she feared withdrawal more than she did death. And you go to unbelievable measures to continue to feed your addiction, to avoid withdrawal, and continue down that path. The entry for treatment should not be jail. These are people who have a medical condition that need access to inpatient treatment, residential, outpatient services. That is how we support individuals who are struggling with addiction. While this sounds good, right now, what you would be doing if we pass this amendment is that you would have a significant amount of people who would be forced into our incredibly decimated and underfunded treatment system already. People who are not ready for treatment necessarily. Some are. I think that all paths to treatment are very important. But many people are not going to be in the position of being ready. And unfortunately, we know that when you're going into treatment, when you're not ready for that, you have a 129% increase in the likelihood of dying from an overdose death. So I appreciate that you can have some stories of success here, but we need to look at outcomes. And in the Wobbler, the data that we have only 13% of individuals who were charged with a felony had a Wobbler. Only 13% of the cases were successfully completed. And that's because oftentimes we don't have standards across the board, so this is pretty inconsistent with what they're asking people to do in order to qualify for a Wobbler. It takes money in the correction system, so you have a significant disadvantage of getting the Wobbler if you're somebody who lives in poverty. It also, successful completion, like I said, it varies across the state. In some courts, for example, find a simple technical violation that voids the Wobbler. So people also have to wait years for the Wobbler to take effect while they have a felony conviction on their record. We know that that affects their ability to get a job. We know that that affects their ability to have housing, and that's going to significantly impact their ability to actually seek the help that they need and get the treatment that they desperately that they do need when they want it. And so I also want to remind people the reason that Colorado has been struggling, it was the pandemic. Of course, we had increased use like everywhere across the nation, but we have significantly underfunded our services here in Colorado. All the work that we have done, every dollar that we have fought for together to address these needs, right now in Colorado, we have 450 people who are on the wait list, who want treatment. So what you're doing is creating a situation where you're forcing individuals through the criminal justice system, those who are not criminals, people who are struggling with a disease, and putting them ahead of those who are already ready for treatment. So the real answer here is making sure we're not criminalizing addiction, that we're increasing access to treatment and addressing the systemic gaps that we face here in Colorado. So this would be detrimental to those who are struggling with addiction, and this would take us backwards. And so we have found a balance between listening to law enforcement and recognizing that, we're talking about fentanyl compounds, as you know. In this bill, 0 of pure fentanyl is already a felony. So this is the stuff that is being mixed. And we have listened to law enforcement that there were some people who were selling and distributing and poisoning individuals who were just under 40 pills, and they were taking advantage of that cut point. So we're lowering that. We're listening. But you're going to also, in the 1 gram, you're going to capture some people who are struggling with addiction. Some people take 40 pills a day, which is because that's how high their ability, they've been using for so long that they can actually take 40 pills over the day. Some of that is over 3 days. You're still going to capture some of these individuals who are struggling with the disease. And so we need to have the ability to hold at 1 so that we can negotiate down to a misdemeanor, which is still a significant penalty, as you know. This is not getting off easy. A misdemeanor is up to 180 days in jail. If you have more than 2, that would be doubled to 360 days in jail. When you look across the nation, actually, this is, if you want to look at, we're 19th in the nation for overdose rate, death increases. But when you look at all of the states that are above us, some have misdemeanor charges for possession, some have felonies. It's kind of all over the board, and those underneath us. These are really low offenders. These are small amounts relative to what we actually need to be focusing on, and I'm so glad that this bill does, which are the cartels that are poisoning our communities, the large distributors that we need to go after, where we need to focus, making sure that the people who have unfortunately become addicted to fentanyl, because that's all we have now, because that's what the cartels, that is their drug of choice. We need to make sure that we're going after them and we're leaving room underneath that 1 gram. That just gives the ability to plea down and gives the flexibility when the individuals are going through this process so that they're not, so they don't have a felony record for the rest of their life, that they have the opportunity to recover. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for aye vote on this amendment. I believe that felony conviction with wobbler is a good plan. It helps people get into treatment. If they complete their treatment, that felony conviction is gone. It's no longer there. And I don't even believe they get charged with the misdemeanor. They need to complete the conditions of their probation and of treatment. And so I heard earlier that from the good senator from El Paso County that he understands from a newspaper article that the Attorney General, the Democrat-elected Attorney General, supports going to 0. So I'm going to clear up any doubt because I have a memo here from the Attorney General regarding the fentanyl accountability prevention. And this is what he says in the last paragraph. Understand that the committee may consider an amendment to adjust the current law's 4-gram threshold for felony possession by making the possession of any amount of pure fentanyl a felony and lowering the threshold for a felony when an individual possesses felony analog, that is, a substance that contains fentanyl. This is a necessary change to our criminal code and a concept that I urge the committee to adopt. So the Democrat Attorney General, I will erase any doubt that the Attorney General supports this amendment. And I'd like to read a testimony from what we heard in committee regarding going to 0 grams. It says, greetings, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony with you today. My name is Jenny Burton. I have become nationally recognized for my transformation when changing my life after my last arrest in 2012. I am so thankful that drugs and crime associated with drug crime, including possession and sales, were illegal when I was in my addiction. If not for intervention by law enforcement, I want to make that clear, without intervention from law enforcement, I would not be testifying in front of you today. After nearly 30 years of addiction, 17 felony convictions, and 3 prison terms, I am now clean and sober and have been for 9 years and 4 months. I am a University of Washington political science graduate, a Montan's Honor Scholar, and a Harry Truman Scholar for Washington State in 2020. Most importantly, I am a nationally recognized advocate for systems reform. A national advocate for systems reform. We have moved away from accountability and hard work in this nation. Now, this again is coming from a former addict who's had lots of arrests. We have moved away from accountability. You know, like I said, 85% of this bill is harm reduction. Some of it has to be accountability, and that's the first 5 sections. Anyway, we have moved away from accountability and hard work in this nation. This bill is a step in the right direction, but is missing the mark when it comes to actually helping people like me to turn their lives around. A felony conviction for the possession of any amount of this deadly drug is necessary to create change. Again, almost thank God I got a felony conviction so I can change my life around. We have heard testimony regarding how felony would have given some people the option to keep living. I am the proof of that. We are taking away the right of families to get closure and relief when we support lawful possession of any amount of this deadly drug. One of us that is present for this hearing knows that without a doubt, fentanyl is deadly, and that the more lenient we are when it comes to addressing this problem, the more people we are going to lose. Suggesting services without a mandate is not working in other cities in this nation. Why does anyone think it will work differently here? When left up to the addict to consent to services, they will almost always choose the drug over change. That is because addiction removes a person's option to choose for themselves anything other than the drug that they are married to. And I believe the good senator from El Paso County, from this side, even kind of mentioned that very same thing earlier on in this debate, that the drug consumes them. This person is confirming that and is saying, thank God for that, for the felony at any level. That is why it is imperative to create guardrails for those unable to care for themselves. A person in the throes of addiction is unable to truly care for themselves. When you see someone in a tent on the street, do you consider them fit to truly care for themselves? Would you leave your child in their care? It is our job as a society to put in place real social safety nets and focus on serving to solve the actual problem. It took an intervention, but again, now she's repeating it a second time, so it's pretty important to her. It took an intervention by law enforcement to help me get to where I am today. I was strung out on heroin for years and could not break its grip without intervention and separation. This bill can incentivize our system to create more diversion programs that will truly aid in the individual's success. The way this bill is currently laid out is exacerbating the dependency on the addict, meaning it is supporting harm reduction models that are only openly killing people across the nation. We can see this in cities like San Francisco and Seattle. Acceptance policies are not creating a healthy and safe society. They are increasing open-air drug markets, public safety issues, human trafficking, family separation, and death. If these policies actually worked, more than 1,800 people would not have died of overdose in San Francisco last year. Yet here we are in another city taking the same route that has led so many others to the edge of the cliff and pushed over. What is the actual definition of success? I can tell you as a person that came from abject poverty, was subjected to years of abuse and violence, spent 3 terms in Washington State Prison, 2 with my mom, lost my kids to the state, and violated the rights of multiple citizens to pay for my drug habit. That what we were doing today is not successful. We are taking away all options for individual success by allowing the destruction of human lives when looking at the problem from harm reduction perspective. The fentanyl problem is much larger than just the addict and the dealer. It is a cancer that is destroying many lives in our society. There is no amount of fentanyl that is safe. Success is being measured by how many drugs are handed out, not many social services agencies are being funded, and how many lawyers are being paid. Not by how many people are getting clean, how many are becoming accountable, how many families are being reunited, how many people are no longer dependent on programs, drugs, and systems. And that's from Jenny Brown, who testified in Judiciary Committee for 0 grams. Again, you already told you many times about the guy that was here yesterday. Here's another live example for people that say felony, the threat of a felony, a charge of a felony is wrong. Here's a living example that it works. And it turned this woman's life around, and now is a nationally recognized transformation person. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. The Colorado District Attorney's Council It's representing the state's 22 elected district attorneys, said they would like to see the bill revisited in the upcoming legislative session, which begins in January, and for language to be included that would make possessing any level of fentanyl a felony. I think it's time that we actually start listening to not only the district attorneys, but the sheriffs and the police chiefs. When the District Attorney's Council made that statement, it was in November of 2019. Basically 6-7 months after the bill had been passed. It wasn't like it was just this last November. That was in 2019. The District Attorney's Council said, look, we need language to be included that would make possessing any level of fentanyl a felony. When this bill was being passed, the Sheriff's Association, the police chiefs, district attorneys warned about the problem, the unintended consequence that could be brought on by this bill. And ever since then, they've been telling us. To the point where we got to in February, after the 5 deaths in Commerce City, where we're being called out because of the process we put into law, because of what we put into statute, that we were basically bared responsibility because we made possession of lethal doses of fentanyl a misdemeanor. So 4 grams, which I think the good senator from Monument held up a little packet or held up his 4 grams. Is that 4 grams? Oh, that's 1 gram. Held up 1 gram. But 4 grams, yes, of sugar to demonstrate what grams look like. 4 grams can kill up to 2,000 people. Somehow, having 1 gram in your possession, which could kill up to 500 people, is only a misdemeanor. That's what concerns law enforcement. They are not trying to go after the users. And to say that anybody who has 1 gram or less in their possession is a user, I don't think they would agree with you on that. 4 grams, the dealers know we have to carry around less than 39 pills. 1 gram, heck, they only can carry around 9 pills. And they can get a misdemeanor. And they know. They've got their network, they get it out there, they know. So if you carry around enough fentanyl to kill 2,000 people, it's a felony. If you carry around enough fentanyl or drugs laced with fentanyl to kill 500 people, it's a misdemeanor. How does that even make sense? No one that I've heard disagrees with treatment. Heck, we're probably going to pass a bill, and I haven't heard anyone say they're opposed to this portion of it. It's not 34 million, folks. The latest fiscal note, when you look at this budget year and the out year, is closer to 46 million. We're going to pass a bill $46 million on top of everything else we've done. This isn't the only bill where we have money for behavioral health needs, for mental health needs, for treatment. This one's very specific to this, but we're going to pass a bill that has all of these programs in it for treatment, for county jail support, for a regional evaluation, for fentanyl education programs, for withdrawal and crisis management programs, for study of health effects of criminal penalties. We're going to do that. Colorado Overdose Prevention Review Committee. And then we're passing it so we'll have FTE in the Judicial Department. We're going to have more FTE over in the Department of Corrections. We're going to have a program for opiate antagonist bulk purchasing, harm reduction grants, and fentanyl tests. We're going to have an education campaign. That's what we're passing. Yet we still have the people who are the users that we need to get to this position, that we need to get to this treatment and get into these programs. It's just a slap on the wrist. That's the drug users. And in the law it says, if we're just going to give them a slap on the wrist, I don't know how we're going to get them into treatment, because in this bill it says upon conviction of any offense. So we have to get to a conviction. And we heard from the district attorneys. They're not trying to send people to jail, drug users. That's not what they're trying to do. There aren't enough resources to send all the drug users to jail. But we have to get conviction so that the court shall require a substance abuse assessment, so that the court, and that would be during someone's probation or deferred judgment, that would require the person to complete the assessed level on treatment consistent with the provisions in section 18-1.3209, that the court would have the possibility to order residential treatment as a condition of probation, that the court may order non-residential treatment, that the person would be required to complete fentanyl education programs. We got to get there. But the main point is, for law enforcement, is 1 gram. Fentanyl is not a recreational drug. Up to 1 gram is still a misdemeanor under this law, under this bill. Not under this amendment. That's correct. That's why I'm in support of the amendment. But currently in this bill, up to 1 gram would still be considered a misdemeanor. The Sheriff's Association and the police chiefs. This is what they have to say. Because they're the ones that are trying to go out and make our community safer, get drug dealers off the street. There is no amount of fentanyl that is safe. It does not belong on our streets in any amount. There is no halfway with this dangerous drug. They need the opportunity to prevent deaths, or we send the message that we're willing to risk losing a small percentage of citizens to this poison. They talk about appreciating the work that's been undertaken to begin to address the Colorado's fentanyl crisis, but here's what they say about House Bill 22-1326. As introduced, falls short of protecting our communities from the significant harm that has been increasingly inflicted upon them in recent years by failing to address the possession of fentanyl. To be effective, and they're talking about being effective to get drug dealers off the streets. Nowhere in any of the testimony that I heard or that I read about did I hear any law enforcement person say, don't do the treatment. They all said treatment's important. They all support the treatment. They talk about being complementary to allowing them to enforce and do their job and giving them the tools that are necessary. But to be effective, the sheriffs and the police chiefs, Colorado must reestablish firm criminal consequences for dealing and possessing fentanyl. We cannot afford to take small, incremental steps to address the fentanyl crisis. Our response as a state needs to match the serious and deadly consequences brought on by this drug. Not taking these bold steps will only lead to more tragedy for Coloradoans. They basically are restating what they said all the way back in 2019. The fentanyl crisis requires both public safety and public health solutions. They state very, very clearly on their handout, harm reduction and substance abuse prevention are critically important components of any measure to address the crisis. They're asking for this amendment. They support this amendment. They want a felony for simple possession of any fentanyl, no matter the amount. Now, we heard from the district attorneys, heard from them in committee, we've seen their comments in the paper, we've heard from them today through text messaging, and they've stated very clearly, they're not after drug users, but they need to have tools in place, and they need to have drug users tell them tell law enforcement who the drug dealers are so they can make it work. You know, it's like, I'm not sure everybody understands what happens at the local level between the sheriff and the police chiefs, the district attorneys, and the judges, and even the Board of County Commissioners. There are numerous committees. There are numerous meetings that take place to put programs in place, even at the local level, to divert people from the county jail. We're not looking to put, at the local level, they're not looking to put users into the county jail. That doesn't serve a purpose. It's not what they're trying to do. But they've got to get to who the users are. It has to be serious enough consequences that the users are willing to start working with law enforcement so we can get to the drug dealers. They're going after the major network. Where they're not getting, it's those low-level, medium-level drug dealers because of the law that was passed in 2019. They have asked us, they asked the General Assembly in 2019 to not pass this bill, to not pass 1263. They told us in November of 2019, we need to get fentanyl, any level of possession, to a felony. It was in November of 2019. They've been present at every committee. They've been talking to all of us. I'm sure you've all talked to your sheriff. If you haven't, I'm sure they'll talk to you at some point. Or your police chief. And they're telling you they need help. They need the tools to help make our communities safe, to get to the low-level, medium-level drug dealers. They've stated it several times. We need this amendment. We need to give law enforcement the tool that they need. No one is going after the drug users. But you can still be a drug dealer, possess less than 1 gram, and only get a misdemeanor, only get a slap on the wrist. I urge your support for L224.
Senator Pedersen.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the letter from our AG, Phil Weiser, was referenced, and we're doing exactly what he laid out. Right now, it is a felony for 0 grams of pure fentanyl. Any amount of pure fentanyl is a felony in this bill. That is what our AG supports. He also supported reducing the amount for a felony charge with simple possession for fentanyl compounds. That is also in this bill. Another piece, I talked to, I appreciate saying that we need to arrest individuals to get them through programs. And one of the barriers is some of these programs don't take people with a misdemeanor. When you ask these local municipalities why, they say because if we opened it up to misdemeanors, we wouldn't have enough treatment options for people because they are so underfunded and the need is so great. They currently don't even have the capacity to bring in people who have misdemeanor charges. That isn't just in their programs. That's across the state. Every opportunity for treatment is underfunded throughout Colorado. Also in Colorado, we have a unique opportunity, something that saved my mom's life. It doesn't have to be arresting an individual that gets them in when they are so far down the spiral of addiction, and there is absolutely, unless there is urgent action, they will die. I was in that position when my mom overdosed 3 times in one day. She overdosed 20 times over that year. She was addicted to heroin. But that was when fentanyl started coming into the supply chain. So it was not pure fentanyl, it wasn't a pill, it was the compound, a mixture that was being brought in and put in the supply chain with heroin. My mom started overdosing at a high rate. It was monthly, moved into weekly, and sometimes multiple times a day. The last time that she was revived, she was taken to Swedish hospital. And I knew that if we didn't get her into a place, my mom was going to die that night. I went through the involuntary commitment process because our system was so broken. There were no options for my mom when she was begging for help, and we were churning her in and out, spending $1 million in 1 year, $1 million on one person in the ER, hooked up to ventilators, organ failure, making sure that ultimately she was able to breathe, her heart was beating, but we didn't actually give her any care that she needed. She was on a wait list just for 3 days of detox, which actually sets people up for failure because you're not giving them the full continuum of care. So she was on a wait list for just 3 days of detox, and instead of taking her for detox, we ended up taking her to the ER, where she was there for 11 days. We thought that my mom was going to die. That one visit cost almost $300,000, while we denied care to critical services that everybody who is struggling with the disease should have access to here in Colorado. So the last day that my mom overdosed from heroin mixed with fentanyl, 3 times the paramedics had to show up and revive her with the life-saving drug naloxone. And she continued to use because she didn't have access to treatment. So I knew that day that if I didn't get my mom the help that she needed, she was going to die. Now, sending my mom to jail would have been a death sentence. But we used the involuntary commitment process to go through a court order where they held her in the hospital, and my mom was taken from the hospital to detox, to inpatient treatment, to residential care, and outpatient services. My mom struggled for 30 years with an opioid addiction without having the care that she desperately needed. She finally got that continuum of care. My mom has been living in recovery for almost 5 years. So the reason why I bring this up is because we have mechanisms in place for those people. Oftentimes, people in my mom's situation, they don't have loved ones in their lives anymore because addiction is isolating. People they aren't treated with, that they have a disease and that we're there to support them. It is with stigma and shame, arrests. We do not bring people in with the perspective that this is a disease that somebody is struggling with, that they need help. So my mom is an example of what's possible, some of the mechanisms in place for those who have no other options. The problem, though, is that a lot of people don't know about this option. I was incredibly privileged because I was a state senator at the time. I was working with some of the leading experts in the state on these issues. And so they helped navigate this process for me so that my mom could have access to the care that she needed. So what I did in this bill is added our police officers and our firefighters as the individuals who can go through the involuntary commitment process. That is an opportunity for the leverage that you need, where it's not, the entry is not jail, the entry is care and support with the treatment that you desperately need. Because it's a brain disease, it took my mom a few months to what she calls come out of the haze. She started remembering things. She started remembering the things the music that she loved, the places she loved to visit. It was like my mom seeing her come back to me after decades of being gone. And that is the treatment and support that you need for recovery. This is, depending on where you are in your addiction, you have to meet people where they are and provide that continuum of care. Somebody like my mom, being able to live in recovery, to have, to come from the spiral that she was down to where she is now, is an example of what's possible when we invest in the right things and we give people the opportunity to live in recovery and thrive again. Something that we also provided funding for the education and training around this. So this is an opportunity that we have in Colorado. It's unique. It's not in every state. This does provide funding for the people on the front lines who are going to know the same calls. My brother's a firefighter here in Denver. He knows the same places that he's going to get called on generally every time that he's working. Unfortunately, though, he feels helpless. He sees people who are struggling with addiction, who are overdosing. You bring them to the ER. You know they're not going to get the care that they need. You're going to see them again probably the next day. So it's really important that we provide the training for people like my brother who want to go through the process, for those who don't have a family member fighting for them, or their family members don't actually know that this is available, didn't have the privilege that I had in the awareness. So that's a very important piece for the training here for me. I also just want to point out, if felonizing simple drug possession solved this problem, my mom wouldn't have been in the position that she was in. My cousin wouldn't have died from a fentanyl overdose in my mom's apartment. This is something that has ravaged the country. It has hit every state. And while Colorado is the 19th, we still have one of the highest unmet needs here for care in the country for substance use disorder treatment, which is devastating to find out with how much work I feel like I do every year on this issue. So another thing that is important to point out, we had the law that keeps getting referenced was put into effect in the spring of 2020. And just before that, in 2019 and in 2020, we started to see an increase in fentanyl deaths. Now, remember, I told you we haven't actually been testing that necessarily because our coroners don't actually have the money, but we did start testing it because of a grant program just a few years ago. So we did start to see that information be recorded more accurately. And in 2019, we saw a spike in fentanyl overdoses, not because of a new law, because this is what has been happening across the country, and this is what is happening here in Colorado, and not just the country, this is happening across the world. And in 2020, we had a deadly combination of a pandemic that brought isolation, anxiety, depression. We saw a significant increase in the abuse of alcohol, of many substances, and including opioids. It started to reduce actually when the law that we keep referencing went into effect. We saw a reduction in fentanyl deaths because it actually has no correlation to what we're trying to tie this to. But things were starting to get a little bit better, right, after we moved through the pandemic. But then we saw another spike again. So this is across the nation, not just here in Colorado. This is not, you look at every other state, this isn't about small possession, this isn't about smaller drug users. This is about a lack of access to treatment, a lack of access to mental health services and prevention services. And it is the fact that we need national-led efforts on going after the cartels and disrupting the supply chain. So We have a lot to be proud of here in the bill that we're bringing to bring significant accountability for the people who are poisoning our communities and dealing fentanyl. This is an incredibly important piece that the DAs from across Colorado asked us to do. We're doing it. We also have a special offender.
Senator Pedersen, we are on Amendment 226.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that it was relevant to go over everything else that we're doing, because to say that we are here because of this one piece is absolutely couldn't be more untrue. And all of the facts, if we're willing to actually listen, do not point to that. So I encourage us to have comprehensive conversations and policies that reflect that on what we need to do to meet this moment in the areas that are actually going to solve this problem. And I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a simple point that I would like to make. We have heard firsthand experiences from both sides of the aisle, family members lost to addiction. We all know someone who knows someone who's lost someone to addiction. The reality is it's present in our lives, and we care deeply about that. To Amendment L226, that would bring us to 0 grams with a wobbler, the term of art, in terms of presenting the policy. We also have in our culture now a significant effort towards harm reduction. We're doing things in order to help those who are suffering and struggling. And here's the point I want to make. That is important. And that is not the only set of people for whom we need to create policy. We need to create policy for all the people of Colorado. Those whose lives are threatened and disrupted in other ways because of this scourge of fentanyl. People who are affected in other ways. So earlier I stood in the well and I said this is approximately 1 gram. It's sugar, but approximately, if it were about this amount of fentanyl, that's enough to kill 1,700 people. Shocking to the system, this drug. It shocks the human body. It's different than other drugs in its viciousness, in the way it kills and creates death. We must, I believe, have a policy response that shocks this circumstance as well. And that is exactly the piece of the puzzle that this particular amendment would bring. A level of clarity to the conversation and to how we interact to get a handle on this on behalf of all the people of Colorado as we work to make our communities safer for all people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gonzalez was next. Are you still interested?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to L226 to House Bill 1326. Just as a refresher, because we've had a lot of conversation about what this amendment would do, L226 would make a possession of any quantity of fentanyl or its chemical counterparts a level 4 drug felony. It also would remove what is known as the safe harbor provision. That is, colleagues, that carrying naloxone or carrying test strips could, if 226 was adopted, could be used to prosecute you for a felony. We've heard comments from the proponents of this amendment who say we need to listen to law enforcement and the DAs because they need tools. Colleagues, I want to invite you to listen to the doctors who actually work with these individuals suffering from addiction, suffering from substance use disorder. I want to read from you the testimony from one of the doctors who testified in both committees. He says, "My name is Josh Barocas. I'm an infectious disease physician, addiction researcher at CU Medical School. I have dedicated my life to the health of vulnerable populations, particularly people who use drugs. Strong scientific evidence demonstrates that criminalization does not work, that supply-side restrictions without curtailing demand does not work, that mandating treatment does not work, and it is this evidence base which has undergone rigorous scientific review that should inform our policies, not anecdotes." He goes on to state that the possession of fentanyl becoming a drug 4 felony. Let's talk about the current market. As a frontline provider, he states, "I haven't seen a urine toxicology screen with only heroin or other opioids and not fentanyl in nearly 6 years. Fentanyl is ubiquitous. As such, this means that under this bill and under said amendment 226, every person, even small-scale dealers who have no idea what's in their supply, would face felony charges. It also means that someone planning to use or in the process of using with no intent to distribute would be incarcerated." That's thousands of people in the state who would be heading to jail or prison, flooding an already overwhelmed carceral system and costing taxpayers millions of dollars. And the last point that I just want to raise here from Mr. Barocas' testimony is that if you criminalize and felonize possession of any amount, and if they land in our jails or prisons, we heard in other testimony that people upon leaving jail are 40 times more likely upon leaving jail to die from overdose. 40 times more likely. There was also comment from the good senator from Brighton that nobody's going after dealers. Colleagues, we heard testimony from family members who stated they had Ring camera video evidence of the person who sold their loved one pills that they later died from, and they tried to contact police so that they could go after the person who dealt them this deadly drug. And colleagues, in debate, in testimony, family members were stating they couldn't get as much as a callback. It was so damning that in the middle of the hearing, the lobbyist for the chiefs of police texted the good senator from Weld County a statement to say, we're going to put forward model policy to ensure that folks at least get a callback. Kind of hard to go after a cartel and the dealers if you can't call back a grieving family member. So if law enforcement says that they need tools to enforce, when currently they can't enforce the laws on the books, when currently they apparently need millions of dollars so that they can make a simple phone call back to a grieving family member, who has pertinent information about the person responsible for their loved one's death, seems like maybe we shouldn't go down this road. I ask for a no vote on L226.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of L226. The wobbler was something that I did not understand when 1326 first started to get debate in the House. And I asked my law professor, the good senator from El Paso County, explain the term wobbler. And I liked that lesson for a very personal reason. And I've shared before that my father struggled with alcohol and prescription drugs my whole life, right up until his death last year. Now, I realize that every person who abuses drugs is not the same. People are different. But my experience with that particular addict was that the first time that he sought treatment and went through detox, it was a time of great hope. Finally, this misery was coming to an end. Maybe life would be normal. And then the second time he went through detox and tried to get his life turned around, it was still hopeful. Maybe it'll work this time. And then the third time, less hope. And every time thereafter, less hope. My experience with addiction, not my own, but with family members, is that they reach a point where things get particularly bad, and then they seek treatment and start to get their lives turned around. But the temptation, the desire, the yearning for that substance, whether it's alcohol or drugs, becomes so powerful that they can't resist. I like the wobbler, not because it will cure people, but it sends a very clear message. Now, if there's somebody out there who's using and they get caught and this amendment is in the bill and the bill becomes law, they're charged with a felony. Is their life ruined? No, not with the wobbler. So I want to make sure that you understand the wobbler, and I invite my good friend from El Paso County, my law professor, to come up and explain if I get this wrong, but I think I understand. The wobbler says if you go through this treatment plan for these many months or this many years, hopefully, and the probation officer says, and you'll need to come in once a month, once a week, once a quarter, I don't know, and get drug tested. And if you go through that treatment plan and you remain clean, then that felony goes away. And if you don't, it won't. See, I think that kind of reality check is what a lot of those folks need. We talked earlier about the ability, without that earlier amendment, that people could say, oh, I didn't know, the knowingly. But fortunately, that's come out. Thank you. Hope it stays that way. That makes a lot of sense. But with L226, that person may be on a first offense. Their eyes will be opened. Oh, I didn't think it was that big a deal. I didn't think I would get caught. I didn't realize I didn't understand the law. Okay. All right. If you go through this treatment plan, if you come in and get drug tested and stay clean, if you learn your lesson, then that felony goes away. And if you don't, it won't. I think that kind of reality is what many people who are addicts I think that kind of reality check is what they need. And we heard from the committee hearing that a former drug addict offered us very much that perspective. Make this real. Make it count. I don't want to get to a point of unforgiveness for people who fall prey to drugs like fentanyl. Fentanyl is something, I remember when this thing, crack cocaine, came out, and I heard, boy, people do that once and they're addicted for life and they die. And then meth, and seeing people out on the streets of Denver or on television who became addicted to that, and just the incredible speed that it destroys human life. Not like being addicted to nicotine, cigarettes, not like being even addicted to alcoholism, not like that. Something that you might try once and it's got you and you're dead. That's what fentanyl is. So if we have a young man or woman out there, or maybe they're not young, but someone who's caught that first time, I think we would be doing a disservice to them by saying, you didn't have enough to make this a big deal. Because as we've noted, with fentanyl, very tiny amounts can kill a person. And my friend from Monument has this sample, just sugar, of a gram, could kill hundreds, thousands of people. This isn't a recreational drug, and yet the cartels, the dealers, are lacing this into things that people are buying on the street as recreational drugs. I think we need to get that tough on fentanyl, because the people who put fentanyl into other substances they're killing people. They're not just drug dealers, they're murderers. And the people who buy it, I got to say, if you're out there and you didn't know that fentanyl was laced into whatever it is you're buying, well, you do now. If you're within the sound of my voice, it's there. And you're putting your life at risk. We need to get tough on fentanyl. And taking this, with this amendment, L226, taking it down to 0 isn't brutal, it isn't harsh, it isn't unforgiving. It might be tough love. It's your first offense, it's your 10th offense, it's your 100th offense, whatever it might be. Well, get your life straightened out, and this felony can go away. Otherwise, it won't. I think that this also could have a ripple effect, that people out there who are naively buying drugs illicitly on the street, they might turn to the people who are dealing those drugs and say, wait a minute, you're not my friend, you're not my source, you're killing people. Members, I really encourage your support for L226. This makes a lot of sense to me. It's not unforgiving, it's not harsh. It sends the right message to people who need our help the most. There's people who die from fentanyl on their first use. Well, it's their first time. Well, lucky they survived to be at the jailhouse, to be in front of the DA, to maybe be in a courtroom. Lucky they're alive. The option is that they wouldn't have that conversation at all because they're in the county coroner's office. They're in the morgue. They're dead. They're in the grave. Let's get tough on fentanyl. Please vote yes on L226.
Senator Gonzalez. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't want to bump the good senator from Weld County.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I rise in opposition to Amendment 226. I remember years ago there was a TV show called The Naked City, and it started out saying there are 6 million stories in the naked city, and this is one of them. And then they would go into their dramatic explanation of a pretty compelling story. And I would say, with respect to fentanyl, this unique and extraordinary and killer drug, there are millions of stories. There are the stories of people who do it one time, a little tiny bit, and die. There are also people that do a half a gram to 2 grams a day, every day, day in and day out, as addicts, and do not die. They have a tolerance that they have achieved. Many of you have probably known alcoholics, and they can drink significant amounts of alcohol and do better than people who don't drink at all. So there are people who are going to succeed in treatment, and there are people who are going to succeed in treatment. But to say that we need this provision to put the possession of any amount of fentanyl down, any amount of fentanyl as a felony is going to result in people dying. Let me make that clear. If we put any amount of fentanyl as a felony, people will die. They will get picked up. They will be sent to jail. We put people in jail for misdemeanors, let alone felonies. So people that are addicted will be put in jail. They will go through agonizing withdrawal. And as the senator from Denver pointed out, when they are released, having their tolerance fouled up by abstinence for a period of time, they're going to come out of jail and they're going to die, because they're going to take their accustomed dose and their body won't tolerate it and they will die. So we will be doing significant harm by reducing possession to a felony. The wobbler, I thought the wobbler was an appealing concept when I first heard about it years ago. When we passed it here in the legislature, it made sense, but quite candidly, under this bill, the wobbler is window dressing to make bad policy look good, look appealing, but it doesn't make the policy any better. With a 17% effectiveness rate, for those 17%, good for them. They will succeed. But most people don't, quote, succeed in treatment. As you have heard from other speakers, the use of diversion programs, wobbler programs, is variable across the state. Different district attorneys revoke for technical violations. Others are more lenient and allow for further missteps. But don't mistake the fact that recovery involves slips. There is not a single addict who goes through recovery without slipping. Any slip can terminate the wobbler and put that felony into effect irrevocably. So one other clarification, there was earlier testimony that the Attorney General was advocating for a zero standard for fentanyl. He was not advocating for a zero standard for fentanyl. He was saying zero of pure fentanyl, any amount of pure fentanyl, not any amount of fentanyl. We know that fentanyl is incorporated into compounds and mixtures and other substances. He was saying a felony to possess any amount of pure fentanyl. Well, there isn't pure fentanyl readily available in the market. We even have a provision in the bill identifying pure fentanyl at 60% at such point in time when CBI can identify it. The Attorney General recommended lowering the threshold, the cut point, but he wasn't recommending going to any amount. So just to be clear on that. I think finally it became apparent from some of the early testimony that these treatment programs, which actually are effective, are available to people now and then, few and far between, more readily available if you have the money to get in, less readily available if you're poor, particularly if you're poor and addicted and don't have access to care. So the availability of treatment, which can actually help people, is not available to people who are poor. The doctors who came and testified in front of our committee were clear. Felonization is not the route to successful dealing with this epidemic. The science dictates that we need to get treatment, we need to get antagonists, we need to get people test strips, we need to have a harm reduction strategy across the state that is robust. The reduction of this felony to incorporate anyone with any amount is a grievously inappropriate, dangerous, and I would suggest deadly policy. I urge a no vote.
Senator Cook. Just as a reminder, we are on Amendment 226.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the reminder, and I think this goes to it because it responds to a couple of statements that the senator from Denver made under 226. So I'm hoping if it doesn't, you give me a little leeway. I'm just responding. I heard her say that we're going to fill our prisons full of users if we pass this. Well, I want to dispel any of the rhetoric because I asked for the numbers of people that are in prison for possession. Now, keep in mind, most of those got charged with another crime, a much higher crime, and pled down to the possession. But here are the numbers at the ones that are in prison. That is the most serious charge. The, females, there's 8, and they're drug felony 4, but they also had aggravators. Male, well, I'll just give you the total. This thing is blocking my view, but it's 57 total. So 8 women, and so 50 men. And drug felony 2s, drug felony 3s, they're repeat offenders. And so, like I said, they plea bargain to get down there, and they have other charges though while they're there, but this possession is the most serious. So we have 57 people in state prison out of 18,000, whatever the number is. I mean, it's pretty high up there, 18,000. And we have 57 people in prison. They're there for possession as the most serious crime, but other crimes tacked onto there. And most of those got there from plea bargain. And then I heard about how bad of a job law enforcement's doing, and they can't even get a call back. Now, I'm not going to make any excuses for law enforcement, what we heard in committee, but it's unfortunate that people are trying to blame law enforcement for fentanyl deaths. We investigate after somebody dies. Now, I'm not going to make any excuses for what happened, if they didn't get a call back or not, but that is after people die. I think people have to look in the mirror and say, why are people dying? Is it because of the bill we passed a couple years ago? I don't know. Maybe. But we can't blame law enforcement for the deaths that are happening right now. People are taking fentanyl. They're using fentanyl. And they're dying. And from the families, this is what I received from the families that we heard from the other day. And yes, they were critical of the investigation afterwards of law enforcement, but they certainly weren't blaming law enforcement for their loved one's death. But this is what they wrote. Another critical aspect of this bill that we have fought for is the creation and meaningful funding of the Fentanyl Poisoning Investigation and Supply Disruption Fund. This fund will give local law enforcement and district attorneys the tools and resources they badly need to investigate fentanyl poisoning cases that continue to devastate families like ours, and it will help target and prosecute drug dealers in the networks. During testimony on this bill, many of us talked about the problems and shortfalls of law enforcement surrounding our investigations and the need for comprehensive change. By speaking up, we are already witnessed a desire from law enforcement to understand our issues and work with us to establish new best practices to ensure our loved ones get the answers and justice they deserve. However, to our dismay, this is the families of the of the loved ones who've died. To our dismay, some have chosen to try and use our own testimony to not only argue against the investigation fund, but to argue that the fund should not even be allowed to help law enforcement investigate fentanyl poisoning deaths, saying law enforcement should just do their jobs. So please hear our families clearly. We believe that the investigation fund is vital, needs meaningful funding, and must be allowed to help law enforcement investigate fentanyl poisoning deaths. To not do so would deny families like ours the one thing we so desperately need. We ask the Senate to support this investigation and supply disruption fund and pass this historic bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cook. The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 226. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this morning there was some confusion earlier in the day about the way that we passed one of the previous amendments, Amendment 248, in an attempt to amend and deal with some of the healthcare professionals. And with that in mind, I'd like to, there's an amendment at the desk, move.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 265?
Amendment L2.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L265. And members, as I said, there was some confusion earlier in the day when this body passed Amendment L248 in an attempt to mend out some of the healthcare professionals. All of these healthcare professionals want to be part of the solution, but let's focus on getting some of the useful data. We don't want to force unintentionally some of the unfunded mandates on the healthcare professionals. I've talked with both of the sponsors, and both sides are not comfortable with the language that we had in the amendment, and this is really kind of just a technical amendment. We're just changing one word from shall to may, and we ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment. I ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 265. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, since we're doing amendments for which there's an aye vote, let me continue.
There is
Thank you.
not an amendment on the desk.
Well, let me find one that's friendly. Madam Chair, colleagues, there is another issue in the bill, and it involves when is distribution that results in death punishable by a term in prison and not probation. Now, one of the things that we have heard from families of victims, people who've suffered grievous losses, is distributors need to be held accountable for distributing fentanyl and killing, poisoning our children. Now, the bill, re-engrossed version, if you go to page 14, lines 20 through 25, it has an aggravator there. What is an aggravator? It is something that requires either elevates the crime or in some way causes a greater penalty. Usually it is a greater penalty. And if you pick up at the top of this language that really currently exists, it says, except for a level 1 drug felony, the presence of one or more of the following aggravating circumstances at the time of commission of a drug felony offense. So this is only applying to drug felonies, not creating a new one. Requires the court, if it sentences the defendant to incarceration, to sentence the defendant to a term of at least the midpoint in the presumptive range, but not more than maximum term of the aggravated range. So right now we say the defendant committed a violation of section 1818-405, that's possession, and the unlawful distribution, manufacturing, dispensing or sale of the material, compound, etc., as described in 1818-204-2G. So you'd have to have 50 grams in order to be sentenced to 12 to 32 years for causing a death. 50 grams. Now, we already know that 1 gram of this stuff is 10 or 20 doses of death. So 50 grams is 50 times that. Think of that. You have to be a big-time distributor. We need to make all distribution subject to this penalty. And the way to do so is through an amendment that makes the aggravator not that the defendant committed a violation of 1818-405-2A, 3A, et cetera,
An amendment is on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 213?
Amendment L.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L0213. L213, 213 makes it simply that the defendant committed a violation of section 1818-405-2A. So you go over here. And you have, I don't have my red book with me, but it is the distribution resulting in death of any amount results in a 12 to 32 year sentence, not probation, not some low level penalty. These are deaths that are being caused by distribution. And someone who has 25 grams and is distributing, someone who has even 10 grams who's distributing, has caused a death. It needs to be properly punished. And we're not talking about the drug addicts, we're talking about the distributor. We're not talking about the poor one-time user, we're talking about the distributor. I ask for an aye vote on L213.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a complicated situation that needs discretion from the judge. We are bringing additional penalties for those who are drug dealers. We have increased penalties. We reduce the grams at every single cut point for higher accountability. We also brought a special offender sentence enhancer for distribution of drugs resulting in death. So going after those pill pushers that are online, making sure that we're going after the people who are part of poisoning Coloradans, and people across this country are going through this. But this was very important for the DAs to address this. The most important part of the bill, in fact. So what this amendment would do is it would make it a mandatory 12 to 32 years in prison if anybody gave somebody a drug that had fentanyl in it, whether they knew it or they didn't know it, they would be facing a mandatory 12 to 32-year prison sentence. Now, none of us want drug dealers to get off. This bill is the main things that we're doing is going after drug dealers. But this is a unique and difficult situation to navigate when you think about individuals that we heard from who brought drugs in unknowingly that had fentanyl in them, and some of their friends and family died. We heard stories of a father who his son brought home pills, not knowing there were fentanyl in them, thought it was a Xanax, shared it with his brother. Both of them, unfortunately, died from a fentanyl poisoning. If the brother were to have survived, would we want an automatic mandatory sentence of 12 to 32 years when he had no idea he was bringing that to his brother? This gives the discretion to the judge. The person would still be facing 8 to 32 years for sentencing, but this would leave it up to the loved ones of the deceased and what their request would be for the judge to take that into consideration. And so I am absolutely for going after the drug dealers, the people who are poisoning our communities for profit. We need the discretion for judges for these incredibly difficult and sensitive the realities that people are finding themselves in. And so I ask for your no vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in opposition to this amendment 213. In addition to the important points that the good senator from Lakewood has raised, I do just want to remind colleagues that this offense, distribution resulting in death, is a strict liability crime. This is very different. We had a conversation in this chamber earlier about mens rea, about the knowing standard. Strict liability is the opposite, where it says, I don't care if you knew or if you didn't know. If you knew or if you didn't know. Regardless, you are going to be held to account. And on top of that, the way that this amendment reads, and in House Bill 1326, if Amendment 213 is adopted, any distribution resulting in death, as little as one singular pill, would then carry a mandatory 12 to 32 years in prison, regardless of the weight. I had one, what I thought was a Percocet. The lack of discretion, the draconian nature of this amendment, colleagues, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing Senator Gardner running down, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm tempted to speak for another hour, but I suspect it would not persuade you anymore. This is important. You heard references from my friends over here about the grievous losses, the testimony of families begging us to ensure that there were penalties for distribution resulting in death. This says 50 grams, and we already saw the Senator from Monument held up about a gram of compound, which was sugar. That was a lot of doses of little pills. 50 grams, 50 times that. That's where we begin. This amendment ensures that there is an appropriate penalty for causing a death. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 213. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk.
I move Amendment 267.
We have to read it first. Go ahead, Senator, or excuse me, will the clerk please read Amendment 267?
Amendment L267.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is some cleanup language from the MAT in jails that stakeholders were working with on addressing specific medications that would be offered, and I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 267. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L252.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh yeah, you need to read it.
We do. Will the clerk please read Amendment 252?
Amendment L252.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I move L252.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does, if you look on page 6, line 25, it talks about if you commit a level 1 drug misdemeanor, except that on the 4th subsequent offense for a violation of that subsection, it becomes a level 4 drug felony. So on your 4th one, it becomes a drug felony. On your 4th conviction, like I said earlier, you have diversion is your first one, and so this would actually be like your 5th arrest and conviction. What this does, it takes it down to 2. So after your 2nd conviction, it becomes a drug 4 felony. And the good senator from Centennial pointed out to me earlier that we have that in other drug laws, and he's correct. That is applied to other drug laws, but this, we put other things in this bill that don't apply to other drug laws, and so let's run this one and make it a specific to fentanyl. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, if you have a 3rd misdemeanor, you face double the time, so up to 360 days in jail. The 4th is a felony charge. So I think that we actually have that escalation already, and I ask for your no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is for the adoption of Amendment 252. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Will the clerk please read there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L258?
Amendment L258.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L258.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This basically does the same thing as the last one, only it is on your 3rd conviction, which actually would be like your fourth arrest and basically fourth conviction. So I would ask for an aye vote. This is a compromise between what it is now and from the last amendment, which has 2 convictions. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I asked for an aye vote on this. Now really, members, the bill now says you have to have 3 misdemeanor convictions, not 3 trips to the courthouse with diversion and, dismissed prosecution, and you gotta have 3 misdemeanor convictions. Now, let's think about this. You're talking about an individual. The first time he or she was just like what? The poor party goer who didn't know what they were doing. And the second time, what were they? Just the casual user. The third time, this is fentanyl third time, not other stuff third time. This is fentanyl third time. Now, I think, by the way, this might be underutilized. It might be underutilized because that person may be dead by then. Think about it. Before all of the priors and it turns into a felony, you got to be convicted once, twice, 3 times. It's only on the 4th that it becomes a felony under this law. The senator from Weld County, the good sheriff, offered something that said, you get 1 chance at this before you become a felon. But no, we're not going to have that. All right. This is going to be on the 3rd conviction it will become a felony. This is kind of the greatest of American traditions. You get 3 strikes. There's a reason, I don't mean to trivialize that at all, there's a reason that's a chosen number. You get 1, you get 2, the 3rd time it happens, it needs to be a felony. Not the 4th, the 3rd time. I ask for an aye vote on L-258, making it a felony on the 3rd possession conviction.
Motion is the adoption of 258. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment. The bill was very carefully crafted with a lot of stakeholders who discussed a lot of the considerations with regards to what happens when people pick up misdemeanor drug possession offenses. And amongst those stakeholders, and I wasn't part of that group, I don't know if Senator from El Paso County was there with them to talk about all of those issues, but I assume there were good reasons for coming up with 4 misdemeanors before it converted. I suspect it had something to do with the fact that relapse and slips are all part of the process that people go through when they are attempting to go through a recovery process, that it just doesn't happen the first time and they get treatment and all of a sudden they are cured or healed or rehabilitated. I know we have all had people, I'm sure, in our families who have been through difficulties with drugs or alcohol, and inevitably those people experience shortcomings in their path to recovery. So to expect perfection, to expect, only 1, 2, or 3 mistakes is in the real world unrealistic, particularly when we're dealing with people with substance use disorders. These are people who have been afflicted by a disease which alters their brain chemistry, which alters their capability to make rational, thoughtful, considered decisions. The decision to take more drugs after you're under court sanction is not a rational decision, but it is the decision of a person who is struggling with a substance use disorder. And if we want to elevate it to a felony, then we are inevitably forcing them into the jail system. I am not surprised at the earlier testimony that there's only 50, 60 people in the Department of Corrections for drug possession. The people that end up incarcerated for drug possession often don't end up in the Department of Corrections. They end up in jails. They end up in the local jails. I suspect the number of people in the local jails who are struggling with mental health disorders or substance abuse disorders is probably 50, 60, 70%. And those people are not going to be on a path to immediate recovery. They're going to be on a path of hope and opportunity, but inevitably they will slip. So I urge defeat of this proposal and to keep the present 4 misdemeanors before a felony is invoked. Thank you.
I believe Senator Gardner was next, but okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was going to step aside and let Madam Chair say the question before the Committee of the Whole is the passage of L258, and inevitably Madam Chair was going to say the noes have it and L258 passes, but others wanted to talk about L258. They wanted to discuss it at length. And because they do, I don't want to disappoint them. I will discuss L258 at length. So let's start with what L258 does. You need to turn to
Would the good senator
page
like it
6.
read at length? Would you like it read at length?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No. Let's start with page 6, where L258 is amended. And the provision it's amending in its whole paragraph, because the amendment itself really short. It says, strike 4th and substitute 3rd. Well, what does that mean? You read 1818-403.5 here, says, notwithstanding subsection 2C of this section, on or after July 1st, 2022, a person who violates subsection 1 of this section by knowingly possessing any material, compound, mixture, or preparation that weighs more than 1 gram and not more than 4 grams and contains any quantity of fentanyl, carfentanil, or analog thereof as described in 1818-2042G. Let's go, so we understand, let's go to 1818-204G. I think it's in here. Maybe not. Guess it's not. We'll just pass by that. And the person knew or had reasonable cause to believe, now that's been changed, commits a level 4 drug felony. Now, that's the first one. The second one was 2, any material, compound, mixture, or preparation that weighs not more than 1 gram. So this is the not more than 1 gram provision. and contains any quantity of fentanyl, carfentanil, analog thereof described in 18-204-2G, commits a level 1 drug misdemeanor. A level 1 drug misdemeanor. Except, right now it reads, except that a fourth or subsequent offense for a violation, meaning offense means conviction, for a violation of this subsection 2 is a level 4 drug felony. Finally, it's a felony. When does it become a felony under the bill currently? When you get picked up at the party the first time and you don't get diverted, you get convicted. But probably the first time you do get converted, you probably get diverted. But let's say you do take a level 1 drug misdemeanor the first time. That's a point which some of us would like to get you in rehabilitation, but others don't want to do that apparently, or don't want to force the issue. You know, that person has to make a trip to the courthouse, even for that misdemeanor. That person has to stand in front of a judge. I think that county court judge is going to say, you need to get some help, Mr. or Ms., whoever. One would hope that as part of the diversion on that, they would be forced to go into some rehabilitation. But we don't know, because the bill now doesn't really require that. So then they go on about their life, and they go to all the parties on Friday, Saturday night, maybe Monday through Saturday, Sunday being the Lord's Day. And eventually, after all of that activity, because they don't get caught all of the time, something untoward happens and they get picked up or they get pulled over and they get a second one. And they get pulled in front of the judge for the second offense, and the judge says, Mr. and Ms. So-and-so, you need help, and this is your second offense. But it's only a misdemeanor. So, hey, the law doesn't take this very seriously, and it feels pretty good. And they go about their business, and as the other senator from El Paso County says, it takes all these times. Yeah, we're not gonna come down on this person who's destroying themselves and the lives of people around them and putting others at risk, because we're not talking about possession of a little meth or cocaine or even heroin. We're talking about possession of fentanyl, which I heard from families who lost their children. They didn't overdose, they were poisoned. And these young people haven't figured it out. So we're only on number 2 while I'm talking here, right? It's not a felony yet. Made the mistake once, made the mistake twice. Right now, the bill would allow you to go through that one more time in front of the judge. One more time in front of the county court judge. All that L 258 does is say, look, on that third time, it is a felony. It is a felony. And you need to be in real rehabilitation, and you need to be trying to get your felony, your 4th time felony. Why don't we get a hold of this person on the 3rd time? Some are looking at this as, well, this is now punishment for them. Why don't we get serious about helping them and saying, you're a danger to yourself, you're a danger to everyone around you, you're using a deadly, deadly substance. And you know, I'm suspecting that the practical matter is that these earlier charges that resulted in convictions involve pretty untoward incidents, because if everybody was just quietly using fentanyl in their home, they're probably not busted. Or if they get taken to the hospital, they probably don't have it on their person and they don't get charged. It gets dealt with as a medical problem. And that's right and appropriate. My point is, it takes a lot to get to 4. Let's move it to 3, and let's get some help to the offender. And if anyone would like to come down and talk some more about it, I'm happy to come back and go through this one more time as to what sense this makes. The other good senator from El Paso County said, well, this was looked at very, very carefully by people, and that's what they decided, and I guess the implicit notion is we ought to trust them. Well, I would ask, when did you ever do that before, colleagues? I ask for an aye vote on L258.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body, I apologize, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I want to read a bit from Scott Bracilero, who served for 20 years in law enforcement and is now a substance use disorder counselor at an inpatient program in Pueblo. This Sunday, he had an op-ed in the Pueblo Chieftain. And I want to read I'm not trying to filibuster this bill, so I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I do encourage you to read the article that's on your desk, or for those of you all watching online, to look this up. Also, P.S., subscribe to local news. Scott Bracilero says, I'm a 55-year-old former police officer who spent 20 years as a patrol officer, K-9 handler, patrol sergeant, and watch commander for a community of about 90,000 people. I want people to know that felonizing simple possession of drugs will not solve Colorado's fentanyl and overdose crisis. I began my career in the late 1980s as the crack cocaine epidemic was winding down. Over the course of the following 2 decades, I observed the rise of methamphetamine from a niche to a nationwide plague. Lawmakers and law enforcement attempted to legislate and enforce their way out of the meth crisis, which didn't work. I know because I'm now a substance use disorder counselor in Southern Colorado, and I see the effects of substance use every day. I also know this because I'm in sustained recovery from an opiate addiction myself. At the height of the opioid crisis, it was relatively easy to obtain prescription opiates legally, but doctors eventually stopped prescribing them to me. When my supply got low, I chose to obtain drugs illegally. The consequences of felony punishment or jail didn't derail my desire to use. Fentanyl is this generation's methamphetamine. And then I want to just read a little bit further down. And this is the part that I really just want to name. This may be hard to hear, but we must first accept reality before we can begin to solve this problem. People who are knowingly using illegal drugs don't care about jail. They don't care about being a convicted felon, and they certainly don't care about treatment if they aren't ready yet to get support. And so I just want to name that saying that somehow that we're not cracking down on people when in their first case it's misdemeanor, or in the second case, and we have this whole elevated system of penalties that increase the more times you navigate the system. It is actually treatment that is going to make the meaningful difference in people's lives and lead them into recovery. It's also, quite frankly, antagonist treatment and agonist treatment that will help to save lives. And let's not forget, colleagues, that a misdemeanor in and of itself currently can carry up to 364 days of jail time. That exists in current statute today. There is a tool for law enforcement to prosecute individuals and hold them to account. This amendment, as drafted, is punitive, and I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussions, Senator Gardner.
Yes, thank you. I had hoped people were tired of talking about L258, but apparently not.
Some of us
and I was
are.
actually looking, and if I had a few more minutes, I'd be able to. I found the article today from a gentleman who testified in front of our committee, and I could have read that to you as well, and I may if we continue doing this. Let me make it clear. People say, well, we want to give tools to law enforcement. Well, let's do that. Let's not wait till somebody has 3 convictions for possession of fentanyl before we make it a felony. 3 prior convictions. Let's give law enforcement the tools to get people into rehabilitation. Not just simply the law enforcement, but the court. No one wants this more than our courts. That's why we have drug court. Don't you think that by the time you get to the 3rd offense that someone's been to the 4th Judicial District Drug Court or the 18th Judicial District Drug Court, one time for a conviction, probably after the first one that was a diversion that wasn't a conviction, and then the second one and the third one before you say, enough already, you gotta, we're getting serious, this is dangerous. And it's not 3 prior just convictions of anything, it is 3 priors of fentanyl before you'd make it a felony. All L258 does is say, you know, possession of fentanyl once, convicted, possession of fentanyl twice, convicted, and all of the things that go with that already. On the 3rd time, it needs to be a felony. Vote yes on L258.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 258. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost.
This is ours.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 267?
Amendment L267 by Senator Pedersen, amend the Judiciary.
Yeah, we already did that. Yep.
Amend the Judiciary Committee. Oh.
Yeah, just withdraw.
I have an amendment on the desk. Are we reading that amendment? Okay. We do not have an amendment on the desk any longer. It has disappeared. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We withdraw L267.
You don't need to withdraw it because it was never moved.
Okey doke.
We are going to take a senatorial 5. The motion before the body is for the adoption of House Bill 1326. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders second reading calendar until later today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over until later tonight.
Oh. Wait, I didn't make the motion to rise and report. Wait, but we're in the committee when we rise and report. Yeah, hold on. You didn't rise and report? I didn't rise and report.
It's not your turn.
Majority Leader Moreno, I think you have another motion for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. I just need to stretch my legs. I'll come back.
Okay. The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had 3 bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 205 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1390 is amended. House Bill 1353, House Bill 1326 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 232 and House Bills 1383, 1063, 1077, 1033, 1287, 1327, 1366, 1378, 1389, 1314, 1394, 1387, 1400, and House Concurrent Resolution 1003 laid over until later today and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really pleased that the clerk caught that there were 4 bills that we considered, and I ask that we adopt the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 205 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1390 is amended. House Bill 1353, 1326 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 232, House Bills 1383, 1063, 1077, 1233, 1287, 1327, 1366, 1378, 1389, 1314, 1394, 1387, 1400, 1003, laid over until 5/5/2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Coram will be removed as co-prime sponsor from Senate Bill 205, and Minority Leader Holbert will be added as co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 205. Message from the House.
May 5th, 2022, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1115, 1315, 1322, and 1401 amended as printed in House Journal May 4th, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1328.
Message from the Reviser.
Oh, the Speaker. I didn't read it. Should I read it? Okay. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Benavides, Chiaramabile, and Pelton and House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 21. Message from the Reviser of Statutes. We herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1328 without comment as amended, House Bill 1115, 1315, 1322, and 1401.
Majority Leader Moreno.
We already made the motion in the calendar, so you'll just call on Rachel to read the
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the continuation of second reading special orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself in the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders second reading of bills, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed for everybody in the room. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 232?
Senate Bill 232, Senators Bridges and Moreno, Representative Harrod, concerning the provision of workforce housing through the creation of the Colorado Workforce Housing Trust Authority.
Senator Moreno, Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Senate Bill 232 lay over to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 232 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1383?
House Bill 1383, Representatives Kipp and Holtorf, Senator Lee, concerning increasing the workforce by removing barriers to employment opportunities for juveniles.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1383 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1063?
House Bill 1063, Representatives Amabile and Benavides, Senators Coleman and Cook, concerning creation of a jail standards commission to standardize the operation of Colorado jails and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1063 on second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1063. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1077?
House Bill 1077, Representative Michelson, Janae, and Judah, Senators Priola and Hansen, concerning the creation of the Colorado Nonprofit Security Grant Program for qualified nonprofit organizations at high risk of a terrorist attack who applied for but did not receive a grant from the Federal Nonprofit Security Grant Program, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1077. There is no committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1077. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1233?
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Lantina and Soper and Senators Simpson and Janal, concerning the continuation of the regulation of optometry by the State Board of Optometry and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation of the 2021 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1233 and the Senate Finance Committee report.
To the report.
Madam Chair, in the Senate Finance Committee, we adopted one amendment that did a couple of things, removed non-thermal from the description of the lasers in the bill, and secondly, we clarified that the training verification language added was only applicable to the 4 new procedures.
Is there any discussion about the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1233.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors, for bringing this bill. I feel like I've read it multiple times, but still have one question I was hoping the sponsors might be able to clarify, which is regarding, and I'm going off memory, so forgive me, I believe it's Roman numeral 16, which appears to be an expansion in scope that includes the minor, what is classified as a minor repair of a laceration, 2.5 centimeters or smaller, and wanted to know how confident the bill sponsors were that that may or may not involve suturing, because my understanding is that I think there's potentially concerns both from opponents as well as proponents of the bill that there was not really an intention to have suturing as part of that expansion of scope. So I wanted to know if the bill sponsors might be able to clarify that part for me.
I'm not sure, but I'm trying to find out. Suturing of the eyelids?
Senator Simpson.
I don't have a good answer for you, Senator from
Parker.
Parker. Give.
Could you?
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that House Bill 1233 lay over to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1233 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is laid over until the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the Title II, House Bill 1287?
House Bill 1287, Representatives Bazinacre and Hoot. Senator Winter, concerning protections for mobile home park residents and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that House Bill 1287 lay over to the end of the... I move House Bill 1287 lay over 3 bills.
It's a very oddly specific motion. The motion is to lay over House Bill 1287, 3 bills. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over 3 bills. Will the clerk please read the Title II, House Bill 1327?
House Bill 1327, Representatives Harrod and McLaughlin, Senators Moreno and Coram, concerning former Native American boarding schools in Colorado in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1327 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1327. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the Title II, House Bill 1366?
House Bill 1366, Representatives Kipp and Senator Bridges, concerning increasing access to post-secondary workforce readiness with financial aid information and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1366 on second reading.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1366. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the Title II, House Bill 1378?
House Bill 1378, Representatives Judah and Sullivan, Senators Coleman and Hansen, concerning the Denver Metropolitan Regional Navigation Campus Grant to address homelessness and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1378 in the second reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is for the adoption of House Bill 1378. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. I believe we are 3 bills later. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1287?
House Bill 1287, Representatives Bazinacre and Hooter, Senator Winter, concerning protections for mobile home park residents and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1287 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
The Finance Committee report recommended adoption of the bill, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report changed the timeline for residents and local governments from 180 to 120 days to purchase, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Any further discussion on the bill? Senator Winter?
I do have an amendment.
And there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L036?
Amendment L0.
Senator Winter.
Thank you. I move Amendment L036. This is a requested amendment from the land title companies, and what this does is it fixes the land title and bankers issues related to this bill and the inability to ensure that the title in a mobile home park sale. With this amendment, these issues are resolved for the land title companies and the bankers, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to understand, and I heard that the various stakeholders are in agreement. I'm just trying to understand the policy of what's happening with this particular amendment. And I guess toward that end, I'll read what effective part I've got here in front of me. The landlord shall make a good faith effort to comply with the notice requirement in subsection of this section, so it's referring back into the bill. The good faith effort by the landlord to comply with the notice requirement, again referring back into the bill of this section, will not render a sale of a park to be out of compliance with this section. So I guess I'm asking the bill sponsor, what's the effect of this? And I get the stakeholders are generally in alignment. I'm just trying to understand what they agreed to.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator for that question. So essentially what this is saying is if the land title folks can show that in good faith they were abiding by the law, that the sale cannot be held up. And so everyone's in agreement. And we also took out some of the more onerous things of proof, for example, notice, right? We're not going to make them say that they put up a sign every day in rain and snow on the playground. And so everyone thought this was a fair way to move forward.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundin.
No, I just wanted to thank the sponsor. That seems like a very clear explanation of exactly what I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 36. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 37?
Amendment L037.
Senator Winter.
Thank you. I move L037.
To the amendment?
This moves the entire bill, the effective date, to be October 1st, 2022. And this was also an agreement that we reached with many members of the opposition.
Is there discussion? Senator Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the bill sponsor for L037, rise in support, and ask for your aye vote. If safety clauses are an issue for you members, do note that this amendment strikes the safety clause, turns it into a petition clause, and as the sponsor indicated, move the effective date out to October 1st. Industry very much appreciates this, and I've been asked to offer enthusiastic support, so please join me in voting yes for L037. Thank you.
Enthusiastically, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is an important step in making sure that we are giving basic protections to mobile home park residents, making sure they have a dispute resolution process, and making sure that they have adequate time for a local government, nonprofit entity, or themselves to purchase the park at the time that is being sold. This is an important step forward in preserving some of the most affordable housing in the state, and I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And members, I rise in opposition to this bill, and I appreciate what the sponsor is trying to do, but I think we just have a difference of opinion on the outcomes this will lead to. If you understand development, there will be more, in my opinion, more affordable housing, dense development going vertical in a lot of these existing mobile home locations going forward, because the cities have grown up around them. A lot of them are located, especially in Adams County, right next to transit stations. And with transit comes density. Density is more efficient for a number of reasons. Less infrastructure, less water is used, of course less space, and it also accentuates transit because, as I learned traveling many years ago to East Asia, you can simply walk from a dense development to the station, take the train into the town or into another station, and do your business or enjoy your evening or go to your work at that station, and then take a train back to the other station. So I appreciate the intention is good with what the sponsor is trying to do as it relates to affordable housing. I just think it's misdirected, and it's not being sensitive to the long game of what development opportunities will be missed if this policy is eventually put into place with this bill. So I would ask for a no vote on, and I don't remember the bill number, but 1287.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard 1287 at length. We spent quite a bit of time on it, a lot of testimony. There are bad actors in every field, and unfortunately, some of them own mobile home parks. But not all. Just like every other field, there are folks out there doing a great job for, I will call them their tenants, because this is a very unique situation. One person owns what's above the ground. That's what they live in. They own it. They pay the heat. They pay the utilities. They keep the grass mowed. Somebody else owns what's under their dwelling unit. When all goes well, people are pretty satisfied with that, but in a situation like that, it doesn't take too much, particularly in a very dense environment where the distance between your front porch and their back porch is measured, could be measured in inches as opposed to feet or yards. So there's always potential for conflict. But this bill tries to solve problems that may exist in a few places, but not all places. It's a one size doesn't fit all. But the one thing about this bill, by extending the timelines for the mobile home owners themselves to come together, decide, assuming the mobile home park is for sale. That's where this comes into play. So we've extended the timeline for these folks to get together and decide they want to perhaps try to purchase the park. A noble cause. If I lived there, I'd probably be one of the cheerleaders trying to rally the troops. Small park, 30, 50, 100 people. Large park, pushing 500 individual units. That's quite a task. But then, once they decide, now we've given them a half of a year to put their financing together. These are not people that are accustomed to putting together $1 million deals. You're just about going to have to bring in some white knight, perhaps a nonprofit or a government agency to help them put this together. So now they've got 6 months to figure that out. And then you've got another additional period of time to close on it. So what we've done is we have told developers and owners of mobile home parks, oh, by the way, there's another wrinkle. Say they can't get the deal done, so they go with a commercial, so that the owner of the park decides they're going to sell to the highest bidder, which is always the case, by the way. The homeowners, the tenants, they have to be the high bidder as well. There's no special deal for them, in all fairness. So So they can't get their deal together. The guys waited 90 days for him to decide, now another 180 days for them to realize they can't get the deal together. So he calls the local corporate folks who they are in the business of mobile home parks. And so now we go from a kind of an owner-occupied type situation to corporate. And they put a deal together. They come to terms, and then they realize, oh, those terms are different than the ones that I offered in the deal I had with the tenants. So now we've got to go back and let them decide if they want to do this again. Perhaps it's after a 6-9 month period, the interest rates have changed. So the offer could be different. There are any number of reasons why that offer would be different. But now they've got to go back and do the right of refusal back to their tenants again. So corporate is now told, just sit on it and wait. We'll get back to you when we get back to you. We have made it completely untenable for someone to sell a park. And these people are investors. Their plan is to make money. They may hold it for 10 years, they may hold it for 40 years. They may have got it from their parents. But at some point, they want to liquidate and go someplace where they can sit on the beach and have drinks with little umbrellas in them. We have made it so that is basically not possible at any competitive price. So what we heard from more than one developer, one happens to own in Colorado already. He spent his $60,000 to go through the land use process, ready to basically about double the size of his park, has his $3 million in financing, and this bill drops on his desk, and he brings everything to a screeching halt because he realizes he'll never be able to sell at a competitive rate when he wants to sell and recoup his money. The other one we heard from is somebody that has mobile home parks scattered throughout the West, and he would love to develop here in Colorado, but he said, there is no way I will touch Colorado if this bill passes. There's just no way I can ever get out of it with money in my pocket. So we've just made it so onerous, so hard to navigate, that if the goal was to have less affordable housing, this bill helps with that. This bill helps get that job done. If the goal is to never have any more mobile home parks, this bill will do that for you. And I suppose you all did too, but I don't know how many emails that I received saying mobile homes are still the most affordable housing out there. I would think we would want to be encouraging mobile home parks, not discouraging mobile home parks if we're really serious about affordable housing. I would urge a no vote.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One of the issues we've talked about a fair amount this session is affordability of housing. And this intersects directly with that critical issue of making housing affordable for people in Colorado. Frequently, you've got to seek a first step, get a toehold, and move forward. They call it the economic ladder. And mobile home housing is, in fact, an early step in many people's progression into greater and greater home equity and home ownership. But this bill is challenging because, in my perspective, it seeks to continue the narrative that landlords are bad just inherently because their landlords are bad. And they always operate with nefarious motive. Now, they do operate with a return on capital motive. That's just, the rational hand. That is the unseen hand of economics. There's no reason to deploy capital if there isn't a return on the capital. A fair market return is in fact needed. Furthermore, this bill seeks to continue this narrative that residents are always right. And residents have rights. Obviously, we need to protect and support them as appropriate, but we can't enter into every conversation saying landlord bad, resident good, and there is kind of a continuation of that theme, which I believe disrupts and has a detrimental effect in terms of developing affordable housing in Colorado. Incidentally, to get to the ratios we've had historically in Colorado in terms of homes to people needing homes, we need to build 175,000 units. I mean, that's a lot of homes that we need for people, and we need to do it in every sector and every aspect of the home coverage, you know, the rooftops over people's lives market. This bill, I think, is an impediment in trying to do that, trying to achieve that. So, to the specifics of what we've had going on, the General Assembly has considered and adopted a number of bills over the last number of years that feed into this narrative that I was just discussing. Landlord bad, resident good. I don't think that's a basic assumption. There are really bad landlords, there's no doubt about it. And there's really, really bad residents at times too. So to just say one good, other bad is an unsophisticated, disconnected from reality way of looking at these sorts of things. In 2019, we passed House Bill 1309, the Mobile Home Park Act oversight. It gives local governments greater regulatory authority over mobile home parks, allows residents more time between notices of non-payment and eviction, and more time to vacate a court-ordered eviction. Logical. It's an element, and taken in isolation, not necessarily a bad thing. In 2020, we passed 1196, the Mobile Home Park Act updates, and we made it much more difficult for landlords to evict. The reality is we should have an honest back and forth between somebody who's a resident and somebody who owns the property. You shouldn't easily, willy-nilly be able to evict anybody. Of course not. But the reality is if somebody is choosing to not pay the property, they're damaging the property, they're detrimental to the property, they're not in compliance with the lease, the agreement that willing parties entered into that said, here's how we will interact, you should be able to evict those people because that's an indication of somebody who is in fact one of those bad residents, not necessarily a bad landlord, but there could be on the other side as well. In 2020, we passed 1201, the Mobile Home Park Residents Opportunity to Purchase Act. There is I think, a kernel of market forces in this particular bill, and I think there are elements of that may be beneficial. But again, taken into this broader narrative, I believe it has a damping, creating a friction effect, slowing our ability to get at more rooftops over people's lives in Colorado. Collectively, these bills have whittled the protections of landlords in place of increasing the rights of residents. Again, not all landlords bad, not all tenants bad, not all landlords good, not all tenants good. The reality is you've got to find a balance, and instead of just making it harder and harder and harder for somebody to deploy capital and provide rooftops over people's lives, we should be providing rights to make sure that those people, in fact, have adequate rights. While both parties should act from a level playing field, if landlords can't operate their park as necessary, parks will, at worst, no longer be invested in. And at best, they'll begin to close, or I think that's even a worse circumstance. If they begin to close, we lose more rooftops. According to a list of mobile home parks for sale in 2020 and 2021 here in Colorado, purchase price for a park is between $1 and $5 million. That information comes from DOLA, gave us that information. This is a large sum of money when compared to the cost of a major repair that might occur in a park. You could spend $60,000, $100,000, $200,000 making necessary repairs on an capital asset that's $1 million to $5 million. According to the last, this large sum of money compared to the cash equity value of something creates a disequilibrium, and that has a negative impact on the ability to have more capital deployed and more rooftops built. Several mobile home parks nationwide are being purchased by private equity firms. So this goes to the idea of a logical transition within the marketplace where you begin to have an evolution that provides potential positive response into the marketplace. And those big private equity firms are allowing, when they have an appropriate regulatory environment, struggling parks to be revitalized and ultimately increase the cash flow coming into the park, which gives an operating margin to make those places better to live. So that would be a common sense market solution. there is a place to regulate predatory actors. If you got, again, we talked about the nefarious or bad acting landlords, but it's not all. And that's part of the challenge we have in this, is finding a way to make it narrow enough to just deal with bad actors. But it's unnecessary to hastily regulate a market where there isn't actually a problem. So some of these investments, these purchases, the ability to turn over and have a large equity group come in actually provides a better potential future outcome for people. And this bill, I think, has the potential of making that less likely to happen. A survey of mobile home owners across the state shows that most don't have complaints. And of the roughly 211 complaints filed, 25% have been resolved. Additionally, nearly 75% of mobile home owners surveyed had not heard of the mobile home park oversight program. When many on this side of the aisle are calling for an expansion of affordable housing options, which we of course are as well, but we're seeking actual market responsive solutions that are sustainable in nature and don't just require government needs to put more money because this doesn't quite work without a government participation, without a government subsidy. When we're looking for more market-based solutions, like I had a bill earlier this year that I ran, and it was the majority leader cleverly called it the Give Granny a Roommate bill, and what it did is that particular bill said that individuals should be able to more easily home share, and we wanted to give a $500 micro grant to folks who want to share or lease out a portion of their home. Creative ideas like that could get traction in a marketplace and might be far more beneficial than putting greater restrictions on those who are actually making an effort to provide rooftops over people's lives. So, it would be unwise to create, as I believe this particular bill does, House Bill number 1287, further restrictions on what I would call a rooftop over a person's life. Madam Chair, still Madam Chair, sometimes if I talk long enough, the sex of the speaker or the chair changes. In fact, it is still Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your attention, because I know in this particular chamber, we spend our time talking to the chair. We do not talk to our colleagues. That is not allowed under the rules. We talk to the chair, and those of our colleagues who may choose to listen have the benefit of the pearls of wisdom that we might be offering up to the chair that could therefore be shared with our colleagues should they choose to pick up those pearls of wisdom. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your attention.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm a little bit befuddled. We've seen and heard other pieces of legislation about the sale of mobile home parks. I sit in the Business Committee and Labor, and we heard a comparable bill to this, and for the life of me, I can't remember which one it was. But I'm really kind of perplexed when it comes to the sale of a mobile home park. Quite frankly, I have nothing against the residents wanting to buy the mobile home park, but you have to have a willing seller, which maybe the mobile home park owner is, and you have to have a willing buyer. But in this case, it seems to me, this is why I'm perplexed, is you're going to have, under this piece of legislation, what's being proposed is you're going to have multiple buyers. And most people, and I speak from a little bit of understanding, I have numerous mobile home parks in my Senate district, and I've been in several of them, and they're generally pretty good. And I've talked to a lot of the tenants in there, and over the years, and I've never encountered, that doesn't mean it doesn't occur, but I've never encountered a tenant who wants to buy the mobile home park. I imagine that they might be there, but I'm kind of wondering how it works, because generally, most, if not all, most of all, the tenants who live in a mobile home park, they're there because they appreciate that lifestyle. They can afford the payments or the rent on their for their mobile home, and they're willing to pay the mobile home park owner, but they're really not interested. The vast majority of them, I won't say all, but the vast majority, they don't want to own the land, because that's why they call them modular or mobile home parks, is that when people are ready to leave, they don't have to worry about selling the land. They can move their mobile home or sell it or lease it out, sublease it, but they're not really interested. And I'm really confused as to how my good colleague, the senator not from Parker, our esteemed minority leader, he understands real estate financing. Maybe he could explain to me, I won't put him on the spot, but I understand when you have a willing buyer and a willing seller, but when you have a willing seller and you have multiple buyers, and then part of the way through the contract process, and a buyer goes, well, you know, I really don't want to be a part of this anymore, and I want out. Well, that kind of discombobulates the whole deal. And then you have, and then if the deal is ultimately consummated, you have all these buyers, and they invariably, one of the buyers, the new owner, is going to say, you know, I want out. How do I sell my piece? How do I sell that piece of land? Because I don't want to live and own a fractional interest where there's 100 mobile or pads, as they call them. I think that's what the correct is. I don't know how that's really going to work. So I can appreciate where the sponsors of this bill and some of the protections that they want to incorporate, but it's been my observation for the most part, and like I say, I've had many instances where I've been in mobile home parks, particularly the one on Senton Road in Colorado Springs, Holiday Village. For the multiple people in Holiday Village, I want to say hello. They're great people. There used to be a esteemed owner, Donald. He was the last survivor, one of the last survivors of the USS Arizona. Great man. We did a tribute at the mobile home park. But the point being is that these people who might want to own a piece of the mobile home park, I just don't understand. Maybe the sponsor can explain it to me, how you can have one seller and 50 or 100 buyers, and how that is going to facilitate, because buying it is the easy part. As I've said, you know, when you buy a piece of real estate, just buying it, that's the easy part. Keeping it, maintaining it, paying your taxes, your utilities, the repairs, that's the hard part. And I think that a lot of these people who might want to potentially own a piece of the rock, a piece of the land, is that they go, you know, that sounds really good, but they can get in, but it's kind of like the Roach Motel. They can get in, they can own a piece of it, but they can never get out, or be very difficult to get out. So in all sincerity, I understand maybe where the sponsors are coming from, but I just don't understand how this will work in real estate financing, and I think I would have to be a no vote on this.
Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. A few minutes ago, the good senator from, I don't remember where he's from, but down south, gave a good explanation of what we heard in the Affordable Housing Task Force Committee. I don't know about you, but I grew up in a mobile home park. I spent the first decade of my life in a mobile home park and lived and loved and had a fantastic manager. So I have a heart for those communities. They're an important part of where I live, and I wish that we could have more of them. I guess my worry is when I sat in on the Affordable Housing Task Force this summer, the private sector took a look at this, an option like this, And they clearly landed on a decision that if we continue to pass legislation like this, we will get fewer and fewer mobile home parks in our state. That's exactly the wrong direction. We need to make sure that we are welcoming with open arms those good actors who can come in and open big, nice mobile home parks, work things out with their tenants, and not have an onerous set of guidelines and rules on top of them that can ultimately crush them. So that's all I have to say, and I appreciate this. I will be a no vote because I think this takes us in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Minority Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in cautious opposition to 1287. I think that my friend from El Paso County raised a lot of good points. This reminds me a lot of a homeowners association. Or maybe we've talked about collective bargaining and people coming together to form a union. What I'm concerned about is how often, when you go into a mobile home park, how often in the future will the Department of Local Affairs find a community where 100% of the homeowners agree and they all want to buy their little piece of the mobile home park? I don't know. My experience is having, 10, 20, 50, 100 people agree is pretty rare. We have 35 people in this chamber, and sometimes we pass bills unanimously, but it's pretty rare. And when it does happen, it's probably not that sensational a bill, contentious. And to my friend's question, the good senator from El Paso County, the one who doesn't hold 2 law degrees or live in Monument, I think the question might be, what if there is a member of a community who says, yes, I do want to participate, and then through the transaction decides, no, wait, I don't. Now, have you ever sold a home? Have you ever sold real estate, or have you ever bought real estate? Yes, most of us have. Thank you to the Senator for Brighton for participating in this conversation. If you look at the real estate contract, there's great attention paid to earnest money and the withdrawal of a buyer or seller. There's a lot of time and attention paid to those kinds of scenarios. So what happens if a buyer in these mobile home parks decides, no, never mind, I don't want to do this? Because ownership isn't right for everybody. Renting isn't right for everybody. Those who live in mobile home parks and they don't own the property, are 100% of them sure they never want to? So I don't want to suggest that 1287 would require anyone to do something against his or her will, but I think my friend from El Paso County raises a good question. If the bill sponsors want to come up and explain it, I would be bill sponsor, excuse me. There's only one of you, I think, in the Senate. But I think that's a fascinating question. What if someone wants to participate in this and they say yes? Can they stop? Can they reverse that decision? Or are they obligated to buy a property that they decide through the transaction that for some reason they decide not to? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real briefly to answer that question, I don't think you need 100% buy-in. We've had several successful parks bought in the last year, the most recent in Durango, but it's also why of important provision is local governments and nonprofits as well.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1287. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1389?
House Bill 1389, Representative Harrod, Senator Hendrickson, concerning the creation of financial literacy and exchange program accounts and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1389 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1389. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1314?
House Bill 1314, Representatives Ricks and Hooten, Senators Gonzalez and Sonnenberg, concerning the rights of a person with ownership interest in a vehicle that has been towed from private property without the person's consent and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1314 lay over till the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over 1314 until the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We will tow that to the end if there are no noes. And there are not. That motion passes. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1394 until tomorrow, Friday, May 6th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1394 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1387?
House Bill 1387, Representatives Titone and Bradfield, Senators Fields and Priola, concerning measures to ensure that a common interest community has adequate reserve funds.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1387, and there is no committee report.
That is correct, but there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L00.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment simply adds some clarifying language to a section that was drafted, in some folks' opinion, not as well as it could have been. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any discussion on the bill? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard this bill in State Affairs one day this week, I think. It was an interesting conversation and a really kind of a trying to make a connection to the disaster that occurred in Florida and the condominium collapse. I don't know that there's language in this bill that really ties directly to the impacts of the condominiums in Florida. It really was more about, from my perspective, kind of routine maintenance and folks. Reminder, this is the HOA. These are the homeowners in the homeowners association trying to decide how they want to fund these reserve funds and accounts, and what are the priority components or resources that are going to wear out over time, and how do you fund those, and who's responsible for paying for those. It was again, an interesting conversation with lots of debate and no real consensus about, does the bill really do what I think it was intended to do? And again, I heard from several homeowner associations that already do everything that's prescribed in the bill. Crafting reserve accounts, figuring out where it's expensed, how to be prepared, layer in insurance on top of that. And I never got to a good spot that the bill really was necessary. That again, homeowners associations have the ability to do this, and good ones are doing this as prescribed right now in the best interest of the homeowners who make up the homeowners association. So I do rise in opposition to the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in opposition to 1387. I think I've admitted that I served all 4 years of my 3 years elected to my HOA board. The fourth year, no one else would do it, so I reluctantly stayed on for a fourth year. Try to manage our HOA, small, 89 homes, but try to manage it in a positive way, communicate with folks. We don't always agree, but try not to be too heavy-handed. What I'm concerned about here is requiring these common interest communities to have not just adequate reserve funds, but to do a study. Those cost money. So to pay their management company, an accounting firm, a law firm to conduct these studies, especially when they have adequate reserves already, seems like an unnecessary expense. So I would be grateful if either of the bill sponsors could maybe put my concerns, address my concerns, maybe put those at ease. Is there a way to sort of clep out? If they know they have adequate reserve studies, can they say, yep, we already have this, and avoid additional expense? Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair. To the good senator from Douglas County. The study doesn't necessarily refer to having to pay a consultant to do the study. The HOA, the folks could simply get together one day, walk around the property, note that, hey, you know, that roof is 20 years old, that might be a problem. Oh, that parking lot is 20 years old, that might be a problem. Hey, do you know a contractor that could give us a bid on that, and a contractor that could give us a bid on that? Oh, I do. Let's give them a call. And when the bid comes back, then they have some hard numbers of what possible reserves they would need for that. It would cost no more than their own time, and so they could go that route as opposed to paying someone to do it.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I appreciate that sort of perspective on how casual this could be for an HOA board. But it seems like what we're proposing here in putting in law is a requirement that common interest communities, HOAs, have a reserve study and have adequate reserves. When I was president, there was one homeowner who demanded to see a reserve study and to see evidence that we were collecting reserves outside of our annual expenses that would take care of long-term, large-scale maintenance issues. We don't have common rooftops. Single-family homes, my roof is my responsibility. But at the bottom of one of the streets in my neighborhood is a very high wall, rock wall. And that retaining wall holds back a street. So between the county, because I don't live in a municipality, Douglas County, and my HOA, we need to have long-term reserves to maintain that wall, repair that wall, or even replace that wall in the future. And that could be a very sizable amount of money. And in my experience, when we addressed that concern from that homeowner at an HOA board, then the argument, maybe not from that homeowner, but from some was, were we holding too much money back? Were we too well protected? Why do we have all of their money sitting in that account? Why aren't we spending that on other things? And the requirement to have a long-term reserve, which was put there by the developer with input from the county, so that we homeowners 10, 20, 30 years down the road weren't caught off guard when we might have a repair or a replacement that could be many tens of thousands of dollars. Now, we had the reserves in place, but the homeowner started to question, why do you have all that money sitting there? It seems that maybe we could reduce the dues and not have so much money set aside. So, I appreciate the bill sponsor coming up and answering my question, but I still have concerns about 1387. Not to suggest that homeowners and HOAs can't understand long-term reserves, understand the study, but it seems as though we are putting yet another requirement on HOAs, at least mine of which is doing this well already. Thank you to our management company and our law firm over the years and the members of our community who have served on the board. But we might be pushing, inadvertently, an unintended consequence, we might be pushing one or more HOAs into having to raise their dues. And they're limited. We've limited how much they can raise their dues. And there might be an HOA out there that might be pushed into a special assessment. And we ought to be very careful about that, because when we do anything in law that might inadvertently cause one or more HOAs to issue a special assessment, then everybody in that HOA, whether they realize it or not, is probably not going to sell their property. Even in a market like this, they're going to be very challenged to sell their property. Why? Because if a real estate agent, a realtor, has a buyer, and they look and say, oh wait, there was a special assessment here, this board has shown a willingness to do this sort of surprise billing and raise the dues outside of the statutory limitations. A special assessment is something that buyers and their agents want to avoid a lot. So don't want to be against transparency. My HOA, I think, I'm confident, does this well. Urge a no vote on 1387 because I think this could cause, unintentionally, cause higher costs for HOAs, possibly HOAs to raise their dues, and possibly even issue special assessments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1387. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1400? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1400 lay over until tomorrow, Friday, May 6th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1400 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Concurrent Resolution 22-1003?
House Concurrent Resolution 1003, Representatives Geithner and Kipp, Senators Bridges and Lundin, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the extension of the property tax exemption for qualifying seniors and disabled veterans to the surviving spouse of a United States Armed Forces service member who died in the line of duty or veteran whose death resulted from a service-related injury or disease.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As originally scheduled on the special orders, this would have been our last bill of the day. The bill that I would like to move is not a bill, but a concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 22-1003. It is a fitting end to a day to consider referring to the people the idea that we will honor those who are left behind when their family members, spouses, have died giving the last full measure of devotion on behalf of the principles and the country that we call American. This particular resolution is special in so many ways, but because we have several more bills yet to get to tonight, I will stop talking right there and be eager to yield the floor to my colleague.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Concurrent Resolution 22-1003. You'd like to have moved it, but did not actually move it. No, it's okay. I've got it handled. Already moved. So this resolution is in honor of those who serve. Families serve. Anyone who knows a military family, anyone who has a family member who's been in the military knows that while only one person may go overseas, the entire family is affected. And when that person goes overseas and doesn't come back, that family is affected. This resolution gives the voters of Colorado a chance to recognize that Gold Star spouses deserve to have the same benefits as veterans who come back fully disabled. This is such a meaningful resolution, not just for our Colorado values, but for our American values. And I ask for an aye vote.
And I see no further discussion. So the motion before the body is the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 1003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 232?
Senate Bill 232, Senators Bridges and Moreno, Representative Harrod, concerning the provision of workforce housing through the creation of the Colorado Workforce Housing Trust Authority.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 232, the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We adopted a number of amendments, 10 approximately, all based on stakeholder feedback. I think it very much improves the bill, responds to that constituent feedback, and I encourage your aye vote on the committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee merely added the appropriation. I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L018?
Amendment L018 by Senator Bridges.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a number of amendments. The ones we ran in committee were not enough. So here we go. I move L018.
To the amendment.
This is a technical amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of this technical amendment, L18. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L021?
Amendment L021 by
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical cleanup amendment according to the drafter. Technical cleanup.
Is there any discussion on the technical cleanup amendment L21?
I move L021 also.
Correct. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
No.
Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L025?
Amendment L025 by Senator Bridges. Amend printed bill, page 2, line 7, strike.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment changes the name of the authority that we are creating from the Colorado Workforce Housing Trust Authority to simply the Middle Income Housing Authority, or MIA.
And you move it.
And I move L025. Thank you.
Is there any
Mr. Majority
discussion
Leader.
or explanation for Amendment L25? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, there were folks who pointed out that workforce is more than simply 80 to 120% of area median income. And every time they saw that, they felt that folks were being excluded. I don't like to hurt people's feelings. I certainly don't want an authority that is meant to improve the lives of Coloradans, to make some Coloradans feel excluded, to feel like they're not part of our workforce. This is, I think, the right thing to do, and I ask for an aye vote on L025.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of MIHA. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L027?
Amendment L027.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply says that after the pilot has gathered enough information that we know exactly how it's working and what needs to change, that we come to the legislature and ask for the legislature to review, make some changes, and the pilot.
And you move it.
And I move. I'm going to learn by the end of this stack. I move L027. I've still got more time to learn.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L027?
No, ma'am.
Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L027. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L026?
Amendment L026.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an amendment requested by Chaffa. Ask for an aye vote.
And you move it.
And gosh.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L026.
Is there any discussion?
No.
Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L026. All those in favor say
No,
aye.
I got it.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L028?
Amendment L028 by Senator Bridges.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L028.
To the amendment.
Set some bond limits requested by Chaffa. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L028. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L029?
Amendment L029, Senator Bridges, amend the State Veterans.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L029.
To the amendment.
Great amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this great amendment say aye.
Aye.
All of those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Senator Bridges.
We're to the bill, correct?
Correct.
Briefly, I think I've got that much. Very, very briefly, Senate Bill 232 creates market incentive forces to address a set of housing needs that have just been left behind in this state. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 232.
Is there any discussion? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the sponsor working on those amendments. This bill got laid over from the top to the bottom. Communicated a bit with Colorado Housing and Finance Authority and scrambling to understand those amendments, but I think that they have been neutral. They have not been opposed to this, but part of what CHAFA is responsible for and what they are so good at is understanding risk. And I appreciate the bill sponsor bringing this concept to me before introduction. I looked at it, I decided to not be a prime sponsor because risk is something that I know a little bit about, having worked in the industry, representing it before I ran. CHAFA's opinion is very important to me, and I hope after my stay here, which ends next Wednesday, I hope that those of you who continue on will always remember that CHAFA is not part of our state government. They are a separate entity. They're not part of DOLA. DOLA, the executive director there, the director of DOLA, serves on the CHAFA board, and so do one of you. I think, Madam Chair, that you have done this. You might do this currently. I did it in the past. And if you have the opportunity to serve on the CHAFA board, I really encourage you to do this. I don't think this new authority will be able to have a legislator on its board because this authority, I believe, will receive money. It originally was $6 million. That's still the number. Because we're putting general fund dollars in, I think, I'm not an attorney, but I think it would be true that none of you would be able to serve on the board because you can't be on both sides of those dollars. A legislator does serve on the CHAFA board because CHAFA didn't receive startup funding from the general fund, and it doesn't receive general fund dollars for what it does. And I just want to say thank you to the board members, the staff, Chris White, Geraldine, everybody at CHAFA, Geraldine Martinez. You do such a great job as the housing authority in this state. I hope that this new authority doesn't infringe on what you do, and I hope that however it succeeds or fails in the future, that it does somewhere near as good a job as the CHAFA organization does in managing risk, not being part of the state. This one I think is a little bit different. I'll look at the amendments. I'll look at the bill tomorrow to tell you whether I'm ultimately a yes or no. But I want to say thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing those amendments, resolving some of the current concerns. They weren't opposed, but addressing some of the concerns for CHAFA, that has to be a good thing. And I thank the bill sponsor for his effort.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really believe the bill sponsors were being way too modest in their very quick good bill, vote yes type presentation. This really is a pretty unique concept. From what I could glean out of the 30 pages plus the conversations with the bill sponsor, this is something that really hasn't been done before. It's not a CHAFA. It's not stepping on CHAFA's toes. CHAFA, I understand, is supporting it. I wasn't aware of all the amendments. I thought we were there before that, but you know, appreciate you making good on that promise. But basically setting up a nonprofit, a trust or something, but I'm wondering if perhaps the bill sponsor could could elaborate just a little bit.
You bet.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since I was asked, yes, as the good senator from Fountain put it, this is innovative. We're spending $600 million this year on affordable housing and homelessness, and this is a $6 million investment in something innovative. This kind of project has been tried before. There are some new guardrails that need to be put on, but the bottom line is that when we look around our state, we see an incredible need for affordable housing for middle-income folks, people making between 80 and 120% of area median income, just your average working people making an average wage. And right now, there's huge market incentives for folks to build at market rate, to build for folks at the upper end of that income spectrum. There's some support, and Chaff is one of the leads on this, for folks making between 0 and 80% of area median income. But there's no market incentive right now for folks to take on that 80 to 120% AMI range, and that's what this bill does. This bill creates a market incentive for folks to pay attention to that. It is in many ways looking at that workforce housing, at that middle income housing, as the infrastructure that it is. We need a place for our nurses, teachers, and firefighters to live. And we are building it the same way we build bridges and roads, using tax-free bonds to help finance those projects. That is what drives that interest from the private sector. That is what drives the ability to build these homes. Except at the end of the day, all of the equity in these projects is held by that middle income housing authority. The equity stays with this entity, which means as the value grows, as people continue to pay their rents in, the only thing that those rents can go to, the only thing the increase in value can go to, is building more affordable housing for middle-income Coloradans. This is an innovative approach. It has the potential to create huge change in the lives of these middle-income folks. I will say that I appreciate that there potentially is some risk in this. This is a pilot. That is why we have limited this just to a pilot. If you look at the numerous amendments, the limit is to 3,000 homes or 3,000 units. And the idea here is to build them across the state in communities that need it wherever they are, in a variety of different ways. Partnerships with for-profits, nonprofits, housing authorities, local governments. We want to see if this works and see what other changes we need to make sure it works, see what other guardrails we need to put on. And that's what the amendment we added today is about. Coming back to the legislature after we've done that pilot, after we've learned what we need to learn, to come back, make those changes, and continue this work on this critically underserved group of folks who need desperately housing that they can afford.
Minority Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate that perspective from the bill's sponsor. One of the things that makes real estate finance work is the constant sort of recycling of funding. A house is built, a house is remodeled, a house is sold, money is put into a mortgage, a closing occurs, funds are distributed, but then mortgage payments start coming in, and then the value of that collateralized loan is often packaged with similar loans and then sold as a commodity. Keeping that process going is one of the things that makes that cycle work. Relending money, reinvesting in mortgages, and limiting the number, having a pilot, that could be a good thing. I don't want to say that's a bad thing, but limiting it, we don't do that in real estate finance. So yeah, the thing that I am concerned about is if it doesn't work, those of you who will be here in the future, if you're asked to bail out this authority, you're going to have a tough decision to make. Why? Well, because people need affordable housing. And people have relied on this authority for affordable housing. And that would be a tough thing for you to say no to. You haven't made that kind of decision with CHAFA, because for all the great things that it does, when it went through the hard times back in 2007, 8, 9, during the foreclosure crisis, they had to manage their way out of that crisis on their own, not with general fund dollars. Our predecessors didn't didn't put money into CHAFA. You know what happened in states where the state financing authority is part of the state government? The opposite. So there is risk here. I don't want to say vote no. I don't want to cast aspersions and say that the bill sponsor is unaware of the risk, but that's some of the risk. And if you're going to be here for 2, 3, 4 years in the future, if something like that happens, I hope it doesn't, maybe look at should there be a cap, and I would ask you be very careful about solving risk problems with general fund dollars. That's why CHAFA is so successful. One of the reasons is we don't do that. And I'm concerned that with this new authority that you might be in a position of having to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, it is explicitly in the bill that anyone who buys these bonds, they can only be paid back by the revenues of the project. There is no state liability. That is explicit in the bill, that anyone who buys these bonds recognizes the state will never come back and backfill that, regardless of what happens to the authority or the project.
Are we going to arm wrestle? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good language. Don't forget, there's only one body in this whole state that has the authority to change those words in the future. That's you.
Don't do it.
You can't bind a future legislature. So what the bill sponsor just described, I like that. But if risk happens and there's a loss, if there's something in the red, who can change those words? You can. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the sponsor for elaborating a little bit there. And actually what prompted that was this last Sunday on Uno de Mayo, I was celebrating a Cinco de Mayo event, and I was talking to a gentleman there with a family, and his kids were starting to get to the age where they were working and looking to get out of the house, and he was lamenting the fact there is nothing affordable. And this bill came to my mind while I was talking to him. And on your bonding, I get it. Somebody else can change that. However, I fully believe that your language will stick. I've seen that happen before. The bondholders did not get their full payment for a few years. They were eventually made whole. The economy turned around. So I hope for much success on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 232. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1233 to tomorrow, Friday, May 6th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1233 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is laid over. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. please. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1314 to tomorrow, Friday, May 6th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1314 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the bill is laid over. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will rise and report. We still have thirds. Oh, and I've got like a mess here. I'm so sorry. And that's my water.
Okay, well, I'm not.
I know.
I have to take my grandson to his soccer game. He's only 5. He wouldn't understand if I'm not there. I'm taking it off. Need to be excused on Saturday. What?
Senate will come back to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof. It makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 232 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1383, 1063, 1077, 1327, 1366, 1378, 1287 is amended, 1389, 1387 is amended. House Concurrent Resolution 1003 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1394, 1400, 1233 as amended, and 1314 laid over until May 6, 2022 and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 232 is amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1383, 1063, 1077, 1327, 1366, 1378, 1287 as amended, 1389, 1387 is amended, 1003 passed in second reading, order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1394, 1400, 1233 is amended, 1314 laid over until May 6, 2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1354?
House Bill 1354, Representatives Lindsay and Michelson Janae, Senator Winter, concerning mental health and workers' compensation cases.
Will the clerk please mark Senator Coram as excused? And Senator Kirkmeyer if she would like to leave. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 1354 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1354. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Gardner, Lundeen, Minority Leader Holbert, Simpson, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Rankin, Heisey, Sonnenberg, I'm glad you're wearing your seatbelt, Senator Sonnenberg. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1354 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Pedersen, Janal, Danielson, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Story. Rodriguez. Hanson. Buckner. Jaquez Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1399?
House Bill 1399, Representatives Ortiz and Bazenaker, Senator Janal, concerning consumer protection relating to music therapy services.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1399 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1399. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Priola, Woodward, Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Rankin, Sonnenberg, with Kirkmeyer. Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes. Yeah, I got you like 20 minutes ago, Senator Lundin. With a vote of 23 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1399 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Fields, Lee, Pedersen, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1014?
House Bill 1014, Representative Judah, Senator Pedersen, concerning the creation of an epilepsy awareness special license plate and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1014 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1014. Are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert. Senators Lundin, Woodward, Liston, Sonnenberg, with a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1014 is passed. Co-sponsors. Will Senator Buckner, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1042?
House Bill 1042, Representatives Exum and Van Winkle, Senators Buckner and Heisey, concerning the ability of a teen parent to attend driving school without a cost and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Mr. President, we move House Bill 1042, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1042. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert.
Can you believe they would do that to us?
Smallwood, Kirkmeyer,
I knew it. Thank
Liston.
you.
Whatever it takes.
Sonnenberg,
It's a great
Rankin.
program. Great. I like your tie.
Thank you.
with a vote of 27 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1042 is passed.
Yes!
Co-sponsors, Senators Coleman, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Donovan, Fields, Hanson, Lee, Winter, Kolker, Fields. Please add the President. Story. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1056?
House Bill 1056, Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Gonzalez Gutierrez, Senator Moreno, concerning emergency temporary care for children and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1056 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1056. Are there any no votes? Senators, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1056 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Buckner, Donovan, Fields, Lee, Bridges, Winter, Rodriguez, Hanson, Danielson, Pedersen, Janal, Story, Jaquez Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1215?
House Bill 1215, Representatives McCluskey and Bacon, Senator Bridges, concerning expanding opportunities for high school students to enroll in post-secondary courses and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1215 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1215. Are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just before we take the vote, I wanted to say, Avs are up 1-0. Go Avs!
Because it's very relevant to the bill title.
To the bill.
Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Smallwood, Cook, Gardner, Rankin, Minority Leader Holbert, Liston, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1215 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Lee, Winter, Pedersen, Janal, Henriksen, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1220?
House Bill 1220, Representatives Kipp and McLaughlin, Senators Zenzinger and Quorum, concerning removing barriers in educator preparation to support educator candidates entering the educator workforce and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1220 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1220. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Woodward, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Smallwood, Sonnenberg.
Great bill. Thank you. And the minority leader.
With a vote of 26 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1220 is passed. Co-sponsors, Majority Leader Moreno. Minority Leader Holbert. Senators Henriksen, Bridges, Janal, Buckner, Lee, Winter, Pedersen, Story, Kolker, Donovan, Coleman, Danielson. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1235?
House Bill 1235, Representatives McCormick and Catlin, Senator Janal, concerning the continuation of the regulation of veterinary practice by the State Board of Veterinary Medicine and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations of the 2021 Sunset Report on the Colorado Veterinary Practice Act by the Department of Regulatory Agencies, adding registration requirements for veterinary technicians, adding veterinary technicians to the State Board of Veterinary Medicine, allowing certain unlicensed individuals to administer rabies vaccinations, and making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1235 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1235. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Woodward. With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1235 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Lee. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1278?
House Bill 1278, Representatives Young and Pelton, Senators Lee and Simpson, concerning the creation of the Behavioral Health Administration and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1278 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Lee.
Mr. President,
Senator Lee.
Senator Simpson and I request a third reading amendment.
Please explain the need for this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment corrects a statutory reference, nothing significant there. It changes references to the Office of Behavioral Health to the Behavioral Health Administration, a Simpson and Lee bill, and it just makes some changes in effective dates. So it just reflects progress that has been made through the session.
The question before the body is Senator Lee's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment 47 to House Bill 1278?
L047, Senator Lee, amend Bill, page 68, line 19, strike 2765-132 and substitute 2765-130. Page 278, after line 2, insert section 252 in Colorado Revised Statutes 18-1.9105. Amendment is repealed and reenacted by Senate Bill 22021 2 as follows: 18-1.9105, task force funding, staff support to the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety.
Why isn't this working?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L047 and ask for an aye vote.
The question before the body is the adoption of L47 to House Bill 1278. Are there any no votes?
You want to move for repassage?
With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, L047 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1278.
Repassage.
Third reading and for repassage.
And
an aye vote.
We're picking up what you're laying down.
Whew.
Is there any further discussions? Senator Simpson. More discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the hour's late, and I'm not going to ask the bill to be read at length, but I did really want to take an opportunity to comment about the significance of this bill, particularly the discussion today about the fentanyl issue and the Behavioral Health Administration and the efforts this body has put forward this year really, I think, set us up to fundamentally change the trajectory that we've been on for decades here. And the new commissioner for the Behavioral Health Administration, Dr. Medlock, if you haven't had the chance to meet and engage with Dr. Medlock, I would encourage you to do so. Very inspirational, very committed, very thoughtful, and I absolutely believe the right person for the right job at the right time. And again, this just marks a moment in time, and in my career, this is really important, and very proud to be a prime sponsor, and I'll shut up. But thank you, Mr. President, and the body.
Thank you, Senator Simpson. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1278. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1278 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Buckner, Janal, Danielson, Winter, Fields, Pedersen, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Hanson, Rodriguez, Bridges, Zenzinger, Story, Kolker, Henriksen, Priola, Donovan, Rankin. Please have the president. Will the clerk please excuse Senator Scott from the roll? Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1267?
House Bill 1267, Representatives Valdez A. and Basin-Acre Senators Janal and Fields concerning culturally relevant training available to healthcare providers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, we move House Bill 1325 on third reading, final passage, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage.
I said the wrong one.
Senator Fields, can you just clarify which bill you are moving? Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I'd like to correct my bill number, and it's House Bill 1267. On third reading, final passage, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. This is one of those bills where we all are in on the intention of the bill. But I'm concerned there's something in this bill that might, at the end of the day, over the long term, be somewhat unintentional. I was going to say insidious, that's too strong of a word. This bill creates priority populations. And I'm not certain that any of us as egalitarian Americans are comfortable with the idea of saying one group of people is a priority over another group of people in America. So I'm just calling that out for my colleagues. It's the sort of thing where it's new. It kind of entered into the conversation unexpectedly. And I'm not convinced that that phrase, a priority population, is something that over time we will find ourselves to be comfortable with. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1267. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1267 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Zenzinger, Lee, Story, Buckner, Pedersen, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304, Representatives Robertson, Bradsfield, Senator Coleman, and Gonzalez, concerning state grants for investments in affordable housing at the local level and in connection therewith, creating the Local Investments in Transformational Affordable Housing Grant Program and in the Infrastructure and Strong Communities Grant Program to invest in infill infrastructure projects that support affordable housing and making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1304 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1304. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Simpson, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Priola, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, to excuse, House Bill 1304 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Majority Leader Moreno, Donovan, Zenzinger, Pedersen, Buckner, Rodriguez, Fields, Hanson, Story, Kolker, Lee, Winter, Danielson, Bridges. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1325?
House Bill 1325, Representatives Kennedy and Caraveo, Senator Janal, concerning alternative payment models for primary care services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1325 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1325. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Sonnenberg, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin. Heisey, Simpson, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, to excuse, House Bill 1325 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Pedersen, Buckner, Jaquez Lewis, Lee, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1318?
House Bill 1318, Representative Benavides, Senator Fields, concerning the extension of the Law Enforcement, Public Safety, and Criminal Justice Information Sharing Grant Program deadline.
Senator Fields.
I move House Bill 1318 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1318. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Gardner, Simpson, Liston, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood, Sonnenberg.
You go ahead.
With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, to excuse, House Bill 1318 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hanson, Janal, Pedersen, Buckner.
Voted no.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1349?
House Bill 1349, Representatives Duran and Will, Senators Bridges and Priola, concerning improving decision-making to enhance post-secondary student success and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1349 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1349. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Kolker, Zenzinger. With a vote of 19 ayes, 14 no, 0 absent, 2 excused. House Bill 1349 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Hanson, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1352?
House Bill 1352, Representative Mullica, Senator Jaquez Lewis, concerning a stockpile of essential materials that may be utilized in the event of a declared disaster emergency and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1352 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1352. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Heisey, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 20 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1352 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Lee, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Winter, Buckner, Hanson.
Take it away, sir, since you didn't.
Thanks. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1359?
House Bill 1359, Representatives Bacon and Snyder, Senators Rodriguez and Lee, concerning the creation of the Colorado Household Financial Recovery Pilot Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move for passage of House Bill 1359 on third reading and final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1359. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood, Rankin, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 20 ayes, Gonzalez. Please mark Senator Gonzalez as a yes vote. With 20 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1359 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Senators Bridges, Winter, Zenzinger, Buckner, Janal, Coleman, please add the president.
Let me move it.
Sure.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1159?
House Bill 1159, Representative Cutter, Senator Priola, and Winter, concerning waste diversion and in connection therewith creating the Circular Economy Development Center in the Department of Public Health and Environment, establishing the cost of operating the center as a permissible use of money from the Front Range Waste Diversion Cash Fund and the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunity Fund, and extending and removing certain repeal dates associated with existing statutory waste diversion efforts.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move House Bill 1159 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1159. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Cook, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Heisey, Minority Leader Holbert, Sonnenberg, Donovan. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1159 is passed. Co-sponsors.
It depends.
Senators Jaquez Lewis. Majority Leader Moreno.
How's that thing? See,
Lee.
There's a song. What does somebody want? I forget.
Story. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1010?
Good grief.
House Bill 1010, Representatives Sirota and Van Beber, Senators Buckner and Kirkmeyer, concerning an income tax credit for eligible early childhood educators and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 221010 on third reading and final passage and ask for a
I vote.
Is there any discussion?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1010. Are there any no votes?
Somebody take a picture. Oh, he's going to.
Okay, great.
Minority Leader Holbert. Senators Smallwood. Lundeen.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We'll send that to the governor, right?
With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1010 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Zenzinger, Pedersen, Janal, Henriksen, Lee, Fields, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1365?
House Bill 1365, Representatives Esgar, Senator Henriksen, concerning the creation of the Southern Colorado Institute of Transportation Technology at Colorado State University, Pueblo.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1365 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1365. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Lundeen, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Liston, Woodward, Heisey, Rankin, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1365 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Simpson, Majority Leader Moreno, Donovan, Story. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1007?
House Bill 1007, Representative Valdez D., Senators Simpson and Lee, concerning wildfire mitigation assistance for landowners.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1007 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1007. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1007 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Minority Leader Holbert, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Woodward, Rankin, Cook, Gardner, Lundeen, Majority Leader Moreno, Liston, Donovan, Janal, Fields, Hanson, Sonnenberg, Buckner, Pedersen, Gonzalez. Please add the president. And Danielson. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1217?
Oh, it's not me.
House Bill 1217, Representatives Benavides and Backenfield, Senator Janal, concerning measures to prevent catalytic converter theft and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1217 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1217. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Lundeen, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1217 is passed. Co-sponsors, Minority Leader Holbert, Senators Danielson, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Buckner, Winter, Rodriguez, Hanson, Story. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1251?
House Bill 1251, Representatives Roberts, Senator Bridges, concerning the creation of the Office of Cardiac Arrest Management in the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1251 on third reading. Sorry, Mr. President. Whoa. Whoa. Mr. President, I apologize and move House Bill 1251 on third reading and final passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1251. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Cook, Simpson, Liston, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1251 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Hanson, Janal, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1364?
House Bill 1364, Representatives Cutter and Soper, Senators Story and Priola, concerning extension of the Food Pantry Assistant Grant Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1364 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1364. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 24 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1364 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Lee, Winter, Pedersen, Gonzalez, Bridges, Hanson, Rodriguez, Janal, Fields, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1375?
House Bill 1375, Representative Michelson Janae, Senator Buckner, concerning measures to improve the outcomes for those placed in out-of-home placement facilities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1375, third reading and final passage, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1375. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Simpson, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 23 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1375 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Janal, Lee, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1402?
House Bill 1402, Representative Garnett, Senator Hanson, concerning measures to promote responsible gaming and in connection therewith creating the Responsible Gaming Grant Program, establishing funding mechanisms to support the grant program, and making an appropriation.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1402 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request permission for a third reading amendment.
Senator Hanson, please explain.
I want to start with an apology, but members, if you'll remember, in our earnest desire to make the good senator from Carbondale happy with annual appropriations, which I think we can all agree with is the right way to go, the very simple amendment did one unforeseen thing. It stripped the spending authority for next year. So, if we want this thing to have some money next year, I would like to ask for your approval of my third reading amendment.
The question before the body is Senator Hansen's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes very much have it, and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read L003?
Amendment L003 by Senator Hansen.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L003 to House Bill 1402.
Any discussion?
Mr. President, this basically allows the money that we appropriated to be spent in the 22-23 fiscal year at the level of $2.5 million. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is for the adoption of Amendment L003. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood.
If we don't do this, the gamblers have no money next year.
Sonnenberg. With a vote of 26 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, L003 is adopted. To the bill. The motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1402. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 25 ayes, 8 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1402 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Rankin, Heisey, Majority Leader Moreno, Lee, Priola, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1408?
House Bill 1408, Representatives Herod and Escar, Senators Heisey and Moreno, concerning modifications to the Colorado Performance-Based Incentive for Film Production in Colorado and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1408 on third reading and final passage and urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Priola.
Members, I'll keep it short, but I know film tax credits and breaks have been an issue of discussion down here in past years, especially during the budget. But I want to tell you this one thing. Wife and the family have traveled to northern New Mexico a couple of times last year and a half, and they have a lot of film credits and incentives in that state. And they also have a lot of Hollywood folks roaming around Santa Fe. So I'm saying we're missing out in some respects, and we want more people to come to Colorado and, more importantly, notice Colorado on films that they see around the world. Let's keep it up.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1408. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood. I got you. Cook. Sonnenberg. With a vote of 23 ayes, 10 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1408 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Pedersen. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1289?
House Bill 1289, Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and McCluskey, Senator Moreno and Fields, concerning improving access to health benefits for economically insecure Colorado families by enhancing public health programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1289 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1289. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Liston, Simpson, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Sonnenberg. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent to excuse, House Bill 1289 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Bridges, Donovan, Henriksen, Janal, Rodriguez, Story, Danielson, Pedersen, Buckner, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Winter, Lee, Hanson. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1290?
No fees.
House Bill 1290, Representatives Tatone and Ortiz, Senators Zenzinger and Quorum, concerning changes to Medicaid to allow for expedited repairs to complex rehabilitation technology and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
I move House Bill 1290 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1290. Are there any no votes? Senators, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin,
Jerry voted against it.
Sonnenberg, with a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1290 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cook, Majority Leader Moreno, Janal, Rankin,
Rankin wants to be.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1053?
House Bill 1053, Representative Valdez-Dean, Van Beber, Senator Hansen, concerning the use of blockchain technology in commerce and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1053 on third reading, final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1053. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Cook, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Priola, Gardner,
Look, I would be happy to.
Sonnenberg.
This is going to be a campaign flyer, everybody.
With a vote of 26 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1053 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Woodward, Rankin, Simpson, Henriksen, Janal, Pedersen, Lee.
I feel like at our next retreat, I should just talk about blockchain.
Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1269?
House Bill 1269, Representative Lundin, Senator Hansen, concerning requirements imposed on persons not authorized to transact insurance business in the state who are offering coverage for health care costs for Colorado residents and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1269 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1269. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Priola, Woodward, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Simpson, Sonnenberg. Heisey. With a vote of 20 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1269 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Majority Leader Moreno, Janal, Jaquez Lewis. Please add the President.
To lay over House Joint Resolution 1020 until tomorrow, Friday, May 6th.
The motion is to lay over